Regular discussions with the Chancellor and Treasury Ministers on a wide range of issues, including the cost of living. This Labour government is on the side of working people, and it's why we've already taken action by increasing the national minimum wage and the national living wage for 160,000 workers across Wales. We've frozen fuel duty and extended the warm homes discount. There is more to do. We're determined to put more money into people's pockets right across Wales.
Dave Dougan.
A century of Labour taking the people of Wales for granted came crashing down last week with the sensational victory of Plaid's Lindsay Whittle in Caerphilly, with Labour reduced to third place. And why would anybody accept any more Labour as Labour's cost of living soars, as Labour's Westminster perma crisis deepens, and as 700,000 people in Wales live under Labour's poverty prospectus? So she won't say what she's going to speak to the Chancellor about, but does she think the Chancellor is ready or willing to help the people of Wales? Because the people of Wales feel abandoned by Labour over the last 5 decades.
I'm not sure whether the honourable member has ever been to Caerphilly or even to Wales, but if he has, that's good. If he hasn't, he needs to be careful about what he's saying about the people in Wales. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So absolutely does not know what he talks about. And his party's record in Scotland is nothing to boast about. And nationalists will divide the United Kingdom, costing Wales £21.5 billion every single year.
Chair of the committee, Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the news last month that Newport City Council and Caerphilly County Borough Council both received £21.5 million each from the UK Labour Government Pride in Place scheme. This funding will empower communities across my constituency of Newport West and Isloyn to invest in community assets, their local high streets, drive local growth and create jobs, thus reducing the cost of living. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that at last in Wales we have 2 Labour governments delivering for the people of Wales?
The Chair of the Welsh Affairs Select Committee is absolutely right. Our Pride in Place programmes, the Local Growth Fund, the City and Growth Deals, the investment zones and our free ports are all the result of having 2 Labour governments working together for the benefit of everyone across Wales. And taken together, they will boost the economy, draw in further investment, create thousands of jobs and raise living standards across Wales. They demonstrate this government's commitment to growth, practical, visible, long-term investment that empowers local communities and delivers real benefits for them.
Anne Davies.
Question number 4, please, Speaker.
Mr Speaker, overhead lines are much cheaper to build. Undergrounding costs an estimated 4.5 times more than overhead lines, according to the Institution of Engineering and Technology. Overhead lines are also quicker to build, cause less environmental damage and are much easier to maintain. The cost of building this infrastructure is borne by electricity bill payers, and Plaid's policy on undergrounding will not only increase bills, but suffocate the economic potential of Wales's green industrial revolution.
Davies.
Diolch, Mr Llefarydd. My constituency is the location of 2 major infrastructure projects, a 97-kilometre and a 60-kilometre network of pylons along several hundred, 248 actually, 230-metre tall wind turbines. The cumulative impact of these projects is significant, occupying land that could support other development, and it remains unclear whether they will lower electricity bills or improve electricity connectivity for local households nor businesses. What discussions has the Secretary of State had with the Welsh Government to ensure that these projects deliver genuine benefits for our communities?
I heard what the Honourable Lady said, but we do have a policy to ensure that communities who host clean energy infrastructure can directly benefit. The new Community Funds guidance aims to improve the consistency and the amount of funding for communities that could be used towards local projects. And on bill discounts, we're introducing a scheme which will provide household discounts to those living closest to new and significantly upgraded transmission infrastructure projects.
Henry Tufton.
Mr Speaker, I like my constituency neighbour, and Plaid want to be taken seriously as a party of government, but they fail to recognise the importance that renewable energy will play. Does the Secretary of State agree with Renewable Cymru, who recently concluded that Plaid's approach will cost jobs and investment in communities like mine in Pembrokeshire?
Labour is the only party that is committed to investing in renewable energy that will bring down bills, create thousands of jobs for people right across Wales. Plaid and Reform are against renewable infrastructure. Plaid and the SNP don't want nuclear. Their economy spokesperson, Plaid's economy spokesperson in the Senedd, is anti-nuclear. They're happy to see people pay higher bills, they're happy to spurn investment, and they're happy to see job opportunities slashed.
David Chadwick, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the Second World War, over 200 people were forced to leave their homes and give up their land in the Epint, when more than half the community was taken for use by the Ministry of Defence. And the people of the Epint understood why that sacrifice had to be made. But now, Butte Energy and their wealthy investment backers want to take the rest of the Epint. Does the Secretary of State agree that the Epint has already sacrificed enough? And will she work with me to defend the Welsh countryside from once again having its wealth extracted from it with no benefit to local communities?
It sounds like the Liberal Democrats in Wales have the same position as Plaid Cymru. Our priority is to drive growth, lower bills and create jobs through our new green energy revolution, and that includes people in his constituency. Investment in his constituency should be something that he should be welcoming.
Rebecca Smith.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
We inherited a broken asylum system in absolute chaos from the party opposite, with tens of thousands stuck in the system, dependent on expensive asylum hotels. We are committed to ending the use of hotels as asylum accommodation as soon as possible and before the end of this Parliament as part of a controlled, managed and orderly programme.
Rebecca Smith.
Under the Welsh Labour Government, waiting lists, educational standards and opportunities for young people have all ground to an abrupt halt. It is shocking, therefore, that the Labour Welsh Government isn't prioritising these issues, which would make a real difference to the people of Wales. Instead, Labour ministers supported by Plaid Cymru are ploughing tens of millions of pounds into its nation of sanctuary policy that is believed to support services for some illegal immigrants. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me it is high time her colleagues scrapped this wasteful, non-devolved policy and instead focus their time on lowering NHS waiting times and improving standards in the
It sounds like the member opposite doesn't agree with welcoming the thousands of Ukrainian refugees which the UK government's nation of sanctuary has largely supported, and that has been used to welcome Ukrainian families fleeing from Russian aggression, a cause which I understood her party supported.
Chris Evans.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself with the remarks of the Leader of Plaid Cymru and paying tribute to Kevin David, my friend and colleague. I will say this, he was an amazing representative for Wales and a real warrior for those who found themselves neurodivergent or on the margins of society. I'm also delighted, Mr. Speaker, that Caerphilly is so popular today. It seems so many people only visited the constituency several times, or not at all, have only read about it in the press, have become experts about my constituency. And I am also pleased that the Minister raised today the plight of the Ukrainians, because if there is who came to Wales and seek sanctuary running from war, because if there was one downside to that by-election, it was the talk of asylum seekers being bad people, that they're all illegal, they don't contribute anything. And I say to those people, come and see the exhibition that was on in Caerphilly Council and see what they contributed, and what message does the Minister have for those Ukrainians who are still seeking asylum in Wales?
Minute.
Thank you. We offer sanctuary for those who desperately need it, and we are proud of that. But we inherited a broken system from the party opposite, contracts that are inherited. Hotel use since the last election has nearly halved, and we have removed 30,000 people who have no right to be here, ensuring that those who do need to be here do have the welcome and support that they need. This is not job done, but work in progress. Compare that to the last 14 years of the Tory government.
Mims Davies, Shadow Secretary of State.
So after wantonly scrapping the Rwanda scheme, the Labour government is now overseeing record-breaking figures of illegal immigrants and reported the scandal was now engulfing North Wales, where more than 200 illegal immigrants tried to gain entry to the country on ferries from Dublin to Holyhead. Meanwhile, Penelli military camp in southwest Wales was previously condemned by Labour Welsh Government. It appears their current policy, along with reforms, is from boats to barracks, which is happening in Scotland and Sussex. Yet Plaid say that there is no such thing as illegal immigration. Can the Minister agree with me that both her government and Plaid have no idea or interest in how to make our borders safe?
I feel the party opposite forgets about the chaos that they created. We have inherited a broken system, inherited from 14 years of chaos, in contracts that we have to honour from the last government. But in the last year, we have halved the use of hotels. We have removed 30,000 people who have no right to be here. This is not job done, as I say, but it is work in progress, and compare that work in just 1 year to 14 years of chaos under her party's government.
Catherine Brooks.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
From bench number 6, Minister.
We are investing at least £445 million into Welsh Rail to right years of underfunding by previous governments. This will mean new stations, more and faster trains along the key lines, improve cross-border connectivity, create jobs and boost economic growth.
I thank the Minister for the investment of £445 million, which will be a fundamental driver of economic growth and connectivity in South Wales. What actions is the Minister taking with Cabinet colleagues and industry partners to ensure that a new station serving my constituents in Meager and Undy will be delivered without delay, getting my constituents on track and faster towards their destinations?
I thank my honourable friend. She has been a strong champion for this rail investment, which is key to unlocking Wales's economic potential. This includes funding to progress the 5 burn stations in Cardiff East, Newport West, Somerton, Llanwern, Magor and Undy. I will continue to work with the Welsh Rail Board, Welsh Government, to ensure the communities she represents get the infrastructure that they need.
Asper Brandreth.
The huge economic potential of both the northwest of England and North Wales is being held back by poor rail infrastructure. The last Conservative government committed to at least £1 billion to upgrade and electrify the railway lines from Crewe and Warrington through Chester into North Wales. This Labour government has scrapped those transformational plans at a time when economic growth is a priority. Will she seek to reinstate the vital rail infrastructure investment in the Mersey-Dean North Wales region?
Well, that money just didn't exist. And we are investing a historic £445 million into Welsh Rail to right years of underfunding by previous governments and unleashing Wales' economic potential. This will mean new stations, faster trains on key lines and connecting people, well paid and better jobs right across Wales. 2 governments working in partnership to deliver for the people of Wales.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, can I welcome in the gallery the Honourable Speaker of the Parliament of Sri Lanka and his delegation. We now come to questions to Prime Minister Nick Smith.
Number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the scenes of destruction emerging from Jamaica are truly shocking. Both the Foreign Secretary and I have been in close contact with our Jamaican counterparts in recent days to offer the UK's full support. Mr. Speaker, I can update the House that HMS Trent and specialist rapid deployment teams are pre-positioned in the region, and we stand ready to provide humanitarian support. Mr. Speaker, Awab Ishaq died 5 years ago from a respiratory condition caused by exposure to black mould in his flat in Rochdale. He was just 2 years old. No child should grow up without the safety and security of a decent home. For far too long, millions of people have lived at the mercy of rogue landlords and insecure contracts. Labour is ending that. Despite the best efforts of the Tories and Reform who voted against it, our Renters' Rights Act is now law, including Awab's law. Fighting for working people, that's the difference a Labour government makes. And on that issue, Mr. Speaker, this government has secured the biggest deal to manufacture Typhoon fighter jets in this country for almost 20 years. We secured that deal because the UK is back as a leading and trusted member of NATO. A timely reminder for the Green Party, whose policy is to take us out of NATO, the Putin-friendly Reform Party, who would have no standing with NATO, and for the leader of the opposition, you don't win NATO deals by not turning up to NATO summits. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about supporting Jamaica? Across our country and in Blaenau Gwent and Rumney, off-road bikers are a menace. They tear up our environment and turn our streets into racetracks. After years of Tory cuts, Gwent police are tackling this now. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that police forces and communities like mine are seeing the difference that Labour can make in power?
Well, I share my honourable friend's determination that everyone feels safe and secure in their community. Neighbourhood policing was decimated by the party opposite, and we're restoring it with 3,000 extra officers by spring. We're also giving them the powers, Mr. Speaker, they need, including tough new respect orders that allow the police to seize and destroy vehicles within 48 hours. The Tories walked through the lobbies with Reform in voting against our crime and policing bill.
The opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, in its manifesto, Labour promised not to increase income tax, not to increase national insurance, and not to increase VAT. Does the Prime Minister still stand by his promises?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the Leader of the Opposition is now finally talking about the economy. I can update the House, Mr. Speaker. Retail sales are higher than expected. Inflation is lower than expected. Growth has been upgraded this year. And, Mr. Speaker, the UK stock market is at an all-time high. The budget is on the 26th of November, and we will lay out our plans. But I can tell the House now that we will build a stronger economy, we will cut NHS waiting lists and deliver a better future for our country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes. What a fascinating answer. It is not the same answer that I received when I asked exactly the same question, word for word, on the 9th of July. Then the Prime Minister replied with just one word, yes, and then he sat down with a smug grin on his face. What's changed in the past 4 months?
Mr. Speaker, as she well knows, no Prime Minister or Chancellor will ever set out their plans in advance. But, Mr. Speaker, I can say this, Mr. Speaker, because the figures on the productivity review that's being undertaken, this is a judgment on their record in office. Those figures are now coming through, and they confirm that the Tories did even more damage to the economy than we previously thought. Now, we will turn that around. We've already delivered the fastest growth in the G7 in the first half of this year. 5 interest rate cuts in a row. Trade deals with the US, EU and India. They broke the economy. We're fixing it.
Mr. Speaker, he says no Prime Minister or Chancellor will say these things before the budget. Has he told his Chancellor? Because she's been out there flying kites, causing constant speculation around the budget that is damaging the economy. All week, they've been briefing about tax rises. What we've heard is that he does not have a plan. So we have some ideas for him. Yes. Yesterday, they can... Yes. Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that they need some ideas. Yes. the House, we believe in scrapping taxes on family homes. Yesterday, we voted to abolish stamp duty. They voted against it. Even the Deputy Prime Minister, or the former Deputy Prime Minister, who resigned in disgrace for not paying stamp duty, voted to keep it. So, Mr. Speaker, I will remind them, on this side of the House, we know that abolishing stamp duty is how we get young people on the housing ladder and get the economy growing. So why won't he scrap this terrible tax?
Why didn't they do it then in 14 years in office? Mr. Speaker, as I said, the productivity review figures are now coming in, and they show the true extent of the damage that they did. And she asked us to take advice from them. We all know these figures are coming out. We all know that austerity damaged the economy on their watch. The botched Brexit deal damaged the economy on their watch. Liz Truss's mini-budget damaged the economy on their watch. So we'll take no lectures or advice from them on the economy. They won't be trusted on the economy for generations to come. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why at our budget, I can be clear, there will be no return to austerity. That's what broke the country. No return to the instability of their mad borrowing spree, and we'll end the unfairness and low growth that squeeze living standards for working people. That's the path to national renewal.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives reduced the deficit every year until the pandemic. We more than doubled the personal allowance. We left 4 million more jobs than we found from Labour. We brought inflation down to 2%. It's nearly double.
Mr. Tufnell, you're in my sights. The pantomime season has arrived, so don't start it too early.
Mr. Speaker, on our record, we brought inflation down to 2%. It has doubled under him. We left him the fastest growing economy in the G7. It is no longer. The truth is, they have no ideas. We're giving them some. There is another way to get growth. It's cutting welfare spending and getting people into work. Last month, I offered to work cross-party with him to bring down welfare spending, because he knows, and we know, that he'd rather dip into people's pockets than upset those people behind him. Instead of tax rises, will he work with us to find a way to cut welfare spending and get Britain working again?
Mr. Speaker, she talks about their record. Let's go through it. They crashed the economy. Inflation went up to 11%. Mortgages went through the roof. Welfare spending went up £33 billion on them, and they want to give us advice. And they reduced the UK to a laughing stock. Because of our budget, Mr. Speaker, waiting lists have come down, wages are up, mortgage rates are down, and other countries want to do deals with us. Just on Monday of this week, the Turkish government signed an £8 billion deal for typhoons. Earlier this year, the Norway government a £10 billion for frigates. That is because of the budget that we passed, fixing the mess that they left.
Mr. Speaker, it's not because of the budget that he passed. I started that deal back in January 2024. But and I welcome it. There are some things, Mr. Speaker, it's got nothing to do with their budget. We're lucky it's still happening. So I welcome the £8 billion deal that he's done with Turkey, but I will remind him that just last month, his Chancellor borrowed £20 billion. He'll have to sell a hell of a lot more jets to make up for that. And he won't rule out any tax rises. He can't cut spending. He is increasing unemployment. This man knows nothing about economic growth except how to destroy it. In his weakness, Mr. Speaker, he has caved into the unions with their regulations that will cripple businesses, costing them £5 billion every year. Yes, please do speak up, because I want every single business out there to hear Labour MPs heckling when we talk about the damage that they are doing. So I ask the Prime Minister, how on earth can he consider adding more burdens for these firms to deal with?
Mr. Speaker, she's overlooked the fact that we had the highest growth in the G7 the first 6 months of this year, and that growth's just been upgraded. 3 interest rate cuts. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to take lessons from them. She's now introduced what I understand to be, I think she calls it a golden economic rule, this golden rule that she's now putting forward, very golden. £47 billion, Mr. Speaker, of unspecified spending cuts, with no detail whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, let me put that in context. That would be 85,000 fewer nurses, 234,000 fewer teachers, or cutting every police officer in the country twice over. No wonder the Institute for Government said she's on shaky foundations. That's exactly what caused the problem in the first place.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that he has to stand there and make stuff up just shows what kind of Prime Minister he is. We had an itemised list. We had an itemised list of 47 billion. 23 billion was on welfare spending, which I asked him to work with us to cut. He refuses to do so. All he knows how to do is tax, tax, tax. If you work, they tax you more. If you save, they tax you more. If you buy a home, they tax you more. None of these taxes were in the manifesto, which he had 4 years to prepare. Mr. Speaker, he is raising taxes because he is too weak to control spending. He's blaming us, he's blaming the OBR. Last week they were blaming Brexit. Isn't the truth that with this Prime Minister, it's always someone else's fault?
Yeah. They were kicked out of office because they broke the economy. They won't be trusted for years to come. She can't tell us what her position is on the last budget, and she's got a phantom £47 billion with no foundation as we go forward. That's exactly the mess that they caused. They've not changed one bit. Meanwhile, we're fixing their mess. 5 million extra NHS appointments, 5 interest rate cuts, growth and wages up. That's a change the Labour government makes.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Palestinians try and rebuild their lives amid the rubble of Gaza, last night, once again, dozens of innocent people were killed by Israeli airstrikes. What will the UK do, along with our international partners, to hold the Netanyahu government to account for its actions? And what more can we do to ensure that aid gets in, as the IDF blocks aid in breach of both the peace agreement and international law?
Well, I thank him for raising this, and I'm deeply concerned, Mr. Speaker, by the strikes, and that underlines the fragility of the ceasefire deal. All sides need to uphold President Trump's peace plan. It is the only route to long-term peace for Israelis and Palestinians. We are, of course, in close touch with the US and regional allies, pushing for de-escalation. Mr. Speaker, the scale of destruction in Gaza is unimaginable. The immediate priority remains getting aid in at the speed and the volume needed. Thank you.
We come to the Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with what the Prime Minister said about Jamaica and indeed all those islands and countries affected by Hurricane Melissa? Our thoughts and prayers are with all those affected. And I'm sure the whole House will want to join me in paying tribute to Prunella Scales, Mr. Speaker. I suspect I'm not the only member of the House with a Fawlty Towers DVD box set. She will be greatly missed. Mr. Speaker, across Europe, in countries like Poland, Germany and France, we've seen evidence of dangerous Russian interference in their politics. Last month, the former leader of a major party in Wales pleaded guilty to taking bribes to make pro-Russian statements. The evidence shows Nathan Gill was a close confidant of the current Reform Party leader for years. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that it's time we had an in-depth investigation into Russian meddling and money in British politics?
Joining his comments on Prunella Scales, and on this question of Russian interference, it is a serious problem in countries across Europe, including in our country, where it's a constant threat. Mr. Speaker, for NATO allies, the conflict in Ukraine and dealing with Russian aggression is the #1 issue. And that is why I have to say the Reform Party would be an absolute disaster for our defence. We are a trusted member of NATO. We wouldn't be a trusted member if we were Putin-friendly. We are leading the coalition of the willing, giving security and comfort to 30 other countries that would collapse under reform because they're Putin-friendly, and it'd be a real threat to our defence and our security.
Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the Prime Minister's reply and I agree with him on Ukraine, but I do hope he will look at an investigation into this Russian interference in our politics. Mr. Speaker, last week I questioned how he can accept the damage of Brexit while refusing to do anything meaningful about it. The damage is clear, with the Financial Times reporting that lower productivity growth alone has blown a £20 billion black hole in the public finances, just part of the Brexit black hole that Conservatives and Reform will not apologise for. Last week, he rejected my plan for a new customs union. So can I ask him what action he will take to change the Brexit deal, or is he just planning to complain about it?
Well, he must have overlooked the fact that there was a UK-EU summit earlier this year in which there were 10 strands to the change that we've already agreed in relation to relationship with the EU, including closer trading relationships, including closer work on defence and security, and that is an iterative process that we will continue into next year. But he's absolutely right about the botched deal of the last government, the damage that's done to our economy, and we're just seeing some of the figures coming through in relation to that. That's one of the reasons, or one of the factors behind the way they crashed the economy.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Football is a game based on fairness, yet brilliant clubs that unite communities every week, like Hartlepool, are being held back by a fundamental unfairness. The 3 Up campaign, backed by 72 National League clubs, including Hartlepool United, and championed by Hartlepool legend Jeff Stelling, seeks to grant a 3rd promotion place from the National League to League 2. This simple change will be transformational for these historic clubs, many of which are over a century old. Now, while I accept Arsenal may never directly benefit from such a change, does the Prime Minister agree that this campaign to put football first would help the new football regulator protect club heritage, ensure stability and put fairness and fans back at the heart of our game?
Well, can I start by wishing Hartlepool United the best for this season? He will appreciate the structure of the leagues is a matter for leagues themselves, but I do commend his campaign and everything that he's putting behind it. I also want to pay tribute to the staff, the fans and the players at Sheffield Wednesday at this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, we've delivered the independent football regulator to stand up for fans and make sure clubs have fit and proper owners. The party opposite used to support that, but now they oppose it.
Gavin Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has a deep understanding of policing in Northern Ireland and the importance of it. He knows about the ongoing national security threat. Indeed, he knows about the additional costs of dealing with the legacy of our past. And he knows that the PSNI has been underfunded. He knows that the Northern Ireland Executive have rightly brought forward a stability programme for them. He knows that they are under strength, because New Decade, New Approach in 2020 suggested there should be 7,500 police officers in Northern Ireland. Today there are 6,200. But does he know that the Treasury did not look favourably upon a request to draw upon the reserves for a data breach cost of £120 million? Does he recognise that in Treasury terms that incident was unpredictable, it was unforeseeable, it's unaffordable? It matches the criteria that the Treasury have. To set aside that money in a year would be 10% of the overall PSNI budget. It is not affordable. Can I ask him, in engagement with the Chancellor, to think about this issue again and to ensure that our police service of Northern Ireland and the national security threat that they face is not hampered by in-year financial rules?
Well, can I thank him for raising this important issue, and I know it is of real concern to him. Can I reassure him that I am in regular contact with the Chief Constable, John Boucher, and the PSNI on this very issue, as he would expect. As he's aware, we provided a record settlement for the Executive, £19.3 billion per year on average. We also invested £113 million in additional security funding for the PSNI to help address specific security challenges. Now, whilst it's for the Executive to set the PSNI budget, I want to reassure him that our commitment is to keeping people safe in Northern Ireland.
Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking on behalf of my constituents, Shannon and Tyler, who lost their 2-year-old son, Hudson, earlier this year. Worried about their son and calling 111, they were told he had gastroenteritis. In fact, Hudson had a twisted bowel and a few days later, after being rushed to hospital, tragically died. Mr. Speaker, Shannon and Tyler are full of praise for the NHS medical staff who worked so hard to save their son's life. They just wish they'd been offered an in-person appointment sooner, which might have given a more accurate diagnosis. They want Hudson's legacy to be better access to face-to-face NHS appointments for children under 5, so other families don't face this tragic situation, and their online petition on this matter has gained over 80,000 signatures. Will the Prime Minister join me in sending the best wishes of this House to Hudson's family? And will he ensure they meet a health minister to discuss their courageous campaign?
Well, can I thank him for raising this tragic case? And I'm sure I speak for the whole House in saying we send our sympathies and thoughts to Hudson's parents, Shannon and Tyler. And I'll make sure that they get the meeting that he's asking for. This is exactly why we're working to improve access to face-to-face appointments for those that want one. And to enable that, we've delivered the largest cash uplift for GPs in a decade, put over 2,500 GPs into general practice, and we're upgrading 1,000 surgeries to deliver 8 million more appointments.
James McMurdo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, I got to see the very best and some of the worst of our National Health Service. When my own daughter needed them, they were there. But when an 89-year-old gentleman in the restaurant I was eating in collapsed, it took over an hour and 15 minutes between my first call and the arrival of 2 exhausted paramedics. Basildon Hospital has just been downgraded to inadequate, the latest Care Quality Commission. Can I please invite the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, or the Prime Minister herself if he has time in his schedule, to come and visit Basildon with me so we can both thank them for the exceptional work they do, but also get to grips with the problems they're facing.
Well, can I thank you for raising this case and the 2 examples that he's given. The downgrade at Basildon Hospital is deeply disappointing. The Care Quality Commission has set out immediate actions for the Trust leaders to deliver improvements. Our decisions in government have seen £26 billion boost for our NHS, helping deliver over 5 million extra appointments. I would gently point out that he was elected representing a reform party that would dismantle our NHS and charge people to see their doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reform say they stand up for the working class, but the truth is they never have. No. They voted to block the Employment Rights Bill again and again. So does the Prime Minister agree that it's only this government on the side of working people? It's Labour creating tens of thousands of jobs, like with our deal with Turkey. It's Labour getting rid of 0 hours contracts, and it's Labour protecting workers from unfair dismissal from day one.
I'm proud that we delivered the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, and the Tories and Reform vote against it at every turn, as they always do with any form of workers' rights and protections. And in relation to the deal that we struck on Monday, Mr. Speaker, with Turkey, that is a deal worth £8 billion, 20,000 jobs, 10 years of work in manufacturing with the typhoons. That is only possible because we're a trusted member of NATO, and Reform have been an absolute nightmare on defence because they would not be a trusted member of NATO because they're Putin friendly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Targets for cancer patients beginning treatment within 62 days hasn't been met by any NHS trusts for 10 years, a legacy of the last Conservative government. If this target had been met in every month of 2025, so far nearly 3,000 breast cancer patients would have started their treatment on time. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the National Cancer Plan, which I asked for a year ago, makes it possible for the 62-day target to be met, along with recruiting much-needed cancer specialists and replacing outdated equipment?
Well, I thank him for raising this, and I know this is personal to him. We are investing £600 million to improve diagnostic capacity and rolling out new radiotherapy machines, including in his local trust, I'm pleased to say. We have seen real improvements. 148,000 more people now have cancer diagnosed or ruled out within 28 days, but I acknowledge there is more to do on this. The National Cancer Plan will set out how we will go further and deliver the best care for every patient.
Mr. Speaker, the big four banks have been allowed to abandon our high streets, basically closing them with impunity. Between 1999 and 2025, my constituency alone has lost banks at Guiphurst, Newbigin-by-the-Sea, Bedlington and Blyth. In this, Mr. Speaker, is at the same time these banks made more than £40 billion profit in last year alone. They're absolutely drowning in cash. The manifesto pledge to roll out 350 banking hubs is to be welcomed, but its quirky, almost bizarre qualifying criteria needs detailed revision. Will the Prime Minister commit to a wholesale review of personal face-to-face banking, which would enable local residents and local businesses, alongside many vulnerable people, to access their own money in their own time on their own high street?
Well, can I thank you for raising this? And I know how important face-to-face banking is on our high streets. We have committed, as he says, to rolling out 350 banking hubs across the United Kingdom. Over 180 are already open. I want to reassure him that 350 is not the limit. While decisions over hubs are taken independently, they can be rolled out wherever a community needs one. And I'm happy to make sure the relevant Minister follows up with details for him.
I will.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that the last government introduced the triple lock and we're committed to keeping it. But from...
The problem is one or two you're trying to catch my eye. If we don't get through, you won't get a chance, might we?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a great achievement of the last government and we will be keeping it. But from April, pensioners with private pensions as low as £2 a month will be paying income tax for the first time. Now, last year's budget, the Chancellor was clear that extending the freeze on personal allowances would breach their manifesto commitment. So will the Prime Minister prove the media speculation wrong, keep his promise and guarantee that there will be no extension to the freeze on personal allowances?
The freeze was introduced by them. That's why it's coming in next year.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for West Suffolk, when he was an official, produced a devastating report on the Home Office. Reading it, it shows a department characterised by disarray and defeatism. There have been 12 Home Secretaries over the last 30 years, some better than others, but none have managed to get this department in order to deliver the services that people should expect in this country. Will the Prime Minister give the new Home Secretary the necessary resources and policy interventions to make sure that she can be successful?
Yes, she's bearing down on the challenges the Home Office, most of them inherited from the last government, and we will make the changes necessary, and I have every confidence in the Secretary of State to do so.
Fan of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
After all the hatreds in the world today, wasn't it a lovely moment to see the King and the Pope pray together in the Sistine Chapel? Doesn't it give us hope that these historic divisions can be resolved? And doesn't it give us hope that despite the fact that Ukraine and Gaza may seem intractable problems, if we have the will to preserve the freedom of all people to live in their own country, and if we have the will to have faith in our common humanity, these problems can be resolved and we can win through.
Can I agree with him? I thought the King and the Pope prayed together was an incredible message to the world and very, very powerful. And I agree with him that if we all work together, we can actually bring people together, notwithstanding the very many difficulties and challenges that poses around the world and in our own country. It's why, so far as we can, we should be uniting on national patriotic renewal in this country, rather than the toxic division that we see on some of the benches opposite.
Daniel Zeitner.
Mr. Speaker, Cambridge is one of the most intensive science and innovation sectors clusters in the world, and that success is based on openness to talent. Now, at the moment, in many American universities, there are many well-qualified people pondering their futures. What a fantastic opportunity, but it is a global competition. So can I ask the Prime Minister what our government is doing to make their destination of choice the United Kingdom?
Well, my honourable friend's constituency is just one example of why the United Kingdom is a world leader in educating and attracting the brightest minds. Our immigration white paper includes changes to make sure more of the world's best graduates and entrepreneurs start their careers and their businesses here. Mr. Speaker, we're also boosting our R&D sector with more than £86 billion, making sure we continue to attract the best and the brightest.
Alison Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend, I spoke to Paul, who runs Bar Humbug Sweets in Littlehampton. And yesterday, I heard from Matt, a tech entrepreneur whose British company employs thousands worldwide. Their businesses couldn't be more different, but they both told me the same thing. This government is piling on new taxes, regulation and costs that make it harder to create jobs, invest and grow. So when will the Prime Minister stop choking opportunity and start backing the people who create jobs in the first place?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our small business plan was widely welcomed by small businesses across the country, not least because of their input into it. But she complains about the measures we had to take at the last budget, including national insurance. He says chose to take. They still can't say whether they'd reverse them. They know nothing about the damage they did to our economy.
Janet Davey.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wearing all black today, and that's to demonstrate my sorrow due to a fatal stabbing that took place in my constituency yesterday. Now, we all know that one death is one death far too many, but I've had 2 deaths in my constituency in the last few weeks. My community needs reassurance. Knife crime must end. Can the Prime Minister say what more his government is doing to tackle knife crime?
Well, can I thank her for raising these tragic cases which have a huge impact on families, friends and communities. And I know that she's a passionate and dedicated campaigner on this issue. Every single life that's lost to knife crime devastates communities, and that's why we've banned zombie knives and ninja swords and have strengthened controls on online knife sales. Mr. Speaker, we're also giving stronger powers for police in our crime and policing bill, which both the Conservatives and Reform voted against.
Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the recent privilege to visit Fitzwarren School in my Oxfordshire constituents, Didcot and Wantage, the only special school that we have, and see the excellent care and education that they provide. Given the urgent need for more funding for additional special schools and to enable special schools to spread their expertise to mainstream schools, what does the Prime Minister say to parents and education workers who are desperately worried by his government's decision announced last week to delay SEND reforms?
Well, I'm grateful for him raising this, and I think the broken SEND system is the issue that's been raised with me more frequently than any other issue at Prime Minister's questions. That's why we do need to review it. It's not working for any of those involved, particularly children and parents. It is important that we get it right, and insofar as we can, that we get a consensus about how we go forward, and that's what we're attempting to do.
Mr. Speaker, a 4th patient has entered the glioblastoma drug trial set up in memory of my late sister. Today, we are joined by Ben Trotman, a patient of a similar trial in 2022, funded by the John Moulton Foundation. Since then, Ben has married Emily, and in March they welcomed beautiful baby Mabel. Can I ask the Prime Minister when the National Institute for Health Research will spend the £40 million given in 2017 for trials on brain tumours? Or will glioblastoma patients always rely on the grief-stricken or philanthropist for life and hope?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I begin by paying tribute to her sister Margaret, who was a guiding figure in the Labour Party, and the powerful legacy that she left in helping us to tackle brain cancer. We are determined to improve cancer survival rates and hit all NHS waiting times in relation to cancer, so no patient waits longer than they should. And that's why we're investing £1.5 billion in new surgical hubs and diagnostic scanners to help deliver over 30,000 more procedures and over 1.2 million diagnostic tests.
Final question, Caroline John.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met around 20 independent local traders in Totnes who are furious that the last bank in town will close in January and that Link have refused to consider a banking hub. My businesses and constituents, 1,100 of whom have signed a petition, deserve better. Now, the Prime Minister has just told the member for Blyth and Ashington that a banking hub can be rolled out wherever a community needs one. So will he now back my campaign, ask his ministers to write to Link and instruct them to grant a banking hub to Totnes and to review the eligibility of rural towns for such hubs so that we can keep our vital high streets alive?
Can I thank her for raising this, and she'll have heard the answer I gave just a few moments ago. What I will ensure is that she gets a meeting with the relevant minister so she can put the case in relation to the banking hub in question.
That completes questions. We'll let the front bench change over. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Dame Priti Patel.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for FCDO if she'll make a statement on the actions taken to secure the elimination of Hamas from Gaza and the preservation of the ceasefire.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the House will be aware of events over the last 24 hours in Rafah, including reports that Israeli strikes took place last night. Estimates of the death toll vary, but suggest that up to 100 people in Gaza have been killed. We understand these strikes followed an attack yesterday afternoon, where responsibility remains unclear. As the Prime Minister said earlier, we echo the Americans in calling for urgent de-escalation and on all parties to keep the commitments they have made in the ceasefire agreement. We are clear that Hamas must release the bodies of all remaining Israeli hostages. The immediate priority is to ensure unrestricted flow of aid into Gaza. The Israeli government must urgently lift restrictions on aid entering, and international NGOs must be permitted to operate in Gaza to provide the scale of support that is needed. Civilians cannot wait. This government is working closely with our partners to do everything we can to support the transition from the ceasefire to phase 2 of the peace plan. This includes the disarmament of Hamas, the deployment of a ceasefire monitoring mission, an international security force, and the implementation of transitional governance arrangements in Gaza. We are clear there can be no role for Hamas in the future governance of the Strip. In recent days, the Foreign Secretary has spoken to the UN Under-Secretary-General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordination, Tom Fletcher, the Egyptian Foreign Minister, and the Israeli Foreign Minister about the importance of opening more crossings and removing restrictions on aid. And as I told the House yesterday, Mr. Speaker, both she and I will be heading to the region shortly. On the 13th to 15th of October, I co-hosted with the Egyptian government and the Palestinian Authority the first conference to look at how we can leverage sustainable support to Gaza's reconstruction. Britain will continue to play our full part in support of the ceasefire and the wider peace initiative. There is not a moment to lose to get relief at scale to those in need and to make progress on the pathway to a lasting peace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Gaza is fragile, and we all want the ceasefire to hold and endure, and for it to transition into a sustainable end to the conflict. But that requires the terms of the ceasefire being adhered to. The scenes of mass Hamas gunmen carrying out summary executions is sickening. Their continued hoarding and disruption of aid to starved Gazans is shocking. Their refusal to disarm is disturbing. And their failure to return bodies of the deceased hostages is distressing. They and their families deserve dignity of a proper burial. Their loved ones have already been through terrible, terrible pain and suffering. No more coffins should be released with the wrong remains, and this is a disgusting game that has to end immediately. So can the Minister explain what pressure is being exerted on Hamas by the UK government so they comply with the full terms of the agreement and release all deceased hostages? Yesterday it was reported that Hamas gunmen killed an IDF soldier, violating the ceasefire, leading to the targeted IDF action in response. What is the Minister's assessment of the threat Hamas poses? And what practical steps is the UK taking to support the disarming and elimination of Hamas and the terrorist infrastructure in Gaza? Yesterday, the Secretary of State said and told the House the UK has been proposing different ways to help in the process of decommissioning and disarming Hamas, using expertise we've built up over many years. So can the Minister now say what is Britain's specific role, as this is a unique situation that we see regarding Hamas, with terrorist infrastructure and threats funded by Iran across the region? What action is the government taking to rebuild its relationship with Israel, given the important partnership that we have with Israel? And on aid, what steps are being taken to increase getting aid into Gaza? And given the remarks by the US Secretary of State about UNRWA and its role in Gaza, what discussions have taken place with the United States administration about UNRWA's future and the implication for the UK following the government's decision to give it millions of pounds despite knowing some of these risks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say at the outset that we track events in Gaza incredibly carefully. I do not intend to give the House a running commentary on each and every individual incident that takes place. The situation remains very volatile and very messy. I hope not to disappoint honourable members if I avoid giving very specific answers on very specific incidents. There are structures now being put in place, including the CMCC, the Civilian Military Coordination Centre, which is playing a role in seeking to verify the facts on the ground where we can. That work obviously takes some time. The UK is making a contribution to it, but I won't wish to get ahead of that process from the dispatch box. What I will say is we have been absolutely clear on the threat that Hamas pose to Palestinians, to Israelis, and to the wider world. That's why they're sanctioned as a terrorist organisation here. We are taking a range of measures with our partners to work through the very complicated but necessary steps, whether it's about transitional governance in Gaza, the security arrangements that need to follow, the international security force, and a whole range of other questions. I can assure the Shadow Foreign Secretary that we are deep in those discussions. We have been having them over the last few days, and we will have them in the region too. This is an incredibly complex piece of work, and we remain very focused on it. Mr. Speaker, just very quickly on aid, I would like to inform the House that there has been what appears to be quite a significant rate of aid going in particular through Kerem Shalom, which is very welcome, but the House will know of the centrality of the other crossings, particularly Rafah and the Allenby Bridge. They are not yet fully open. Aid cannot therefore flow in the volumes that we would wish to see them, and we continue to work with all our partners to try and see them reopened.
Mr. Speaker, welcome the statement from my honourable friend. But let's say to him, though, it's fairly clear that the Israeli government only agreed to the peace deal because they felt they had to, not because they necessarily wanted to. And after all this time, we still haven't got aid flowing through into Gaza in the way we'd all want to see. So what further action can the government take to put pressure on the Israeli government to make sure that all the aid that's needed actually gets in and gets in quickly?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a vital question from my honourable friend who follows these things closely. As I said in my last answer, to get to the volumes that we need, we are going to need both Rafah and the Allenby Bridge to be reopened. It is welcome that there does appear to be an increase of aid through Kerem Shalom, both UN aid and private trucks, and it is vital that the Palestinian private sector, particularly in Gaza, is able to get goods in, restart the market and enable people to go about their normal lives. We will, as you would expect, continue to work with all of our partners until we see the reopening of those crossings.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ceasefire was a rare moment of hope despite the challenges ahead, and so we share the dismay that extremists on both sides continue to look for opportunities to restart the war. We feel the distress of hostage families being tortured by Hamas cruelty and the grief of those whose family members, women and children, die under IDF bombs. The fake recovery of bodies by Hamas, as evidenced by the Red Cross, is a cruel and despicable act. Yet we can also see that extremists in the Netanyahu cabinet who have no interest in peace nor in the rights of Palestinian civilians are straining at the leash to retaliate. It is this cycle of violence and suffering that we must break. So I ask the Minister, what steps has the government taken to work with regional partners to force Hamas to find and return the remaining hostage bodies and to disarm? And given the importance of maintaining President Trump's interest and attention, what conversations has the Minister held with US counterparts to ensure that the White House does not lose focus on the prize of peace through a two-state solution?
I can reassure the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the British government remains in very regular contact at the highest levels with the American government on these questions, and the American government, as I think is clear in recent days, remains very focused on these issues, which is to be welcomed and to be supported, as the honourable member says. He raises important points about the recovery of bodies as well. I can confirm that I have been in talks with many of my opposite numbers across the region, most recently my Qatari opposite yesterday, as has the Foreign Secretary, and we continue to make these points with force.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And could I thank the Minister for his answering of the question? Could I say what a great job he does over time at updating our chamber? He's been terrific through this difficult period. Can I, though, ask him more about the type of aid that he thinks our country needs to send into Gaza to support the people there?
Madam, I thank my honourable friend for his kind words. There are two areas where aid is going to be particularly vital. Of course, the immediate needs that the Gazan people have and the humanitarian programme to meet those needs. Most recently, in Sharm el-Sheikh, the Prime Minister announced a £20 million contribution focused on water, sanitation and health. But there is also a need for the sustainable reconstruction of Gaza. The message we hear so often from Palestinians is that they wish their own companies and their own private sector to be engaged in that endeavour. They don't simply wish to see the World Bank or the United Nations leading the charge. They too want to take agency of those questions, and that was one of the reasons we involved them so closely in the conference I held in October.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Once again, it is the children of Gaza who seem to be bearing the brunt of the violence, with reportedly 35 of them liquidated overnight in casual dropping of bombs in retaliation. Equally as shocking is to realise that there will be absolutely no accountability for these deaths whatsoever. Unlikely to be any investigation into the targeting or the intelligence that was used. No sense of any impunity or punishment for what is very obviously a significant crime. Allied to that, it's proven to be quite a handy distraction to the very significant violence and brutality that's taking place in the West Bank on a daily basis. So can I ask the Minister, please, given that we've now recognised Palestine as a sovereign nation, will there be any further measures to deter Israeli aggression on Palestinian soil?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've spoken on a number of occasions in this House about events in the West Bank, and we have announced 3 waves of sanctions, including at the most senior levels against the Israeli government. I want to reassure the House that we remain very much focused on settler violence. We are moving into the olive harvesting period which, as the honourable member will know, is a period in which violence is often particularly high, and regrettably we are seeing similar trends this year, and I'll have more to say about that later in the day. In relation to his first point about individual incidents, I refer to my previous comments. It is really important at such a delicate moment for the ceasefire that we are as precise as possible, and that's why the CMCC is engaged in the way that it is.
Hannah Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The International Court of Justice has called on Israel to allow aid into Gaza, announced its occupation of the Palestinian territories as unlawful and demanded the removal of troops. Does the Minister understand that so as long as there are boots on the ground and that UK arms are still sold to Israel, that there will not be the peace that is needed for the Palestinians unless they're allowed to determine their fate and to be free from the violence that they're continuing to face?
Minister.
I think the honourable member refers to the ICJ advisory opinion in relation to the occupied Palestinian territory. There has also, as the House will be aware, been another advisory opinion from the ICJ more recently in relation to aid accessing Gaza. So, assuming it's in relation to the first of those, we have taken very significant decisions since that advisory opinion, not least the recognition of a Palestinian state. And I just want to clarify for the House once again that no British weaponry is used in either Gaza or the West Bank, apart from subject to those measures in relation to F-35s that we've previously discussed.
Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister quite rightly said that Hamas must disarm and there can be no place for Hamas in the future of Gaza. And yet, the White House appears to be licensing Hamas to conduct internal security operations. What conversation is he having with his US counterparts to reconcile the UK position, which he clearly outlined, and that of the US?
Minister.
As the honourable member knows, disarmament is usually a process. It takes time, it requires great complexity and very serious technical work. We want to ensure that Gaza is free of Hamas, that they are disarmed. That will take time, and that is the work that both us and the Americans are engaged in.
Noah Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Both in Gaza, where grassroots peace builders will face the immense task of reconciliation, and here at home, where debate has become dangerously polarised, the peace plan and a two-state solution remain the only credible path forward. And we must all be absolutely clear in condemning Hamas, who have no place in the future governance of a free Palestine, and the atrocities continuing to be committed by Prime Minister Netanyahu's far-right government. So, two wrongs, put simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, do not make a right. And I would urge the Minister to make a statement calling for unity at this fractious time.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. There obviously have been innumerable wrongs in the region in recent months, and what is important is that we now continue the work, move forward with the ceasefire into phase 2 and see the wider peace plan fully implemented.
Leila Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Throughout this horrific 2 years, I have kept trying to make the case for the innocents, for the people who did not choose any of this, who are not responsible. It is completely unacceptable that Hamas has not released all of the bodies. And it is equally unacceptable that the Israeli authorities released 100 Palestinian bodies with just numbers. What is this government doing to help the Palestinian authorities identify all the bodies in both Israel and Palestine who have been returned, so that those families can grieve and the dead can get the dignity that they deserve?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member speaks with personal experience, real force, and obviously a very long track record on these issues. My heart goes out to families on both sides. Mortuary processes are difficult in the best of times, and one can only imagine the agonies that they are facing. We're not aware of specific requests to us for support on mortuary services, but if there are some, I'm very happy to consider them.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let us be clear. Peace cannot exist under impunity. Weeks into the ceasefire, Israel has once again bombed Gaza, killing over 100 Palestinians, including over 35 children, as it continues its genocide. More than a year and a half after the International Court of Justice's substantial ruling, which frankly and shamefully, our government has still to reply to, which made it absolutely clear any government allowing trade with Israel's settlement economy is complicit in sustaining its continued illegal occupation of the Palestinian territories. British companies continue to trade in goods and financial services with those settlements, undermining our obligation under international law. So can the Minister tell us, when will the government suspend the UK-Israel trade deal and end all trade linked to the settlements, or will he continue to sit back and allow this complicity?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, since the ICJ advisory opinion that's been referred to, I wouldn't want the House to have the impression that the British government has done nothing. We have, at the centre of that advisory opinion, is the question of the status of the occupied Palestinian territory. We have been clear subsequently in recognising a state, what the status of that territory is. He raises important questions about the trade with goods, trade of goods with settlements. We do not accept trade with settlements on the same basis that we do trade with Israel. It is where British companies are doing so, they are in breach of the trading arrangements. HMRC will take an interest. They need to ensure that they know who they are trading with and in which territory. It is obviously difficult, as a whole range of nations and states have found, to ensure that if in settlements people wish to falsely label where the thing is produced, it is very difficult for others to then be able to determine. And I know he follows these issues very closely. He will no doubt be interested in the efforts of the Irish government in order to try and pass exactly the kind of legislation that he is describing and the very many difficulties that they have encountered in so doing. We are not in breach of our international obligations. If the honourable member would like to point me to some legislation which does what he says, which is in operation, I'd be grateful to see it, but I think this is one of those questions where we need to continue to work with our partners to ensure that the status of the occupied Palestinian territory, part of the Palestinian state, is understood by all.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On top of the absolute imperative of Hamas releasing the remaining hostage bodies, on top of ensuring Hamas not only completely disarms but is removed from all governance in Gaza, will the Minister agree with me that there also needs to be a widespread de-radicalisation programme to undo the damage that has been done by innocent children in Gaza being taught in their textbooks, some of which were funded through UNRWA as an uncomfortable truth, to hate Israel and to hate Jews? That de-radicalisation must happen also.
Minister.
There has been much work done in recent months, including under this government, in relation to the curriculum in Gaza. I'm aware of the concerns that have been raised about it. The funding to UNRWA that we have provided, which the Shadow Foreign Secretary referred to, included specific provision for ensuring that all of the reforms identified in the Colonna report, including in relation to curriculums, were followed through, and we continue to engage with UNRWA on those questions.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My colleagues have already asked about the current horror in Gaza, so I'm going to pivot to the longer term. Before this crisis, we saw decades of legal settlements on Palestinian territory. So I welcomed the government's sanctions on extremist settlers and Israeli ministers. But I don't want us to lose sight of this issue, Madam Deputy Speaker. So can I ask the Minister to consider what further steps he can take, including trade restrictions, to combat illegal settlements?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. There has been a significant increase in settlements and violence associated with those settlements. This is a continued problem, and we will continue to work at it alongside our partners to try and see this terrible trend reversed.
Stephen Flynn.
I get the impression that the Minister shares my despair at what feels like the constant impediments to real progress that are being put in place, both by the impunity of Hamas but also by the impunity of Benjamin Netanyahu's genocidal regime. But I am curious. The United States of America have indicated that the response from Israel last night was proportionate and they backed the action. Is that a view shared by His Majesty's government?
Minister.
For the reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I said earlier, I'm reluctant to be drawn in a day-by-day commentary on the actions of both sides. What is key is that we keep the ceasefire going. That is what the Americans have been clear is still in place. This is going to be difficult. The events of the last 24 hours have been difficult. I am sure that we will have further difficult days ahead. This is not a straightforward path. I won't be drawn on an individual instance today if he doesn't.
Stella Creasy, after which I will call Steve Darling. Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But further to my honourable friend's answer, it's now 19 days since October the 10th, and it's very clear there are still hostage families who cannot grieve for a loved one. There are still people starving in Gaza because there is not enough aid, and now we are seeing the West Bank deteriorate. Now, what we saw in the last 24 hours, the Vice President argued that skirmishes are somehow inevitable. With the greatest will in the world, the death of 35 children and possibly more is not a skirmish. If the international community can do anything, it is to be involved in the detail of ensuring that the ceasefire holds. So if he won't tell us what the government's response to it will he at least tell us what possible justification the Israelis have given for the latest incident?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't wish to spend too much time at the dispatch box repeating the statements of others. I'm sure the honourable member who follows this closely will have seen what the Israeli government provided as justification. I'm sure she will have seen the statements from Hamas denying that they were involved in the shooting in Rafah and the considerable uncertainty, I think, that has surrounded some of those events. The key question here for the British government is whether or not we think the ceasefire can hold, whether or not we think we can make the progress, all of the progress that she is describing on reopening the aid crossings, disarming Hamas, the transitional governance arrangements. I am not for 1 second taking away from the gravity of these incidents. Lives have been lost, children have been killed. But the role that stands before the British government at the moment is to ensure that we do not have a breakdown of this ceasefire. That does not mean we do not get into the detail. We have a Major General in the CMCC who is part of the efforts trying to ensure that when threats to the ceasefire, when violence occurs, we understand who and why, but I won't give running commentary from the dispatch box until we are in a position to do so.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has already acknowledged that it is the olive harvest season in the West Bank, a harvest that supports approximately 100,000 farming Palestinians. And yet we're seeing more than 150 attacks by settlers against these farmers. How is the government holding the Israeli government to account to stop these settlers acting with impunity?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've already said, clearly, as the honourable member rightly identifies, this is a period of particular danger. The increase in violence associated with settlements is something that we have condemned repeatedly, made sanctions against, and we will continue to make these points strongly, including this harvest season, as we did the last.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. All members of this House have been appalled by the scenes that emerged from Gaza in the wake of the ceasefire, showing Hamas executing people in the streets as they seek to reassert control over the area. So does the Minister agree with me that those scenes simply reinforce that Hamas are nothing but terrorists and murderers, and that they must have nothing to do with the future governance of Palestine?
I do agree with my honourable friend. The scenes we have seen, which the Shadow Foreign Secretary referred to in her question, are chilling. Hamas are terrorists. They can have no role. The work to remove them and disarm them will not be easy, but it is vital and it is the necessary next step.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday it emerged that actually Hamas do know where the bodies of the remaining hostages are, as video evidence emerged of them playing games with one body, removing it from a building, burying it, then bringing along the International Red Cross and pretending that it had found it and dug it up. Does the Minister and the government condemn this, and what more can the government do with our international allies and the Gulf nations to put pressure and leverage on Hamas to return all of the remaining bodies immediately?
Minister.
The honourable member is right. Hamas must return all of the bodies immediately. We have made that point to our regional partners with force, and we will continue to do so.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The war crimes carried out by Israel last night, including the killing of 35 children, are a continuation of the horrors that we've seen over the last 2 years, visited upon the people of Palestine by a state led by a Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is currently wanted for war crimes. The government quite rightly brought wide-ranging sanctions on Russia for its unlawful invasion of Ukraine and its war crimes. But isn't the truth that unless there are real consequences to Netanyahu and Israel for these war crimes, they will carry on, because a lack of action, a lack of sanctions is giving them the green light and treating them with kid gloves? So isn't now the time for extensive, widespread sanctions on Israel? And why are they treated differently to Russia? And why is Netanyahu treated differently to Putin?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've discussed sanctions in this House many times, including the 3 waves under the time of my government, including against 2 ministers. Clearly, the priority now has to be to make the ceasefire work, to move into phase 2, to get through all of these incredibly important and incredibly complex questions, and that is the focus of this government.
Wendy Chamberlain.
You should be able to, because over the past decade there's been a stark absence of diplomatic efforts to address the core issues of the conflict and the continued advocacy for a two-state solution, and civil society organisations have played a vital role during this time entering that chasm. Will the Minister outline how is providing help to these organisations, and will it, for example, be through the recently announced International Fund for Israeli-Palestinian Peace?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for the questions. We remain focused on supporting a whole range of civil society. She will be aware of some of the proposals in the Knesset which we have opposed and which I referred to in my opening remarks. We will continue to conduct that work, and we'll have more to say about the fund she refers to in the coming days and weeks.
Dame Cheaton-Wara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ceasefire has been one of the few positive achievements in what has been an unending tale of misery, violence and horrific suffering. And all those involved in achieving that ceasefire deserve the gratitude and the recognition that has been received. But now, as Israel continues to kill Gazan children and Hamas refuses to disarm, could the Minister reassure us that everyone involved in achieving the ceasefire in the US, the UK and in the Middle East is equally concentrated and focused on keeping the peace and making the ceasefire work as the beginning of a peace process, and further that given our recognition of the Palestine, that the Palestinian voice will be heard from?
I'd like to reassure the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I am absolutely certain that everyone in the UK working on this is focused on making sure the ceasefire sticks in the way that my honourable friend asks, and indeed I can tell from our many contacts with the American system too that they remain similarly focused. They want this ceasefire to stick, and they are working to try and ensure that it does.
Colin Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister give assurances to this House that this government is utterly committed, along with our international allies, to eradicate Hamas's terrorist infrastructure and will not cease until they have been fully dismantled and obliterated and their remains of those hostages murdered in captivity have been returned?
Yeah.
I thank the honourable member for the question, and as I said to my colleague from Lincolnshire, we are committed to ensuring that those bodies return. We are committed to ensuring that Hamas are disarmed. The infrastructure of Hamas is not just, as has been the case in other conflicts, heavy weapons, small weapons. It is also clearly a network of tunnels under Gaza which have posed a very significant threat to Israel. That is a very difficult and complex engineering and military task, but it is one that needs to be included as part of this process.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome the Minister's commitment to work to support evening scholars to leave Gaza, and the decision particularly to extend the support to students with full scholarships. Can the Minister update the House on the latest steps the Government has taken to support Gazan students who wish to study in the UK, particularly those like the ones I'm aware of and that I've been arguing about, who have dependents who they understandably do not wish to leave in Gaza?
Madam Deputy Speaker, if you'll permit me, I might just say a little bit about the wider evacuation operations. They have continued, including on Monday and Tuesday of this week, when both students, as my honourable friend has been so doughty in pursuing, but also those children who are highly medically vulnerable and who can benefit from UK support. That work, indeed alongside my colleague from the Health Ministry, continues. We have been able to help many people get to the UK to transform their lives, to get the vital medical assistance and educational opportunities which I hope will provide for all of those people to make a real contribution to the future of Palestine. These have been incredibly complex operations, not least given the closures of getting people in and out of Gaza under the most recent period. We have had, I'm afraid, very strict limits on how many dependents anyone can bring out. We have made updates to our policy in relation to those students who are fully funded, in which we can support a very small number of dependents to leave. I know many in the House with an interest have engaged with me directly on these questions. I would, I'm afraid, reiterate that these operations remain incredibly complex. I'm happy to talk to all members with an interest. There is neither infinite capacity in the UK to support, nor is there, even with our partners, unlimited capacity to get people out. So we have made an announcement, and I pay tribute to the work of my honourable friend and many others across this House on those questions, but I'd wish to keep people's expectations suitably focused on the very many constraints that remain on these operations.
Monica Harding.
Madam Deputy Speaker, renewed violence in Gaza continues against a backdrop of unimaginable human suffering. Millions remain in desperate need of food, water and medical supplies, yet aid convoys continue to face unacceptable obstacles. The UN reported yesterday that many of the 177 aid trucks that entered Karim Shalom were limited by congestion on coastal roads, in part because of the damage to that aid route. This means that they were forced to limit their supply of aid far below of what was agreed. And yet, aid routes are not fully open. Gazans cannot wait any longer. Aid restrictions should never have been there in the first place. So what specific pressure is the government exerting on Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli authorities to get the routes open fully and the aid in?
The honourable member asked important questions there. As I said earlier, it is welcome that there has been an increase in Kerem Shalom. That there is congestion too. It is the UN, the private sector and a number of donors who aren't using the UN who are all trying to get in aid through Kerem Shalom. So the congestion she describes is perhaps to be expected. What is vital is that the other routes reopen too. That's both the Allenby Bridge with Jordan and, of course, Rafah, which has been the subject of so much discussion already. We are working with our partners on these questions. We want to see progress soon. I would like to see it in days. This has proved to be more complex than I had hoped, and talks are ongoing.
Sarah Spey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to place on record my thanks for the tireless work of the Minister on the issues in the Middle East. But the devastation continues for Palestinian people living in Gaza, whether it's the murderous intent of Hamas or the 104 people who were killed under further strikes from Israel, including 46 children, as it's been reported overnight. Alongside this, Gaza's healthcare system has been decimated. So, and it's always women and girls, of course, who ended up as the worst victims in these circumstances. So could the Minister agree with me and update me about how further aid can be directed to support particularly women and girls and supporting the rebuild of the healthcare systems out there?
Minister.
These are vital questions from my honourable friend, who I know has remained very focused on these issues. Myself and the Health Minister, who's kindly joined me at the front bench, remain very focused on these issues. As access to Gaza becomes easier, as we all hope that it does, clearly amongst the most urgent questions are ensuring medical supplies, medical personnel and indeed medical infrastructure is in place to meet the very significant needs of the Gazan people, and we'll continue to work closely on that.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For every day since the ceasefire took place, at least 20 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed by the IDF. There's been numerous other breaches of the ceasefire and continued military activity in the West Bank. Could the Minister assure the House that Britain no longer flies RAF planes over Gaza, no longer cooperates with Israel on its security arrangements, and no longer supplies any weapons to Israel because of their frequent breaches of the ceasefire and their continued abuse of the people of Gaza and of the West Bank.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've set out our arrangements in relation to arms and the very significant suspensions that we made from this dispatch box a number of times. They remain in place. The honourable member, the right honourable member, forgive me, asks about flights of the RAF. I think he refers to the RAF flights that were attempting to find hostages in Gaza. They have stopped. The hostages have been released. There's no further function for those flights, so they have ended.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One crucial factor in achieving the current ceasefire was the unprecedented declaration at the end of July by all 22 members of the Arab League calling on Hamas to release the hostages, lay down its arms and give up power in Gaza. That was hugely important in showing Hamas that they had run out of road. So can I ask the Minister what role the UK and our partners had in implementing that declaration? And does he agree that our strong diplomatic relations led by our excellent diplomats do have a positive impact?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I associate myself very much with the comments of my honourable friend who knows the neck of the woods well. Our diplomats are excellent. I was very pleased in July to be in New York when the declaration he describes was made. It was obviously part of a declaration which included our own commitments in relation to a Palestinian state, commitments which led to our recognition in September.
Chris Coughlin.
Deputy Speaker, we all hope desperately for a just peace in Gaza. I served alongside the Minister as diplomat on the Middle East and as a soldier. Given that, I particularly welcome the proposed international security force, but it is essential in my view that such a force includes troops from Arab countries, possibly Western countries too, to reassure the Israelis, and crucially is there for long-term and ready to take casualties. So can the Minister update the House on what progress, composition and the mandate of the potential force would be?
Minister.
My gallant friend, I think, I'm sure Madam Deputy Speaker will correct me if I've got that wrong, is right to focus on some of these very practical questions. He, like I, served in countries where peacekeeping forces were unable to keep the peace and were unwilling to take casualties and unable, therefore, to fulfil their mandate. These are all some of the most central and most delicate questions around the ISF. I hope he'll forgive me if I won't give him a detailed commentary at this time, but I expect to return to this House to provide more detail when I'm able.
Baran Moon.
Deputy Speaker, there have been recent reports, press reports, that the Israeli government has been arming factions within Gaza in order to destabilise Hamas. Can the Minister comment on any of these reports, and what is the British government's position on this?
Minister.
As I said earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't provide extensive commentary on reports, but clearly safety and security for Gazans is going to involve Palestinian authorities able to ensure law and order. Those who have been living in Gaza have suffered terribly. There has been widespread looting, widespread violence. Who those factions and criminals are and who is supporting them will, I'm sure, be a question over which many will pore. The key thing now is that security needs to return to Gaza, that security cannot be provided by the masked Hamas gunmen that the Shadow Foreign Secretary rightly referred to at the outset, and so that work continues.
Ben Lake.
The Minister has rightly emphasised the importance of securing swift and urgent supply of aid to all those in need in Gaza, but has also mentioned that some of the crossings remain disrupted or indeed fully closed. Can I ask him what reasons have been given for the continued delay in reopening all of the crossings?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been, I think, some public reporting of the Israeli concerns about the Allenby Bridge, particularly after violence there. Rafah has been a subject which we've discussed many times in this House. It remains an absolutely critical artery. It is true to say in both the Allenby crossing and Rafah, there will need to be agreement between both countries. I hope that agreement can be secured quickly. I hope that Israel remove the restrictions that are in place and that we do see the free flow of aid through those crossings very shortly.
Dr Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and for his focus on maintaining the ceasefire. I stand in solidarity with the many ordinary Palestinians living under Hamas and also with the families in Israel waiting for their loved ones to be returned. But I cannot conclude that what Netanyahu did in the last 24 hours is proportionate in any way. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do continue to hope and pray for peace, and with peace will come the opportunity to rebuild Gaza. But I can't see how that can be done when Israel holds so many people without charge, so many people, particularly healthcare workers. And my constituent Iman is really concerned about Dr Hussam Abu Safia and him being held. So does he agree it's really important that people should not be held without charge, particularly the healthcare workers? And is he having negotiations with Israel on their release?
Minister.
Due process is incredibly important. I've raised this case, this specific case, with the Israeli authorities, and it is important that where people are detained, particularly where doctors are detained who are providing vital life-saving work, that adequate explanations are provided. We will continue to take this matter up with the Israelis.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Overnight, more than 100 Palestinian civilians were killed by Israeli airstrikes. Once again, innocent civilians are suffering a collective punishment, this time imposed for breaches of the ceasefire by Hamas. Unless this government believes that all Palestinian civilians are Hamas and therefore are legitimate targets, he must unequivocally condemn these attacks on innocent civilians. So will he unequivocally condemn these attacks, and will he call them what they are, an egregious breach of international humanitarian law?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I've covered these questions already in the session, but let me be absolutely clear. All Palestinians are very clearly not part of Hamas. That so many Palestinians want to see an alternative. They want to see this process succeed. They want to see the ceasefire hold. That is where our focus is.
Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Israeli Defence Forces said this morning that they had, quote, renewed enforcement of the ceasefire. The strikes are reported to have killed 20 women and 46 children following the death of one IDF soldier. President Trump's peace plan makes provision for Arab states to commit stabilisation forces. And I appreciate the Minister's point that he cannot provide a running commentary on such a stabilisation force, but does he share my view that after a ceasefire, the protagonists are the least well placed to enforce peace?
Madam Deputy, I'm not sure I totally followed. The composition of the ISF is not yet determined. As I said to his colleague, we will no doubt discuss this further in the House once we're in a position to provide a fuller update. There have been a number of states that have indicated some willingness to provide troops to the ISF. I want to just clarify for the House that we have provided military personnel into the region, but that is into the CMCC, the Civil Military Coordination Centre, which has a different tasking than the ISF. These are all complex questions, very much in negotiation at the moment, and when some of those matters are more clear and more finalised, then I'm happy to return to the House.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is horrifying that Netanyahu has bombed Gaza in this clear violation of the ceasefire. The suffering in Gaza is unimaginable, and to move forward, we must demand justice and reparations for all victims of atrocity crimes and hold to account the perpetrators. So what is the government doing to uphold UK obligations under international law to bring to justice those responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity or genocide? And also, what is the government doing to push for journalists to be allowed in, given the Israeli government's outrageous restrictions preventing them from documenting the horrors?
Minister.
International justice and accountability is of vital importance, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is why this government removed the block on the ICC. It's why we continue to support that very important body, why we continue to support the ICJ. They are the competent courts. They are the process by which justice will be secured, and we continue to support them in those endeavours.
Jim Allister.
Are we expected to believe that in the months and years ahead, the government will stand by its promise that Hamas must be fully disarmed and play no part in the government in Palestine. I ask because a previous Labour government under Tony Blair, with the present National Security Advisor by his side, promised the people of Northern Ireland that the IRA and other terrorists would be totally disarmed through decommissioning. It didn't happen. Supposedly decommissioned weapons continued to be able to be used to kill, and we ended up with the surrogates of the IRA in government. Will it be any different in Gaza?
Minister.
One thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have learnt so far as a politician is not to make comparisons between the Middle East and practically anywhere else, and certainly not the Northern Ireland. So I'll allow the Northern Ireland Secretary of State to answer his particular questions about the current arrangements. Clearly, peace is possible. We've demonstrated it here, we've demonstrated it in many other places. That has to be the work of the government, and that's what we're focused on.
Shakat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like previous announcements on ceasefire, it appears this one is going in the same vein. Primarily, one side, the Palestinians seize, whilst the other, Israelis, continue to fire. 20 Palestinians have been killed every single day since this so-called last ceasefire. Last night being the most violent, with over 104 Palestinians killed, including a targeting of a cancer patient camp. We all appreciate the Minister coming in week out to answer these questions. I certainly do. But given the UK has not stopped arming Israel since the genocide began, can he confirm how many export licenses to Israel have been granted in Labour's time in office?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the honourable member will forgive me that I don't have the numbers precisely to hand. I did do an extensive hearing in front of the Select Committee where we went through the numbers in some detail. But let me just focus on the key point. We have suspended all arms that could be used in this way. We are not selling bombs or bullets that could be used in Gaza, could be used in the West Bank. So the munitions that he and so many others in this country saw on their television screens exploding last night were not British.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers, for his tone and indeed for his well-chosen words. We do appreciate that. The moment reports of shots fired at Israeli soldiers in Rafah were reported, IDF soldier murdered, my heart sank, as indeed many others probably did as well, because I knew that 10 years peace had been broken by Hamas. So does the Minister accept that the retaliation is inevitable? And what role can government play along with our allies to rebuild the fragile peace process, disarm Hamas, remove their weapons, destroy them, and then real peace, lasting peace, can actually happen?
Minister.
Madam Deputy, I thank the honourable member for his important question and, as ever, courteous tone. The work is important. The threats to the ceasefire are many and varied. We will continue to work with our partners in exactly the way he describes.
And that concludes the urgent question. I'll just give the front benches a few moments to change over. Urgent question, Angus MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to put forward this urgent question. To ask the Secretary of State for the Home Office if he will make a statement on the planned use of MAD barracks to house asylum seekers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The use of hotels to house asylum seekers is a disgrace. As members on all sides will know, it's a practice that became widespread long before this government entered office, and it is one of the clearest indicators of the shambles that we inherited last summer. People across the country are frustrated, if not furious, and we wholeheartedly agree. And that is why, since the general election, we've been working to address the chronic issues that have been allowed to build up in the asylum system over several years. At peak under the previous government, there were 400 hotels in use. Now this number is around 200, and this reduction has been achieved despite what the Home Affairs Select Committee has called a dramatic increase in demand. Under this government, decisions on asylum applications are up, as are asylum-related returns. Meanwhile, system costs are down. However, as my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has made clear, we must go further and faster. That means moving at pace to fulfil the government's commitment to close every asylum hotel. Work to facilitate this exit is ongoing, and the Asylum Accommodation Task Force is working across government to deliver alternative asylum accommodation. And I can confirm to the House that plans are underway regarding the temporary use of Ministry of Defence sites at Cameron Barracks Inverness and Crowborough Training Ground, East Sussex, for the purpose of asylum accommodation. Under these plans, a total of around 900 people will be housed across both sites. These two sites are among a number of options being looked at as we seek to alleviate the pressure on the system and to drive down hotel use. And while this is a complex and fast-moving operating environment, there is a strong understanding within the Home Office about the importance of local engagement. My officials have been engaging directly and regularly in advance of this with the Scottish Government, with the relevant councils and with local service providers, and will continue to do so. Whatever decisions are made regarding specific locations, we are clear that the impact on communities must be minimised. The safety and security of people living and working in the surrounding areas is paramount. Madam Deputy Speaker, a crisis of the scale we were left with was always going to take time to correct, but we know the British people are impatient for change, as are we, and this government will do whatever it takes to end hotel use, fix the broken asylum system and secure our borders.
Angus MacDonald.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for the... I got a call yesterday at 7:10 in the morning from the BBC, and they said, what is your comment on the Cameron Barracks being taken over to use house migrants? Now, I know that place well because I was based there in the army. It is residential. It is surrounded by housing, very, very close. And what's more, it's only 10 minutes from the Inverness city centre. I asked for a briefing from the Home Office and got one, which was wonderful. What I learned is there's going to be up to 309 males there. They're single asylum seekers, and they'll move in at the end of November. I have a few questions from that. Why was I not engaged in any sort of discussion about this? Why was the Scottish Government not engaged in conversation? And why were the Highland Council and other authorities just informed? They were not engaged, which was the word you used. The second question I have is, did the Home Office officials actually consider the fact it was a city centre before they agreed to take it on? Why is it okay to close town centre migrant hotels in the south of England, yet plan to house 300 migrant men in army quarters in Inverness city centre? It's effectively the same thing. And would the Minister meet me to discuss the Home Office halting the plan to utilise Cameron Barracks to house migrants? Thank you.
I'm grateful for that question. I recognise the anger that the honourable gentleman conveys there. I am sorry that he heard in the way that he did. I, of course, will have that meeting with him. It can be difficult to sequence this correctly. We live, as all colleagues know, in an age of mis and disinformation, and trying to sequence who hears what and when is or can be sticky. But nevertheless, he should not have heard in the way that he did. And similarly, I would recognise, because of course she can't take part in these proceedings, the Right Honourable Member for Sussex Weald, whose duties as Deputy Speaker preclude her, but also the same is true for her. And I would recognise the strength of feeling that she has conveyed to me in no uncertain terms about her views and the views of her constituents and their opposition. And I will continue to engage with him, I will continue to engage with her, and I would encourage her local authority to also do so. I recognise the strength of feeling. On his other questions, of course that consideration has been made. We're looking at all sites in that regard, be they a hotel, be they dispersed accommodation. Always the local context is considered. I would gently say that, of course, both sites have been used recently for the Afghan resettlement scheme. So there is a clear understanding across government of the capabilities of those sites and, of course, their locations as well. But I want to be very clear what's at stake here, because the honourable gentleman talks about closures of hotels. Now, we know that hotels are an exceptionally challenging issue in this country. Too many people come to this country being sold a dream that they will be housed in a hotel and they'll be able to work illegally in our economy. Today, we have announced that we've had our best ever year for illegal work raids, with 1,000 people deported as a result. But we have to break the model that says you'll get to live in a hotel and work illegally, and this is a really important part of that.
Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since this government came to office, the illegal immigration crisis has gotten seriously worse on every front. The number of people arriving in the country illegally is up, not just a little bit, Arrivals are up more than 50% when compared to the same period before the election. Before the election, the number of migrants staying in hotels had fallen by 47%. It's now gone up, and less of those people breaking into this country illegally by small boat are now being removed. We're now in a position where the government is putting forward a proposal which, when in opposition, they described as an admission of failure. A Defence Minister is unable to say whether the plan will save us money or cost us more. Also, we hear this proposal will involve accommodation on a site directly next to the homes provided to families of our brave armed forces personnel. Have they consulted these families on this plan? It demonstrates that we need much stronger proposals than the weak efforts the government are presiding over. That's why we've put forward the Borders Plan, which goes beyond tinkering with the system. If we want to stop the use of this accommodation, we need to completely change how we approach this problem and ensure that all illegal immigrants are removed within a week. This is a comprehensive plan based on our proposal to leave the ECHR, reform how our asylum system operates and remove the blockages which have stopped the removal of illegal entrants. This is a proposal which is not only practical but fair, as those who come to the UK illegally should not be housed at the taxpayers' expense in ever greater numbers. People need to know that if they break into this country, they will be detained and they will be deported. That is how we solve this crisis. Therefore, I finish by asking the question we're all wondering. When will the asylum hotels close? Will the government commit to closing all asylum hotels within a year?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What an optimistic effort by the honourable gentleman who invites us to believe that a system that he and his colleagues broke over a period of 14 years, they have worked out how to fix in 14 months. I think the British public saw through that last July 2024. I suspect they will see through it again. He talks about removals. Of course, removals are up now over 35,000 since we took office. But of course, when it comes down to to why we have hotels in the first place, where is the original sin? Of course, the original sin is that colleagues opposite stopped assessing claims. That's why we have hotels. That's why we've made the efforts we have to shift that backlog. The reality is, it's a broken system. We have a very simple equation. It's a complicated issue with a simple equation. We are a very popular country for people to want to come to. Of course we are, the greatest country in the world with our brilliant institutions. But it's also because people are sold a dream that you can come here, live in a hotel and work illegally. Until and unless you attack those two fundamental truths, nothing will change. But we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that the party opposite do not oppose our plans today, because after all, they did 2 military sites of their own.
Chris Murray.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Affairs Committee this week released a report into asylum accommodation, and it is utterly damning. In 2019, the Conservative government bound the country into asylum contracts that have been disastrous for local communities, disastrous for asylum seekers themselves, and disastrous for the taxpayer, but they have been brilliant for private providers who have made tens of millions of pounds of profits. Now, it's right that the government is looking at alternative ways to house asylum seekers that will be better for communities, local asylum seekers and the taxpayer. And Scotland is a welcoming, tolerant country. We are willing to play our part. But will the Minister give us assurances that he will learn from the mistakes of the previous government, work with local communities, work with local authorities, work with devolved administrations, and make sure this works to solve the problems we have seen in the past?
Minister.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. Of course, I've studied that report closely. Similarly, there have been over 1,000 lessons learned from the previous government's attempts to do this, which we're taking in hand to make sure we do it right. He talks about the cost. You know, I am very pleased that in our time in office we have reduced the cost to the taxpayer of the asylum system by £1 billion, including £500 million across the hotel estate. But it's clear, and it's clear from his and his colleagues' reports, that we have to go further. That is what we're doing. We are, of course, within the parameters of the contracts that we inherited, sweating those. Where there's money to be recouped, we will recoup them for the taxpayer. But it will come back to a fundamental question. If we want to spend less money on this type of activity, we have to have fewer people in the estate itself. And that starts with breaking the attraction that they have to come to this country.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We share the Minister's
concern about the approach of the official opposition. Clearly they left us with this mess and now they feign outrage. Madam Deputy Speaker, it appears this government's proposal, however, is to decant asylum seekers from one kind of unsuitable and costly accommodation, sadly, to another. Instead, it should be tackling the real issue, speeding up asylum decisions so those with no right to stay are returned and those with a valid claim can work, pay tax and integrate. I will pick up the Minister's point about the difficulty of sequencing communications. As a Member of Parliament who's had an asylum hotel opened in his constituency, I was informed several weeks in advance. I actually offered a much better form of accommodation, alternative, somewhere else nearby. I found out that the Home Office was determined to open a hotel because that alternative was not taken up. It would have been more appropriate, and my constituency feels let down. Now, the government has promised to end the use of hotels by 2029, yet has put forward no credible plan to achieve it. The Lib Dems have set out a plan for ending hotel use in just 6 months by declaring a national emergency and setting up Nightingale processing centres to bring down the backlog. So will the Home Secretary match the Lib Dem plan by declaring that national emergency today? And will the Minister confirm whether the plan that he's put forward means speeding up decisions and returning those with no right to stay, or does it mean simply shifting large numbers of asylum seekers from one form of accommodation to another? Will the Minister share what assessment has been made of the relative merits of army barracks in or next to urban areas as opposed to those in rural areas?
Hear, hear.
And finally, will the Minister concede that cutting overseas development spending will drive more people away from conflict zones to seek safety in Europe and onward onto boats unsafely in the English Channel?
Minister.
I recognise the spirit with which the honourable gentleman and his colleagues speak, and I share, and indeed I think we can demonstrate through our actions, our zeal with regards to speeding up decisions. That's why we've made such a significant increase into decision makings. Similarly, I think it is a matter of record that our commitment to speeding up removals, that's why we've seen so many people with no right to stay, well over 35,000 now, removed since we took office. What I gently say to him is that in doing that, you still have a situation where there is a significant cohort of people, as we deal with the backlog left by colleagues opposite, that need to be housed and accommodated while their claims are processed. Similarly, there is an attraction. We see that, of course, in the numbers who seek to cross the channel to come here. And until and unless you address that element, that alone, the suggestions from the honourable gentleman alone will not make that deterrent. What we offer today is a significant and real deterrent to break that pull factor. And on the point on overseas development, of course, the honourable gentleman will know the commitment made by the Prime Minister. We want to return that to 0.7% as soon as we can because it makes a huge impact across the world and we want to continue to do that.
Dame Chianwara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have visited the hotel in Newcastle where up to 400 asylum seekers are living. I have listened to local community concerns. I've spoken to the asylum seekers. I have spoken to the hotel owners, the programme managers, the police and local stakeholders. And it is absolutely clear that the policy of housing asylum seekers in hotel accommodation instituted by the last government is absolutely failing everybody concerned, except for possibly the private providers profiting from the contracts. Newcastle City Council is in discussions with the Home Office about alternative models for accommodation which better meet the needs of the city and also of asylum seekers. Could the Minister tell us how those discussions are going and when we can expect to see progress?
Minister.
I'm grateful for that question. My honourable friend will know that in the spending review, £500 million was set aside for working with local government to identify those exact sites that she's talking about to bring them forward for use. In the spirit of what the honourable member for Cheltenham said, and in fact in the spirit of what all of the colleagues have said in terms of early engagement, they may well be better ways to build public confidence in terms of what's being provided and that they are in the right locations with the right support. So those conversations with the City of Newcastle are ongoing, and we will be working very hard to try to bring them to a satisfactory conclusion.
Kieran Mullen.
Thank you. And can I begin by making crystal clear that the member for Sussex Weald, Madam Deputy Speaker, is doing everything she possibly can to object to proposals to house illegal migrants at the Crowborough training camp in her constituency and just over the border for mine. This site is not suitable. It was previously considered by the Home Office and rejected, but it seems we now have a council that's willing to roll over for the purposes of ideological reasons to the suggestion that it's used in the end. Councils can object to these proposals. So can I ask the Minister what objections the Green and Liberal Democrat-led Wealdon Council made to these proposals for making use of the Crowborough training camp for housing hundreds of asylum seekers?
Minister.
I'm grateful for that question. As I've set out, we've had significant discussions with local authorities. They of course challenge our assumptions, they challenge both scale, they challenge location, as always is the case, but nevertheless, to what I would gently say to the honourable gentleman is that to say no to this, as he says it's not the right location, he should be clear about what he's saying yes to. Is he saying yes to continued use of hotels, or is he simply saying somewhere else? But I know those conversations will keep going, and I would encourage the local authorities to engage with their local members.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tackling this issue is something I hear on the doorsteps often. So can the Minister please set out more on what the government is doing to stop small boat arrivals in the first place, so we can close more hotels more quickly?
Minister.
This is, of course, the crucial part of the equation. Over the last year, we've made significant inroads in our efforts to disrupt organised crime, the people who prey on this model. We've done 350 disruptions, an increase of 40% on what we inherited. These are embedded gangs. They've had a 6-year head start on this government thanks to colleagues opposite, but that work is absolutely vital. But underpinning that and underpinning their business model is the attraction of this country. And when it comes to hotels, when it comes to illegal working, those are the things we have to remove in order to make sure we're not so attractive.
Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My colleague on the Home Affairs Select Committee made an excellent point. The asylum accommodation contracts signed under the previous Tory government gifted scandalously high profits to the private providers. Frankly, it's a PPE-type scandal. Clearspring's profits soared from £6,000 per employee in 2020 to £300,000 per employee in 2024, with its owner Graham King entering the Sunday Times rich list. Given the vast sums still being wasted on asylum hotel accommodation under those same flawed arrangements, despite this government having been in power for 16 months and with the numbers housed in hotels increasing by 8% over the last year, can the Minister please explain how any new asylum accommodation will be provided in a cost-effective manner that does not allow private companies to make further obscene profits on the backs of the UK's hard-working people?
Minister.
I'm grateful for that question. We do have to work within the parameters of the contracts that we inherited from colleagues opposite, but I can give him the assurance that we've reduced that bill by £1 billion, including £500 million from hotels, but we're looking further about the profit-sharing elements of those contracts and are recouping money for the taxpayer to make sure we get the best deal possible.
Tarkiel Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. And as he pointed out, and as Sean Fraser, the Labour candidate for Inverness, stated yesterday, this situation has arisen because of the broken asylum system the Labour government inherited from the Conservatives. But it has to be handled sensitively, and while I sympathise with my friend, the Honourable Member for Inverness, Skye and West Rothschild, for how he heard this news, I must caution him against leaning into language about army patrols, security fences and the security of young women. This has to be handled sensitively. It falls on us all to set a reasoned tone when making reasoned concerns. And can I ask the Minister how he will deal with the situation locally and what talks he will have with Highland Council and other councils when it comes to dealing with this proposal?
I'm grateful for that. This is a really important point about the effectiveness of these sites. And we've engaged with, whether it's the local authority, whether it's the health services, whether it's police services, whether it's fire, to make sure that the impact of this site treads as lightly as possible on the local community. The experience from Napier Barracks, the experience from RAF Wethersfield, is if when done thoughtfully, this can be done well, and that is our commitment.
Wendy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents are increasingly concerned about the rising number of HMOs. So can the Minister assure me that any overflow from these bases will not lead to an increased reliance on HMOs in our towns and cities, including Walsall? And what more powers will this government give to councils to protect the private rented sector from being squeezed out as a result of this?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady alights on a really important point, because there is, of course, an option open to government that if you want to close the hotels, you simply pull a lever of houses in multiple occupation and change the character of communities across the country. And we're not doing it. We're very clearly not doing that. And we want to find that balance right. Dispersed accommodation is a really important tool that local authorities have for people fleeing violence, people with substance abuse, in this case for people who are seeking refuge. But as I say, it's to find that balance, and that is the choice. Colleagues don't want to. Colleagues want the hotels closed. Colleagues opposite do. Colleagues opposite apparently don't want to use military barracks, having done so themselves. They also don't want us. They also don't want us to use. They also don't want us to use houses in multiple occupation. The reality is that's an unserious approach to what's a really serious problem.
Jessica Turl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The party opposite left our asylum system in an absolute mess. And frankly, now they claim to care about consultation and community impact. Where was that when my community got 2 hotels more than 10 years ago? Now, this government, by contrast, is bringing the number of hotels down, increasing the number of people with no right to be in the country who were returned, which shows that we take this issue very seriously. So can the Minister please tell my constituents in Bournemouth West what more this government is doing to close every single asylum hotel?
Minister.
Well, I can give that clear message to her constituents from this dispatch box. We will close every single hotel, just as we committed at the general election. I'll also give the commitment, because she raises an important point, and I acknowledge the shortcomings in this exercise that the Honourable Gentleman has raised and that the Deputy Speaker has raised as well. We do want to reset the Home Office's relationship with local government, with local authorities. That's why we've had those conversations too. But we need to make sure that local decision makers and local leaders are wired into these decisions earlier so that we can collectively make sure they're a success.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My colleague and Scottish Government Social Justice Secretary Shirley Somerville wrote to the Secretary of State on the 26th of September about this issue, seeking an urgent meeting with Highland Council and COSLA. No reply to that letter was received, and the first that she was aware of the decision was when she heard it on the radio, as many of the rest of us did. The asylum seekers, by their very nature, are fleeing conflict, they're fleeing persecution, they require wraparound support in many cases, they will have suffered significant mental trauma in many cases, some of them physical trauma. If there is not a support package in place, then things are not going to go well. And 300 people in Inverness puts a huge strain on those local services in such a short space of time. What is the Minister doing to address those issues with the Scottish Government and with Highland Council?
Minister.
At this point, a wraparound support is a very important one as well. The point of these sites in these ways is that you have that ability to provide those, whether it's local amenities or whether it's to provide vital services to that cohort without having to rely on the local health services. So, that's why we're having those conversations with health authorities, with police, with fire, with the local council, to make sure that that support is in place so that, as I say, the impact is as light as possible on the community that is there already.
Ewan Steinbank.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the urgency ministers are showing to end Tory-created asylum hotel use, which does not work for those fleeing persecution or local communities such as Falkirk, also bringing down the cost of the asylum system and increasing processing rapidly. Can I ask the Minister to elaborate on which criteria the Department will be applying in deciding the sequence of asylum hotel closures, and how will this be applied fairly and equitably across all of the nations and regions of the United Kingdom?
Minister.
The Honourable Gentleman tempts me, as he has tempted me on multiple occasions, because I know of his vigour in closing hotels across his community, to perhaps give him a sequence. I would say that we intend, as I say, we're going to close every single one of them, and none of them will be open a day longer than they have to be. He will have to bear with us a little bit more in terms of the sequencing of that, but we'll be very clear on the decisions we take when we take them.
Mims Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, what a bolt from the blue. There is now huge local concern across my Wealdon district since this news broke of a plan in Sussex from boats to barracks. The council leadership urgently needs to speak to local MPs and many other councillors to assuage deep concerns about hundreds of asylum seekers now coming to a very rural area part of Sussex. Does this simply mean, Minister, that the Copthorne Hotel
people living there will move to the barracks? And can the Minister kindly try and work with Wealdon District Council leadership to hold public meetings locally to properly address the significant issues and discussions that have been had, what's going on around the planning process and the community and police support? Many people need to understand this with the unexpected choice of such a countryside location. Thank you.
Minister.
The honourable member raises a number of very important questions. We, of course, want to work with the local authorities to make sure the public get the information, the reassurance that they need. There's always, as I say, a lot of mis and disinformation. I can make that commitment to her. She has heard what I've said about the timeliness of engagement with colleagues, and I reiterate my sadness on that, and we will do better with her and her colleagues to get them the answers they need to be the leaders in the community that they are. And as I want to reiterate to her and to her community, we intend for this to have the lightest impact on them possible. It's been proven to be done at Wethersfield, proven to be done at Napier, and I've no doubt we can do it again.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From 800 boat crossings in 2018, before we left the EU, to 40,000 a year now because of Brexit, I wonder whether the Minister can give some clarity as to the measures he's taking to help solve this immigration crisis at its core without falling back to yet another fake silver bullet, which is some of the parties opposite are suggesting, to leave the ECHR, which would not only get rid of the rights of asylum seekers, but also that of my constituents in South Derbyshire.
Well, my honourable friend identifies that this is a global challenge. This is something we're seeing. It's like being at a party you weren't invited to at the moment, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend alights on an important point with regards to the global nature of this challenge. She will know, as colleagues will know, of our work that we're doing with France as most immediate neighbours and the importance of scaling up our returns pilot. She'll also know our engagement on the continent with regards to organised crime. These are highly sophisticated global networks and require that global response to break them.
Dr Andrew Morrison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, would the Minister ensure in future that right honourable and honourable members are given some notice of the government's plans in relation to MOD accommodation, and ensure that the gross discourtesy that has been visited on the honourable member in this particular case is not repeated, and communities may even be able to suggest to ministers, to government, alternatives where alternatives exist. And with respect to the pull factors that he rightly alluded to, will he ensure that accommodation that is offered up by the MOD is at the more austere end of the spectrum? Because it is certainly the case that men and women of our armed forces, families and veterans, are heartily fed up with seeing people not being put in accommodation, which apparently is not fit, but apparently was fit to house soldiers, sailors and airmen.
Minister.
Yeah, I'm grateful for those questions. These are austere accommodations. That's the whole point, is to change that narrative that is sold on social media to people, that you get to come here, live in a hotel and get to work illegally. The accommodation will be functional, it will be humane, but it will be basic, it will be functional. I can give him that assurance because that's exceptionally important. On his point on engagement with colleagues, I hope he would know from the short time that I shadowed him in opposition that I would never knowingly provide discourtesy to colleagues. I value colleagues across this place of all parties and none, but I've reflected a lot on, exactly as he says, is what's happened in this case. And yes, it will be better. I think certainly with regards to colleagues, I need to do more and more directly, and I've taken that on board as part of those reflections.
Galadenia.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Refugee Council has a clear proposal that would allow the Minister to close asylum hotels within a year without resorting to barracks. A one-off scheme to give a time-limited permission to stay, subject to rigorous security checks, to people from countries that mean that they are almost certain to be recognised as refugees if it were not for the backlog. So will the Minister adopt this sensible solution and also provide safe and legal routes so that people aren't pushed into the hands of people smugglers in the first place?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady mentions an important proposal, and it is a reasonable thing to say. We're talking about capacity in the system. One way to resolve that is, of course, let significant numbers through that system without their claims being processed in the normal way. I can't support that. As she's heard me say on a number of occasions, at the root of this is not just the strong day-to-day administrative running of the system. The reality is we've managed to really improve the performance of it and reduce cost. But that alone won't stop what is happening, which is that really, really significant pull factor to this country. And I believe that doing what she suggests there would merely turbocharge that, and I can't support that.
Nick Timothy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister's given us the usual government lines on returns under this government, when the majority of them are obviously voluntary returns. And actually, when it comes to enforced returns, the numbers are lower than 9 of the 14 years of Conservative government and 15% lower than the Tory average. I want to raise the case of Hadush Kabatu. The Home Secretary said she'd, quote, pulled every lever to deport him, but when it emerged he was paid £500 after threatening to disrupt his departure, we were told that it was actually an operational decision to do that. So can the Minister confirm Kabatu withdrew his asylum claim and forfeited appeal rights, and admit that we won't be able to deport foreign nationals in foreign criminals in sufficient numbers unless we cut off the endless routes for human rights claims and legal appeals?
Minister.
Well, I could say to the honourable gentleman that numbers are up. It's more than 10% in terms of returns under this government. I think the British public care about that, and I make no apologies for doing that in the quickest, cheapest and most expeditious way, as in many cases is what we pursue. He makes a very important point about Hadush Kabatu, a convicted sex offender who had no place on our streets, no place in our country. It is right that he has been removed. He was forcibly deported. A team of 5 escorts accompanied him on that flight. We turned down an application for the facilitated return scheme, which under successive governments has offered grants of up to £1,500. But given the threats and the very real threats to disrupt the flight, an operational decision was taken to provide a £500 payment. This was taken because the alternative was slower, more expensive for the taxpayer, and would have included detention, a new flight, and no doubt subsequent legal claims. This wasn't a decision taken at ministerial level, but I'm not going to second guess what's a very, very difficult operational environment.
Sarcher Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, this is a really difficult issue, and you spoke about people wanting to come to the UK because they had a dream. I want to be really clear. I welcome people who want to come to the UK, who want to live in a way that's reflective of our values, but so often we ask the most of communities who have the least. Do you agree with me that the continued use of public money for asylum hotels poses a risk not just to our politics, but in terms of value for public money and social cohesion?
I would start by saying that I share her spirit, and actually I believe the British public do too. I've seen the British public, whether it's with regards to Syrian refugees, whether it's regards to Home for Ukraine, the Afghan resettlement scheme, British nationals overseas. The British public meet the moment for people who need shelter and show extraordinary capacity for compassion. But there has to be a limit on that, exactly as she says. The assurance I can give her is A, that we are going to break these pull factors that mean that those who don't have a claim, and that is, I have to say, more than half who are assessed who don't have that legitimate reason. We're going to break that reason for them coming. But that in the meantime, in exactly the spirit that she said with regards to public confidence, that we've removed £1 billion of spend from this for exactly that reason.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK is spending 1/5 of official development assistance on hotel bills. Some of this money was previously used to prevent conflict and to help refugees to find refuge in their own region. I served with an army training regiment at one of the 2 sites, at Crowborough, and I consider that if it was good enough for us, it is good enough for some of the refugees who are seeking asylum. But can the Minister assure the House that this move to use decommissioned barracks will cost taxpayers less than hotels are currently costing?
Minister.
I mean, the reality is that the unit cost per night is broadly similar. The point is that we have to reduce the number of people in that accommodation. That's how we get value for the taxpayer, and we won't need it at all.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers and his dedication to try and find the answers that we very much need. Whilst it is good to hear that there is a plan to more cost-effectively house these asylum seekers, government must ensure that these do not become states within this state. What steps have been taken to ensure that law and order is carried out in any designated large areas, such as the proposals suggest by the Minister? Thank you.
I'm grateful for that question, and I'd start by acknowledging the honourable gentleman's Herculean work throughout my time in Parliament and before with regards to Christians who are persecuted abroad so that people don't have to leave their homes. I think that's important work that is shared across this place. You know, I want to be very clear, the rule of law has primacy, is absolute in this country, is the same for all of us. People who come here and want to make their homes here, as the Honourable Lady said previously, they must embed themselves into communities, must reflect our values and behave in those ways.
Points of order come after the statement, I'm afraid. It's related to the statement. Point of order, Mark Francois.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And very briefly, we've just been debating a very important matter of asylum seekers and MOD accommodation. Could you just confirm, as Hansard will indeed, I hope, tomorrow, that in the nearly 37 minutes that we spent debating this very important matter, no member of Reform was in the chamber and indeed made absolutely no contribution whatsoever?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. However, he will know that is not a matter for the chair. That does conclude the urgent question. We now move on to the statement. So I'll give a few moments for the House to settle before I call the Minister. Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I would like to update the House on the UK-Turkey deal to buy 20 British-built Typhoon fighter jets. On Monday, the Prime Minister travelled to Ankara with the Defence Secretary, where he finalised an agreement with President Erdogan for Turkey to purchase 20 British-built Typhoon fighter jets. This is a deal worth £8 billion and is our biggest fighter jet export contract since 2007. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a massive boost for our defence industry, for our economy and for our country. It confirms that defence is an engine for growth. This deal will support 20,000 jobs across 330 British companies UK-wide. And in particular, our deal supports jobs in Lancashire, Bristol, Luton and Scotland for many years to come. It includes nearly 6,000 jobs directly supporting Typhoon programme at BAE Systems sites, particularly at Wharton and Samlesbury, more than 1,100 jobs in the southwest, for example at the Rolls-Royce facility in Bristol, producing modules for the EJ200 jet engines that will power these new Typhoon jets, and over 800 jobs in Scotland, including at Leonardo in Edinburgh, manufacturing cutting-edge radar systems. These are high-value, well-paid, good unionised jobs, the kind of jobs that puts money in working people's pockets, that help revitalise communities and that help deliver on defence as an engine for growth. This deal also preserves our sovereign skills, which underpin our national security and prosperity, so they can be handed down to new generations. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this deal goes far beyond the procurement of Typhoon jets alone. It represents the leading edge of our enhanced strategic partnership between the UK and Turkey. This agreement between our two countries is emblematic of a growing defence and industrial partnership and will serve as a springboard for deeper collaboration in the future. Turkey is a key NATO ally in a strategically critical part of the world and the gatekeeper to the Black Sea. By equipping it with the top-of-the-range Typhoon fighter jets, the best fourth-generation all-round fighter in the world, this deal strengthens NATO's collective deterrence in a crucial region. It boosts interoperability between our air forces and makes us all safer and more prosperous. This deal comes weeks after Norway chose the UK to supply it with at least 5 Type 26 frigates in a £10 billion deal, the biggest ever warship export deal by value in our history. That contract alone secured 4,000 jobs, including more than 2,000 in Scotland, and supports over 400 British companies right across our supply chain. Both deals, worth a combined £18 billion, are proof positive that other countries want to invest in Britain, by allies choosing our capabilities. That directly leads to greater interoperability and invests back into our technology to achieve war-fighting readiness. And there are clear evidence that this government's defence industrial strategy is delivering. Because here's what we're doing differently. This government is going further and faster to back British industry, British jobs and British innovation. We're working more closely with our allies around the world to strengthen our collective security. We're bringing forward the biggest sustained increase in UK defence spending since the Cold War. to make Britain secure at home and strong abroad. £5 billion extra in the defence budget this year, 2.5% of GDP by April 2027 and 3% in the next Parliament. And we're making defence an engine for economic growth for the next decade and well beyond, driving renewal and opportunity up and down the country. And as we set out in our defence industrial strategy, our armed forces are only as strong as the industry that stands behind them. We are fortunate in this country to have a world-class industry and a world-class supply chain. But we're making it even stronger by opening up defence to innovators, by overhauling our procurement system, cutting contracting time, and by increasing foreign direct investment in our defence sector by more than 8 times over the past year. Last week, before I visited BAE Systems at Wharton and Salisbury, I launched a consultation on an offset policy which will ensure that every pound spent on defence will make our armed forces stronger and our British public better off. These proposals means that when the UK buys from international partners, the winning contractor would be required to create jobs, know-how and investment opportunities here in the UK, strengthening the UK economy. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the workers, managers and apprentices I met last week at Wharton and Salisbury, but to all those as well in Bristol, Edinburgh and across the UK, let me say this. This government promised that we would have your backs, and we are delivering on that promise with this deal. Your hard work, dedication and commitment helped deliver this deal just as much as diplomacy and negotiation. Thank you. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK and Turkey may be positioned at opposite ends of Europe, but our partnership is helping protect the continent at a time of rising threats. And the deal we've announced this week only reinforces that partnership for the future. Work on the new Typhoon jets begins immediately. The first new British-built Typhoon for Turkey will be delivered in just 5 years' time. So the benefits will be felt immediately too. More jobs for working people, more investment in the supply chain, more confidence in the UK economy, defence as an engine for growth, security at home, strength abroad, and that is what this government is delivering, and that's why I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for providing advance side of his statement. I strongly welcome this very important news for UK fighter production. Combat air has historically been the largest component of UK defence exports. Few nations can hope to sustain such an advanced industrial base purely on domestic sales. I stressed throughout my time as Minister for Defence Procurement the critical importance of exports, and this deal is very positive for the workforce in Wharton, but also, as the Minister said, in Bristol, Edinburgh and elsewhere in the UK, for the wider SME supply chain, for our NATO ally Turkey, and for the Royal Air Force, which requires a domestic base of highly skilled workers to maintain our ability to deliver sovereign competitiveness in the air domain. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the very well-attended GCAP event in Mr. Speaker's estate rooms, I said then that defence exports were like a baton passed between administrations. The biggest deals take years to pull off and require teamwork within and across administrations. As with Norwegian frigates, there was a massive and concerted effort under the previous government to engage constantly with Turkey in support of Typhoon exports. And in my time as a minister, Typhoon exports were a top priority in the MOD, and I chaired a weekly cross-government committee focused in particular on persuading our German allies to change their long-standing position of opposing Typhoon sales to Saudi Arabia and Turkey. That work irrefutably helped pave the way for this deal. Now, noting how the Trinity House agreement with Germany, which I welcome, builds on the proposal I initiated from scratch to restore large calibre barrel production to the UK, does the Minister agree that Germany's change of position on Typhoon exports underlines the strength of our bilateral relationship with them and the welcome stiffening of their military disposition more broadly, given the common threat we face? Of course, we should also recognise the important role of other long-standing defence export partners in this announcement. I note that the deal involves Qatar and Oman, giving Turkey what has been reported as up to 24 existing Typhoons. Can the Minister confirm if either will be buying replacement Typhoons, noting the option on 12, which Qatar has, which I understand is still outstanding? In terms of KSA, can the Minister update us on progress with Typhoon exports? which of course brings in the very relevant matter of GCAP, the programme which develops Typhoon's successor. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have previously spoken of how GCAP is effectively, like AUKUS, two pillars. The Tempest platform being Pillar 1, and then Pillar 2, the critical elements such as loyal wingmen and electronic warfare, with significant potential benefit to the RAF's immediate lethality. Appreciating the complications in inviting new nations to join Pillar 1 and given strong hints about the German position in relation to their SCAF partnership with France, has the Minister considered inviting Germany to be a Pillar 2 partner of GCAP? And does the deal include any movement on complex weapons for integration into Typhoon, given our own industrial strength in that area? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, on our own RAF Typhoons, the MOD has now retired some 30 RAF Tranche 1 Typhoons. Does the Minister plan to order any further Typhoons for the RAF to replace those, and if so, when? On E-scan radar, led by Leonardo in Edinburgh for the RAF's Typhoons, this has now been successfully developed, but no production orders have been placed. I previously urged ministers to accelerate this procurement to boost the lethality of our existing Typhoon fleet. When will E-scan radar be in service for the RAF? The Typhoon needs an associated electronics upgrade known as P4E to fully exploit the capabilities of E-scan radar, but I understand no contract for that has been placed yet either. So when is P4E intended to be on contract? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be wrong of me not to welcome the Minister to his newly named position as the Minister for Defence, Readiness and Industry. Now, personally, I think it's a shame that there is no longer a Minister for Defence Procurement, but perhaps that shouldn't be a surprise given how little procurement is going on in the MOD. Because isn't the reality that for all the boast about defence spending, right now, Labour are prioritising penny pinching in the MOD and forcing a deep freeze in procurement? So specifically, can he confirm or deny reports from the Telegraph that he is demanding that the armed forces make in-year cuts this year of £2.6 billion?
Minister.
Well, I was nearly going to say a warm welcome for all the honourable gentleman's remarks at the end. I'm afraid that the good news has to be tempered with a little bit of partisan attack. But let me first of all welcome his welcome for this deal. It shows, I think, that when there is good cross-party work, we can achieve things well. I'm very proud that it is this government that has landed this deal. We know that when we took office, there was a substantial amount of work required to improve the export offer that the MOD had, and we have undertaken that work. It has shown benefits in the Norway deal and now the Turkey deal, and we are working on a number of other contracts with our allies that I hope will produce similar type of good news for workforces up and down the country in due course. The honourable gentleman asks about the approvals from our allies, and I can confirm that all Eurofighter nations have indeed signed off this export, including Germany. It's right that he raised Trinity House, the agreement that was signed between this government and Germany. That provides a huge amount of opportunity. And last week, marking the one-year anniversary of the signing of that deal, Boris Pistorius and our very own Defence Secretary were in a P8 flying from RAF Lossiemouth, underlining the commitment that we have for German P8s to fly from Lossiemouth and for German air crews to be participating with our RAF jets in a really important international mission that flies from Lossiemouth. GCAP is an essential part of our future combat air offer. It is something that was reinforced in the Strategic Defence Review that we published earlier this year, and this Typhoon order for Turkey helps fill a gap in the production line between our Typhoon orders that currently exist and the production of GCAP platforms in the future. He will know that all our spending announcements will be made as part of the Defence Investment Plan towards the end of this year. I would say to him, I think the radar that he mentions is an incredible piece of technology, and it's not only a benefit potentially to the RAF, but also to other Typhoon nations as well. I would just gently point out to him that since taking office just over a year ago, we've signed 1,000 major deals as part of the MOD. We continue to procure not just traditional aspects, but cyber, drones and other capabilities for our armed forces, and we'll continue to work with our allies, because the change that we need in our armed forces is not just renewing the kit and equipment for our forces, but buying equipment alongside our allies, cutting R&D costs, increasing interoperability, moving towards interchangeability and strengthening our warfighting resilience. But I welcome his support for this deal, and I hope he will also join in thanking all the workers for their tireless effort in supporting our national security and those of our NATO allies.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This deal will support 20,000 jobs and make sure we have the skills we need for future combat air programmes. Defence supports 37,000 jobs across the South West. What steps is the government taking to support skills across the whole defence sector and to support the space, satellite and drone sectors, which are so strong in Cornwall?
Well, can I thank my friend for her question? As a fellow South West MP, I know how important defence is to our industry, but how important it is that we not only continue the investment in our armed forces, but we renew those capabilities. Space has a really critical part to play in our future capabilities, and indeed the ability for our armed forces to deploy with effect today. In relation to skills, she will know that in the Defence Industrial Strategy, as part of the £773 million package, we are looking to open a number of Defence Technical Excellence colleges across England that will provide an increased boost in the skill space that we need, because a challenge to all defence companies, large and small, is to grow the skill space so we have greater resilience and greater ability to direct more of that increasing UK defence spend at British companies delivering for our armed forces.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for advance sight of his statement. So let me begin by warmly welcoming the announcement of this deal. It will generate jobs for a skilled and dedicated workforce here in the UK and much needed growth, while it will also contribute to the security and deterrence capability of the NATO alliance. The government is right to see Turkey as a key strategic partner on the Black Sea and as a NATO member an essential partner in our collective efforts to contain Putin's imperial ambitions defending our eastern flank. Yet, even as we recognise our shared security interests, we must be clear on Ankara's actions when they depart from our values and standards. The continued detention of Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, widely believed to be politically motivated, remains egregious and speaks to an alarming trend of democratic backsliding in Turkey. So can the Minister confirm whether he or the Prime Minister raised concerns about Mayor İmamoğlu's continued detention while concluding this deal? And if not, will the Minister call on the Foreign Secretary to raise this with the Turkish counterpart at the earliest opportunity? This deal speaks to the strategic imperative of deepening ties with our security partners across Europe and our alliance network. In May, the government trumpeted its new security framework with the European Union, a move which the Liberal Democrats welcomed. However, 5 months on, it's not clear what progress, if any, the government has made to flesh out the substance of this framework. So can the Minister please provide an update on what steps have been taken since May to strengthen security ties with the EU? And in particular, will he commit the UK to membership of the European Defence Agency to support a joined-up approach to collective rearmament with our European allies?
Can I thank him for his warm welcome of this deal? I think a message that goes loud and clear to the workforce, not just of BAE Systems, but the entire supply chain, is the cross-party support for their work that this statement has produced for them. In relation to the questions around the Istanbul mayor, it's not for the Ministry of Defence to comment on individual legal cases in other countries. Our defence engagement with Turkey is focused on shared security interests and NATO cooperation. However, I recognise what the Honourable Gentleman has said, and I'll ask the Foreign Office to update him as they take lead in this respect here. In relation to the EU reset, I was very pleased to hear the Prime Minister at this dispatch box at PMQs today mark on the importance of the EU reset deal, our commitment as part of that to EU defence and security arrangements between the UK and the EU, and the progress that we are seeking to make in closer ties with them. He will know that those negotiations are ongoing with our EU friends in this respect, and we hope to have updates shortly. But let me say very clearly, our EU friends are also our NATO allies as well, and there is a real common cause and common opportunity to strengthen our collective defence by working together.
Foster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I had the privilege of being at BAE Systems in Wharton yesterday with the Prime Minister, and it's fair to say that the workforce is utterly buzzing about this announcement. First new order of aircraft since 2017, as the Minister said, and the largest order since 2007. And it was hard won against the likes of the US, the Swedes, the French and other allies. But guess what? Lancashire won.
20 aircraft signed now, with an option for a further 20, worth £8 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, generations of my constituency in South Ribble have or still do work in Samlesbury and Wharton. And this has secured thousands of jobs for at least a decade or even more. Can I please urge the Minister to still prioritise the typhoon and get us more orders as quickly as we can? Thank you.
Well, can I thank my friend for his work that he has been doing alongside other Lancashire MPs, not only on the Labour benches but on a cross-party basis, in support of the workforce at Salisbury and Wharton, a really important part. And he says that Lancashire won, but I should place on record that the Yorkshire Defence Secretary was also a key part of it. But I think when you can play nicely with your neighbours, we can achieve great things together. He's exactly right that the Typhoon offers an incredible platform. And as part of our efforts as a government to promote the British industry and our products around the world, we'll continue to promote the opportunities that Typhoon presents to our allies, the interoperability and the close partnerships that Typhoon nations have with the RAF in particular, but also as we move towards GCAP and the opportunities that that provides, the importance of saying that cutting-edge British innovation, especially in the combat air sector, keeps us safe and keeps our allies safe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this announcement and can I congratulate the Minister, indeed the Right Honourable Lady Member for Liverpool Garston and Conservative predecessors for the team effort in getting us to this point. What next steps following this announcement is the government planning to take to build upon it to further strengthen the UK's defence, diplomatic and indeed economic, hugely important relationship with our close NATO ally Turkey?
Well, can I thank him for his welcome and for his thanks to my immediate predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Liverpool Garston as well. I think the partnership that we are seeking to develop and enhancing with the signing of the Typhoon deal between the UK and Turkey is not just about a jet and a platform. It is about the ongoing support arrangements for that provision. It's about the training and support. And as we come together across a number of work streams in support of our NATO security, there are more opportunities for both military to military cooperation with our friends in Turkey, but also aligning our political objectives in what is an incredibly important part of the world, the gateway to the Black Sea and our friends in Ukraine, but also as Turkey is an important regional player in the Middle East as well, in particular in Syria. And so there's a huge amount of opportunities about working together with our friends there that this deal helps reinforce.
Jonathan Hinder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of my constituents in Pendle and Clitheroe work at the BAE site in Salisbury and they are absolutely delighted at this news. So I thank the Minister for his work and for everyone who has worked on this deal. This deal is good for our national security, it's good for high-skilled jobs and it's good for local economies like mine in Lancashire. Can the Minister outline what it will mean for young people in terms of the opportunities for apprenticeships as part of these contracts?
Well, can I thank him for his welcome, but also the support that he has provided to the workforce at Salisbury and indeed the wider supply chain. I was at Wharton and Salisbury last week, and to see and hear from apprentices, especially at the BAE Systems Skills Centre that they have there, about the opportunities that an apprenticeship has opened for them. Not just importantly, those leaving directly from school and taking up an apprenticeship, but I was really struck by one gentleman who had left the parachute regiment and was pursuing skills with BAE Systems at Salisbury, helping him use his skills that he learnt in the armed forces and putting them to good use in support of our national security. That's why we want to expand the number of apprenticeship opportunities within defence, expanding the skills base, because there's good opportunities for more of our young people, and perhaps those people who are still young at heart, in defence, to make sure that we're enhancing our national security. That's at the heart of the defence industrial strategy.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And ever since I've been elected, pushing for securing Typhoon orders at the Wharton site has been absolutely critical part of my work, given not only the impact it would have on jobs across Fylde and Lancashire, but also in our sovereign capability to build our own military aircraft. So massively welcome this announcement and the work that has gone on both the government benches and on the opposition benches from former ministers. And I was very touched that the minister did actually invite me to join him on his visit to BAE Systems last week. The Prime Minister, however, didn't seem to want to invite me to the announcement yesterday in my own constituency. Maybe he's been taking my PMQs too personally. We don't know, but it is a welcome deal. But what it does leave is the fact that we are now the only major partner in the Eurofighter project that is not ordering the aircraft that we are trying to sell to other countries. We are trying to sell aircraft abroad that we ourselves are not buying. And it would be, I'm sure, a great aid to future export deals to get that extra 20 over the line, further down the line, to look at Saudi and other places where we're trying to sell these, but equally to maintain and continue to boost our own sovereign capability in military aircraft, jobs right across our country, if we place that order for the RAF for some more Typhoons, and I will happily heap praise on the Minister should he do so.
I thank him for that. I am heaping praise on the workforce in his constituency and across Lancashire, because I think, for me, it makes it so much easier to sell our products when we have a world-class workforce producing world-class products. I'm very sorry he wasn't able to join me for my visit, but I know he's a regular visitor to those facilities. He will have heard the importance of this order and why it has been such a priority for this government to get that over the line. He will know that all our spending commitments will be made in the Defence Investment Plan towards the end of this year, something that I was able to speak to the workforce about, and indeed the trade unions when I met them on my recent visit. I have to say there is an enormous amount of opportunity in the export market to help support the supply chains in the meantime, and it's not just the end product, although his constituency really values it. It is the fact that this is a good news day for those 330 companies right across our country for whom there will be more orders, and that sustains good, well-paid jobs.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this deal, the biggest of its kind in a generation. At a time when the world is becoming more unstable, this ambition should turn world-class defence deals into growth that we feel in workshops, factories and communities across the country. In Calder Valley, or Valve Valley as we're known for our specialist valve manufacturers, businesses tell me that they want to play a bigger role in this success. But small and medium-sized firms feel locked out of defence procurement and supply chains. Worse, sometimes the big companies that dominate the field poach their skilled staff for those who can't access the process. So can my honourable friend make sure that the procurement system is more open and competitive so that more communities like Calder Valley can benefit from this investment?
Well, can I thank him? I'm going to have to refer to him as the member for Valve Valley more often in this case from now on. But he raises a really important issue about the ability of small and medium-sized enterprises to access defence. We know that over the last decade, the amount of direct spend that the MOD makes with SMEs had fallen from 5% to 4%. We've set an ambition to spend an additional £2.5 billion directly with small businesses by 2028, and as part of that we'll be opening our Office for Small Business Growth at the start of the new year, a one-stop shop for small businesses to be able to access MOD contracts, to navigate the procurement system. At the same time, we're seeking to cut the contracting time that favours large companies with bigger contract teams over small enterprises to give more small businesses a shot at some of the increasing defence spending this government's making available.
Cameron Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for over 20 years, the Eurofighter Typhoon has showcased the merits of European cooperation and the marvel of UK aerospace engineering. I commend the government on this deal with our Turkish allies. It will secure British jobs, maintain our expertise in this field, and park a squadron of multi-role capable strike aircraft just south of occupied Crimea. I should register my disappointment that the government's press release neglected to credit the contribution of so many of my constituents whom, working within GE Aerospace in Bishop's Cleeve, have supported this programme from its conception. Will the Minister take this opportunity to recognise them now?
Can I thank him for his championing of his workforce? One of the things I think that stands this House in contrast to some other places around the world is that we can, on a cross-party basis, all support our defence industry, support those people who are working hard to keep our nation safe, and that includes those that work at GE Aerospace. I'll be very happy to work with the honourable gentleman to thank not just his constituents, but all those in the supply chain who have made such a big difference to securing this deal, and for all those people, especially that work in the subprime areas, so not in one of the large defence companies, without whose work we would not be able to produce the cutting-edge capabilities that our armed forces and our allies rely on, because there's millions of parts that go into each of these platforms. And which one's the most important one? Every single one of them, because without them we would not be able to fly those Typhoons, and that's why the contribution of companies big and small is so important.
Marcus Campbell-Saviours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many UK manufacturers are part of international groups with the opportunity to transfer UK-generated profits to overseas entities via internal pricing mechanisms and management fees. Can the Minister confirm that if these profit-shifting mechanisms are assessed and dissuaded as part of UK defence procurement practices?
Well, I suspect I'm going to need a meeting with the honourable gentleman to get to the bottom of that question, but I'm very happy meeting him to do so. We are certainly, as a nation, we welcome the investment of overseas firms in the UK. The UK is a good place to invest in defence. It is a good place to start a defence company, but we need to make sure that in all our contracts, big and small, we return a value to the taxpayer, and where IP and profits can be held in the UK, supporting our growth mission, that is our intention. But happy meeting him to discuss further.
Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The news is welcome, but the future, as the Minister knows, is unmanned. With that in mind, what UK equity has the government secured in the drone joint venture signed up in June between Leonardo and the Turkish company Baker?
I'll have to write to him about the details of that precise deal, and so happy doing so. I would say to him politely that the future is both crewed, uncrewed and autonomous. That's what the Strategic Defence Review set out, and that's why the platforms that we're looking at, for instance GCAP in the future, will initially start as a crewed platform but has the ability to spiral develop into an uncrewed and autonomous platform. That is, I think, the key part of staying ahead of our adversaries, to make sure that we can increase the lethality of our crewed platforms by having uncrewed and autonomous platforms alongside them. That is the spirit, not just in the combat air domain, but also on land and sea as well.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister knows that I have partaken in this year's and last year's Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme and had the greatest privilege of visiting the NATO airbase in Poland, where I had the great privilege of seeing Typhoons scramble to the skies to protect us from Russian aircraft. The Minister also rightly points out that Turkey are an important NATO ally, and I'm so proud that Labour played such an important part in founding NATO. So does the Minister agree with me that it is shameful and wrong to suggest that NATO's presence in Eastern Europe was provocative to Putin, like the leader of Reform has previously asserted?
Well, can I thank her for her question? The Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme is a brilliant opportunity for parliamentarians with and without defence knowledge to learn more, not just about our platforms, but perhaps most importantly about our people. And our RAF crews that we forward deployed to Poland to help support our Eastern Flank allies did a superb job. Indeed, so are those Typhoon crews that are leaving RAF air bases in the UK and supporting our Eastern Flank allies as part of our commitment to Eastern Sentry. Let me be very clear. Our national security would not be helped with Putin-friendly policies or Putin-friendly politicians. And that is why I think we all make a very strong case about the support for NATO, the pride that we have as a party and as a government with a NATO-first defence policy. And I would encourage all those toying with the idea of siding with a Putin-friendly government to look at what is happening in Ukraine, look at the theft of Ukrainian children by Russia, look at the unprovoked illegal attack on civilian infrastructure, look at the threats that Putin and his illegal war machine makes, not just to our friends in Ukraine, but our NATO allies as well, and come to the firm conclusion that being Putin-friendly is certainly un-British.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be aware that Turkey was removed from the F-35 programme following its acquisition of the S-400 Russian air defence system, and concerns that that could compromise the F-35 technology. Can he say whether Turkey has agreed to return the S-400 Russian system, and if not, is he confident that our technology will not similarly be at risk?
Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his question? I am comfortable that we have adequate measures in place in relation to that, but he is right that Turkey does not participate in the F-35 programme. As part of our work with Turkey, I think there's a really strong opportunity to make sure that the procurement opportunities that Turkey have firmly face west rather than facing east, and that is an important part of the strategic relationship that the UK is seeking to build with our friends in Ankara, because if we can find more opportunities to procure British and allied technologies into there and less of a reliance not just on combat and sensing systems but also on oil that may look elsewhere, that will help improve all of NATO's security as well as support our friends in Ukraine.
Chris Vins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Secretary of State's statement today, and particularly the 8,000 jobs that will be available in the east of England because of this deal. Would the Secretary of State agree with me this further demonstrates this government's commitment to being a key NATO ally, which inevitably will keep residents in my constituency of Harlow safe? And can I just briefly pay tribute to my workforce? He will be aware that Rayfield is based in Harlow, and we've got a lot of expertise there.
Can I thank him not only for the promotion that he's offered me twice in his question, but also for the support for his workforce. It is so important, I think, that in these times of increased threats, as we're living in a new era of threat, I think it is incumbent on all parliamentarians of all parties to become more familiar, not just with the brave men and women who serve in our armed forces that come from their constituencies, but to champion the defence opportunities that come from industries, companies big and small in their constituencies. I know he does so in Harlow, and I know that there are members on both sides of the House that do so as well. Please keep that coming, because that is how we increase our resilience and our warfighting readiness.
Ben Oxyjecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear the announcement of the order for 20 Typhoons from Turkey. Having met with representatives from the workforce at Wharton in Parliament earlier in the year, I recognise that maintaining those crucial skills was balanced on a knife edge. But I want to ask about the European Common Radar System Mark II. It's forecast to achieve an initial operating capability on our Tranche 3 Typhoon aircraft by the end of the decade. Given the Turkish Typhoon order will be Tranche 3 or 4, we can assume it will be specified with the ECRS Mark II and the wider Phase 4 enhancement programme. So, given that we're looking at the same staff, what impact will the Turkish order have on the timeline for the enhancement programme of our own Typhoon fleet?
I'm very happy inviting Tim with the full details, but the opportunities that having another Typhoon partner nation have with using UK radar technologies is an opportunity not only for us to get greater value out of the R&D costs that the UK has applied into the development of that new technology, but provides more opportunity for the workforce and the company, especially Leonardo in Edinburgh, to be able to deliver that as well. It's not just the radar, of course, as the Shadow Minister suggested, it's also the software upgrades that are required to do so. I'm very happy writing with the fuller details. I'll share the letter in the House as well for members that may be interested.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome warmly this Typhoon export deal for the strengthening of the NATO alliance that it entails, but also for the jobs that it will bring to the southwest of England. Plainly, these expensive Typhoon platforms will not be subject to re-export and are banned for Turkey. But given that UK manufactured arms have been found in the hands of the RSF in Sudan in recent weeks, how satisfied is the Minister in the integrity of the UK's arms export regime to states in Eastern Europe and the Middle East?
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful for his welcome of our good value platforms that we're exporting to Turkey, and it is really important that we have a strong relationship with them there. He will know that the arms export regime is run by the Department for Business and Trade, but I have to say that the risk of diversion from some locations is real. That's why before any arms exports licence is agreed by DBT, there's input not just from the MOD but from other sources across government as well to assess the risk of diversion or the risk of it being lost or used in a way that's not in accordance with IHL. Where we think there are those suitable risks, we don't grant those export licences. But I'd encourage him to take up those matters he's raised further with DBT colleagues.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome today's statement, of course, and
It's always very interesting. The Minister comes with good news, but has to be dragged to the House when perhaps it's less good news. But nevertheless, it is welcome news and a real boost for defence jobs in this country. He mentioned earlier that some of our Eurofighter allies had signed this off and were happy with the deal. I wonder whether you'd like to comment whether the White House is happy with this deal. And of course, anything that weans Turkey away from the Russian defence industrial complex and supply chain is to be welcomed, as outlined by my right honourable friend, the member for Malden earlier. But I wonder, when the Prime Minister met with the Turkish President on Monday in Ankara, did he also discuss Turkey being weaned off Russian oil and gas and being used as a conduit for Russian oil and gas going into some parts of the European Union, I think up at 36% at the moment, which of course is funding the Russian war effort in Ukraine?
Well, can I thank him for his question? There are a number of nations across Europe and Asia who have complex energy dependencies on Russia. It's something that this government and indeed our partner nations have been very clear that there needs to be a fast and smooth transition away from using Russian oil and gas. That's something that we continue to work with our allies on for all those that are using Russian oil and gas for their own economies, but in doing so support effectively the coffers of the Russian regime. We are encouraging them to move at pace in order to get away from that. I can confirm that all partner nations and our allies that were required to sign off this deal have done so.
And that concludes the statement. Point of order, Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The former DEFRA Secretary of State, the Right Honourable Member for Streatham and Croydon North, made some very dubious claims from the dispatch box regarding water quality in Scotland on two separate occasions in July and September. Comments repeated in writing to a Cabinet Secretary in the Scottish Government on social media and in broadcast interviews. I wrote to the Office for National Statistics to seek clarification. The ONS has now replied and confirmed that these statements lacked verifiable transparency and that the broad evidence did not support them. I quote, "Without appropriate discussion of the limitations of some of the more specific figures quoted, they run the risk of misleading the public." Shameful. I believe this is a clear breach of public trust by a minister in a government that has staked its reputation on restoring trust in politics. Madam Deputy Speaker, I therefore ask you, is it in order for the former DEFRA Secretary of State to repeatedly make clearly misleading statements in this place, not supported by the facts as demonstrated by the ONS, and will you call the Right Honourable Member to the House to apologise?
I thank the honourable member for his point of order, and whilst the chair is not responsible for what ministers say or the way in which they use data, but his point of order is on the record and the government front bench will have heard his concerns, and if a correction is necessary, I'm sure it will be forthcoming. Can I also gently remind the honourable member that I am sure that he meant inadvertently misleading. Just want to... Thank you. Point of order, Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Cabinet Office Guide to Parliamentary Work is very clear that, and I quote, every question should be approached with a predisposition to give relevant information fully. There should be no inconsistencies between the provision of information in answers to written questions and information given under the Freedom of Information Act. If information would be released under FOI, it should be also released in response to a written parliamentary question. That position was confirmed by the then Leader of the House in October last year, who stated that if information would be released under Freedom of Information, it would also be released in response to a written parliamentary question. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, this guidance also appears to have been breached in relation to questions about representations of the government's plans to hike up parking fines. In the answer of the 10th of July to PQ 64511, the Transport Minister, the Honourable Member for Nottingham South, refused to publish the material. On the 19th of August, the Department released the same information under the Freedom of Information Act, explicitly referencing the unanswered parliamentary question. When asked again to publish the released material in an answer of the 16th of October to PQ 77651, the Transport Minister, the Honourable Member for Wakefield and Rothwell, once again refused to do so. We now have a situation where Parliament is being treated with contempt, where information is being provided to members of the public under FOI, but is being withheld from members of this House. This is a direct breach of the Government's own guidance and of the principle of accountability to this House. May I ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you would consider communicating to the Leader of the House and to the departments that such inconsistencies are wholly unacceptable and that information which would be released under FOI must also be released to Parliament? And shouldn't the two ministers now correct this affront and place the information in the library of the House?
Before I respond to the honourable member's point of order, and for the benefit of all members in the chamber here today, can I remind the House that points of order should be concise? There is an increasing tendency to use them to make points that should be properly made in debates. I remind all members that points of order should be limited to matters relating to the business before the House or the rules and conventions of this House. On the point he raises, he will know it is ministers rather than the Chair who are responsible for the responses they give to parliamentary questions. However, he raises a serious point, which the government front bench will have heard. Members of this House play an important role in scrutinising the government, and written parliamentary questions have an important role to play. I know the Procedure Committee takes an interest in these matters, so the honourable member may also wish to raise this with that committee. We now come on to business of the day, to the 10-minute rule motion. I call Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for the United Kingdom to withdraw from the European Convention on Human Rights and to make further provision in connection with the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from that convention. In many ways, this is unfinished business. On June 23rd, 2016, in the biggest democratic exercise in the history of these islands, the British people, despite being told by all the businesses and all the trade unions and much of the press and most of this House, managed, despite everything, children be quiet. managed.
Order. I will be responsible for maintaining order in this chamber. Nigel Farage.
Yes, Madam Deputy, I'm sure you will allow me the opportunity to continue to try and say something without such constant interventions, and I thank you for that. And we voted clearly by a massive margin for the British people to bring back the sovereignty. And by the way, what makes me laugh about this isn't just the sovereignty of this country, it's the sovereignty of this very chamber and the people within it to bring power back to this very place, and that is what we voted for. And of course, one of the most important subsets, one of the biggest reasons for that vote to happen, was the deep alarm at the huge numbers of people coming into our country. The fact that effectively we had open borders, making us poorer in every way. Now, of course, our membership of the European Council, of the European Convention, and then its writing into British law in 1998 kind of enshrined this, and it's what I think Tony Blair wanted us to do. Now, I believe that Brexit cannot be complete, all the while we're subject to a foreign court and frankly, a piece of legislation brought in by the Blair government upon which judges can choose their own political interpretation. We are not sovereign, all the while we are part of the ECHR, the European Council, and its associated court. It's as simple as that. And do you wonder, marvellous to see the intellectual levels of debate in this place. It really is. Do you wonder that out in the country there is growing frustration?
Order. Can I remind members that the honourable gentleman has a 10-minute rule bill in front of this House and should be listened to without interruption? Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was talking about fear growing in the country, anger growing in the country. I sense there's also a bit of that growing in this chamber as well. We do not believe, I do not believe, that it is right that we should, when it comes to controlling our borders, when it comes to who should be able legally to live, work and settle in this country, or indeed who should not be allowed to stay in our country, for this to be under the remit, firstly, of judges in Strasbourg, who, by the way, are jurists, most of them not even legally qualified, and secondly, under the political control of judges in this country who now can make their own interpretation of what we've understood for many, many years to be British common law. This bill intends to restore the power of this Parliament, the power of all of you as MPs, to actually be in control of the things that really matter most to all of your voters, whether they supported you or not. This bill intends to return British common law and to bring back some ideas, rather than state-given rights, of birthrights, of liberty and freedom. These are things that over centuries served our country far better than any other nation in the European continent. This is about liberty, it's about freedom, it's about democratic control. And just think of this. Whatever election result there is, even if 650 of us wanted to change rules on who can come across the channel and who can stay, we could be overruled by a convention we signed up to in 1998. We could literally, don't shake your heads, we could literally be overruled. Literally be overruled. So this is about sovereignty. This is about sovereignty of the country. It's about sovereignty of our Parliament. It's about our voters being able to choose the future course and direction of our own country. And that is why this matters. And let's just remind ourselves, very briefly, of some of the worst examples of where the ECHR takes away our democratic rights. To begin, and it's really interesting, isn't it? It was the last Conservative government who decided to put in place the Rwanda legislation. In theory, very good. It would act as a deterrent. Unless you support the criminal gangs, yes, it was a very good idea. A very good idea.
Brilliant.
The trouble was it couldn't happen. And why couldn't it happen? Well, because if you think about the Rwanda deportation flight in 2022, at 10 p.m. at night, a single judge in Strasbourg, one without any legal qualification, decided on the basis of Article 3, the flight could not take off. And we go on, of course, to horrendous stories, particularly under Article 8, the right to a family life. Well, whose families? The families of British people, or the families of those who've come into Britain, in some cases illegally, and then been waved through? Some of it is disgusting beyond belief. A Pakistani child sex offender dodged deportation on the basis that his removal would harm the children that he'd had in this country. And this goes on and on and on. Brazilian murderers, rapists, many others who claim under Article 8 the right to a family life. Well, what about British families? What about their rights? What about their freedoms? What are your priorities here as members of this place? Now, of course, we'll be told that by leaving this completely outdated 75-year-old convention. And by the way, I fully understand why. In the 1940s, this was signed up to, because the other European countries did not have constitutions, did not have democracies that could pretend them again, that could prevent them going into extremism. But it's now completely outdated. We are not Russia. We are not Belarus. Indeed. Countries like New Zealand, Australia, Canada. Nobody in this room would say they're barbaric or backward countries. They defend freedoms, but I don't defend state-given human rights, because they can be taken away by the very state that has been given to them in the first place. I've never seen so many Liberal Democrats in all my life. I've seen mine.
Order! Continue.
I would ask the Liberal Democrats and others in this place, what is wrong with you? Do you not believe? Do you not believe?
We've got a list for you.
You've only got 10 minutes, mate.
Do you not believe this country is good enough to make its own laws? Do you not believe that the country that since Magna Carta has developed the principle of common law, and with its faults perhaps been the best ever developed by civilization, do you not believe we're good enough to make these rules, or we stick with outdated conventions preyed on by human rights lawyers in this country? I move this bill will restore democratic trust and faith in this once great nation. Thank you.
The question is, the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. Ed Davey, up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The speech we've just heard totally misrepresents the European Convention. And the proposer's failure to mention the huge benefits and rights the European Convention has brought to millions of British people says it all. For those attracted by the argument we've just heard, let me give them one strong reason to think again. Russia, under Vladimir Putin, is the only country to have withdrawn from the European Convention on Human Rights. Now, maybe that's what attracts the honourable gentleman for Clacton to it. After all, he said that Putin is the world leader he most admires. Russia, a country where those who oppose the regime are mysteriously pushed off balconies, and where, if it isn't enough to murder a political opponent like Alexei Navalny, Putin has even jailed lawyers who dared represent him. Things not allowed under the European Convention. But as we've seen a leading political ally of the honourable member, Nathan Gill, imprisoned for taking Russian bribes, perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that the Reform Party is so keen to follow Russia. And besides Russia, Madam Deputy Speaker, where else are people's hard-fought-for rights under attack? Trump's America. Of course, the US isn't part of the European Convention, yet its citizens have benefited from something similar, the US Constitution, designed to check the power of tyrants and protect the individual from the state. And just like the honourable member's desire to remove people's rights here, his hero, Donald Trump, is doing the same in America, attacking the courts and the rule of law, even inciting a violent mob against the US Congress to overturn an election. But of course, the honourable member for Clacton has called President Trump an inspiration. So if you want to know the member for Clacton's intentions for British people's basic rights and freedoms, just look at Putin's Russia or Trump's America. Madam Deputy Speaker, that isn't patriotic. It is deeply un-British, and he should be ashamed. Unlike the honourable member for Clacton, I am proud of our country. I love our country. I am proud that Britain helped create the European Convention on Human Rights, championed by Winston Churchill himself. The Convention protects the very people who need it most, our elderly and most vulnerable, so they may live and grow old with dignity. Our children,
so that those facing horrific abuse have better protection. It also upholds our freedom of speech, so that the press and public can criticise those in power without fear. And it protects our peaceful right of protest. 70 years ago, Britain became the first country to ratify the Convention as a leading voice on the global stage for human rights and the rule of law. That is our history. That is who we are. That is Britain at our best. And yet the Honourable Member for Clacton wants us to forget our history, dump British values, undermine the rule of law and row back on people's hard-won rights. I say no. To help get over how wrong the Honourable Member and the Reform Party and the Conservatives are on this, let me give some examples. Madam Deputy Speaker, when people died because of poor care at Stafford Hospital, their families secured change because of these laws. When British troops died in Iraq because of poor equipment, the Supreme Court ruled that the government was accountable because of these laws. After 96 people were killed in the Hillsborough disaster, and the victims themselves were blamed, and their families finally got the truth because of these laws. And when the Metropolitan Police failed to properly investigate the horrific assaults of John Warboys, his victims were able to take the police to court because of these laws. Time and again, the European Convention and its British twin, the Human Rights Act, have brought justice for our people, protected them from gross misconduct and unfair treatment. These laws help individuals hold the powerful to account, to hold governments to account. These laws can get justice when the elite and powerful cover up and abuse their power. So it's clear, isn't it, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman isn't about standing up for the individual, for the ordinary person, for the people with no voice. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is the friend of the elite and the powerful. And Madam Deputy Speaker, if we do not defend our human rights here at home, how can we possibly persuade other countries of the importance of human rights for their own people? If we do what reform wants, the biggest cheers will come from the Kremlin and from Beijing, from Tehran, from Pyongyang, and from dictators and authoritarian regimes the world over. That would be a betrayal of everything our country stands for. And his plan would damage our country's ability to shape our world. Leaving the Convention would be another nail in the coffin of Britain's unique soft power, where we have so often in the past influenced world events for the better by being part of international agreements, by upholding international law, by leading. Now, of course, the Honourable Gentleman has made his career by damaging our country and our influence. Remember how he led the campaign for Brexit with his Conservative friends? And we know what a total mess that's turned out to be. He and his friends argued Brexit would cut immigration, but immigration has gone up. Just look at how badly he's betrayed the people he claims to speak for. Brexit made the small boats crisis possible. Before Brexit, we effectively had a returns agreement with every EU country, the Dublin system. A deterrent that worked. And now undocumented migrants are trying to reach the UK because they know they can't be returned. Because, thanks to the Honourable Member, his Brexit ripped up Britain's rights to return people with no right to be here. And people who should have claimed asylum elsewhere in Europe, they may shout, they caused it. Now let's look at one of our closest allies, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Republic of Ireland, and look at a vital part of our country, Northern Ireland. The Good Friday Agreement references the European Convention 7 times. The guarantee of basic rights and freedoms in the Convention was fundamental to securing the Good Friday Agreement, to ending the conflict, to stopping the bombs, to getting peace. And yet he stands here today, prepared to risk peace in our country. How utterly shameful. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we approach Remembrance Sunday, let us never forget the sacrifices made for our freedoms today. And let us never forget the lessons that that greatest generation of British people learnt and passed on to us. I think the veterans will notice what Mr. Barrett said. Our greatest generation, Madam Deputy Speaker, showed us that we needed these laws to protect people from state abuse, to stop authoritarian government and tyrants, and to defend people's rights. The post-war generation knew how costly far-right-wing populism had been for our country and our people. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, for our greatest generation, for British people today, and for our democracy, vote against this bill.
The question is that the honourable member had leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Seated, so we can proceed. The question is, as on the order papers, many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes are John Whittingdale and Danny Kruger. Tellers for the noes are Wendy Chamberlain and Claire Young. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 96. The noes to the left, 154.
The ayes to the right, shh. The ayes to the right, 96. The noes to the left, 154. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Colleagues should leave the chamber quietly. Order! Where are you going? If colleagues want to leave the chamber, they should do so quickly and quietly before we get on to the next set of business. Question number 2 on business of the House. Today, Minister to move.
Move formally.
The question is as on the order paper. The question as on the order paper is made. That opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll give the front bench a moment to shuffle over. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Sentencing bill as amended in committee to be considered.
No.
We will begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call Peter Bedford to move new clause 1.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In September 2024, my constituents, and indeed the country, were left shocked by the senseless killing of Braunston Town resident Bim Coley. Mr Coley, a well-respected and decent man, accompanied by his dog Rocky, was just walking through Franklin Park in my constituency, as he usually did, when he was targeted and assaulted to death by a 14-year-old boy and egged on by a 12-year-old girl. Since this horrific event, I've been working with Mr Coley's daughter Susan, and I pay tribute to the Coley family for the dignified manner in which they have had to deal with this emotional and tragic aftermath of such a horrific incident. Susan is not looking for retribution. She's simply looking to promote justice for families of the victims, who at the moment do not feel as if the justice system works for them. And I would like to pay tribute to Susan, who I know is sat at home watching today's debate alongside Rocky. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have tabled new clause 1 and new clause 14 in memory of Mr Coley, and I would like honourable members across the House to support these amendments today, to place greater responsibility on child offenders and the parents of child offenders. New clause 1 would require the Secretary of State to undertake an assessment of the effectiveness and use of parental orders throughout the justice system. Parental orders, for honourable members that do not know, are measures that require parents of child offenders to either pay for their children's crimes or force them to attend parenting classes. Yet despite these powers being on the statute book, they are rarely being used. In fact, the Ministry of Justice confirmed that they have decreased from over 1,000 in 2010 to just 27 in recent years. This is woefully inadequate. These measures are not designed to punish, but to support, to help families restore discipline and stability, to prevent the next crime before it even happens. Susan put it to me, if parents of the two individuals in this case were placed under parental orders, then they would perhaps appreciate the damage and impact that their negligent behaviour has caused. And to think that one of the parents recently asked for their child's tag to be removed so that they could go on a family holiday really is shameful. Madam Deputy Speaker, furthermore, I support new clause 14 to the bill, which will bring an end to anonymity protections for young offenders who commit the most heinous and serious crimes. I believe in deterrence, and I believe that when an individual commits acts so vile, so abhorrent, that the full weight of justice must be felt, including being named publicly. The boy, 15 years old by the time of the trial, should not be shielded. Our judicial system should not protect those who have shown such disregard for human life. They should be named. Just as Axel Rukabana was following a court order, and as Muhammad Umar Khan was last week. New clause 14 is simple. If an individual under the age of 18 commits a serious crime, they will be named. No ifs, no buts.
Because in my eyes, if you are old enough to commit such an appalling crime, then you are old enough to face the full consequences of your actions.
Will the honourable member give way?
I'll give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he's making an excellent and passionate speech. And does he agree with me that the government should really consider looking at supporting the clause that he's talking about reducing the anonymity of people who commit these serious crimes, because they are looking at reducing the voting age to 16. And we should talk about when people are an adult in this country, and they should not be protected if they do these really serious crimes.
Hear, hear. I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I couldn't agree more. I think government policy, particularly he mentions about the rumours that the government is planning to lower the voting age of responsibilities. It does seem a bit contradictory that we would have these two ages of responsibility. Turning to new clause 18, in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Bexhill and Battle. The girl that was with the 14-year-old boy that egged him on did not receive a custodial sentence. A shocking fact that even though she was egging on a peer to commit an assault, quite literally to kill a man, she did not receive a custodial sentence. Sentencing guidelines make it nearly impossible for individuals of that age to receive a custodial sentence. But what can we do in this House about that? Well, the answer is very little, because we have an unelected and unaccountable quango determining sentencing guidelines rather than democratically elected members in this place. This is wrong, and this must change. We must abolish the Sentencing Council and restore democratic accountability within our judicial system to promote equality before the law and to ensure that serious crimes are treated with the tough punishment they deserve, irrespective of a defendant's sob story. Crime is crime. And that's why I'm also a supporter of new clauses 17 and 19, which will ensure tough sentences for those who would commit sexual abuse or murder. But finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to highlight my support for new clause 21, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Huntingdon. This new clause delivers a powerful message that if you take a life through dangerous or reckless driving, then you should forfeit the privilege of driving. This amendment prioritises public safety and provides justice for families who have lost loved ones, like my constituent Emma Johnson, who lost her parents through the actions of a careless driver. Madam Deputy Speaker, I sincerely hope that the government does support the amendments today. We in this place must ensure that justice is done and seen to be done.
Parents of young offenders.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time, and I call the chair of the Justice Select Committee. You're not contributing? Marvellous. I then call John MacDonald.
Sorry, I didn't hear properly. Okay. I only wanted a couple of sentences. In last week's committee, I tabled new clause, which is effectively new clause 26 today. And it was, if I can remind the Minister, it was simply the views that have been expressed to us from a number of organisations, including the National Socialist Probation Officers, which was to recall the problems that we had on privatisation, particularly with regard to community service and unpaid work. In London in particular, in 2013, when the supervision of unpaid work was privatised to Serco, it was a catastrophic failure, both to provide effective work and security for the community overall, and really, I think, left a stain on the old process of managing community works. And that was reflected also when probation by the previous government was totally privatised and had to be brought back in-house. And it was simply, the amendment last week and the same this week, is simply asking for an assurance from the government that, although of course we'll want to engage with voluntary organisations and charities, non-profit making bodies, we would not want to see privatisation take place in the community service and unpaid work area, and including particular placements of former prisoners in areas of work where they would be exploited, and also they would ensure that they... certainly.
I'm very grateful to him. I'm sure that he will join me as well, that we had amendments, new clause 27, new clause 28, and I think the Honourable Member for Liverpool Riversward had an amendment also, new clause 25. Mine were in relation to probation capacity and devolution of probation services to Wales. but we had no feedback whatsoever from the Minister at the close of the day when we were last discussing the sentencing bill. And I do think that these 4 new clauses do warrant a commentary and a response from the Minister, and I hope he agrees.
That's the reason I tabled this amendment. I didn't want to be a pain in the neck. I just wanted to hear a ministerial response that there had been some acceptance of our understanding of the implications of what potentially could happen and the concerns that the probation service had overall about a number of these matters. So the reason for retabling is simply to get the Minister's view and attitude of the government on these particular issues. And there were a range of issues and amendments, and they largely came from the Justice Union's parliamentary group, of which the honourable member is chair. I just want to be absolutely clear that because the history on community service has always been that it is state supervised, working with charities and non-profit making organisations, and at no stage would we want to allow private sector organisations to profiteer from this area of service. And it was simply to try and get an assurance from the Minister on that. And again, whatever attitude the Minister takes today, I'm hoping he can give us that assurance. But if there's a need for a further discussion and dialogue, I'm sure the Justice Union's Trade Union Group will be willing to meet him and go through some of these issues in more detail. Certainly.
Making a good point in that it's right that commercial organisations may well be able to run community schemes, but voluntary organisations, it's clear their ambition is rehabilitation, prevention of reoffending, and that really must be the goal of community sentencing, and it's at the heart of this bill.
I can only draw upon the experience that he and I had when Serco were in charge, which was about profiteering, reducing costs largely through reducing staffing, and if he recalls, there were occasions where we were having reports that community service volunteers were turning up. The tools weren't available for them to do the work. There was a lack of supervision, and in a few instances we discovered that some of the vehicles that they were used being forced into were unsafe as well. So we don't want to get back to a profiteering role, and that's why an assurance that this will be managed and orientated by both the state but also working with the voluntary sector and non-profit making voluntary organisations and charities, I think would reassure those professionals that have experienced in the past, unfortunately to all our detriments, the privatisation that's taken place.
I now come to the Shadow Minister, Dr. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in support of new Clause 19 in my name and the other clauses in my name and the names of the Shadow Opposition. And can I just begin by thanking the member for Mid-Leicestershire for opening the debate for us. And he's drawn attention to an important issue, something that I often ponder. I'm aware that there are very many powers available to tackle the involvement of parents in offending, and I just don't ever really get the sense that they're working as well as we would want them to, and his amendment would help us try and get to the bottom of that. It's a privilege to be able to take part in this report stage debate on behalf of His Majesty's opposition and to have a further opportunity to continue to do what I can to make clear to members opposite the enormous negative impact on victims this bill is going to have. As it stands, this bill will fundamentally change how we deliver justice for the victims of serious, violent and sexual crimes in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the official opposition, we tabled amendments and new clauses during the committee stage, but we didn't get to undertake line-by-line scrutiny in a proper bill committee. Something we didn't get to do because I suspect the government know the reality of this bill is so damning that they fear an outright rebellion from their MPs if they can't continue the pretence about what it does and doesn't do. But nevertheless, we attempted to provide a limited and more acceptable reform of the early release measures to exclude sexual and serious violent offenders, and Labour MPs rejected that. We're now left only with a clause to remove these measures entirely. And why do we persist? Because the consequences if we do not are dire. The government has said time and time again that no person who has committed what they describe as the most serious offences would be released earlier. However, we know this to be completely false. The change in automatic release rules apply to all standard determinate sentences, and they apply to every single person who is on one. Firstly, I reiterate to members that the independent library briefing note confirms that these releases will be automatic. Madam Deputy Speaker, more than 60% of offenders sentenced to prison for rape receive standard determinate sentences, as do over 90% of those convicted of child grooming offences. Around half of individuals in prison for attempted murder are also given standard determinate sentences. Each year, hundreds of people convicted of child rape or sexual assault, including offences involving victims aged under 13, serve these types of sentences. In total, more than 6,000 offenders are sent to prison annually for serious, violent sexual offences, and they will get out of prison earlier under this bill. I don't know in how many ways I can explain this to members to overcome the briefing that it is not true, that it's happening outside of the chamber. I think I have no choice but to actually take members through the numbers. I have here in front of me the sentencing data for those convicted of the rape of a female aged 16 or over. In total, on average, 590 men are sent to prison for this offence every year. 197 of them would be excluded from these early release measures because they're given extended determinate sentences or life sentences, but 393 would not. That is 393 rapists, the vast majority being sent to prison every year that will be let out of prison earlier. And that is without even including those guilty of the rape of children. Many of these will be let out of prison earlier too. Many members in this House raise the terrible cases of causing death by dangerous driving. Glenn and Becky Ewins from Justice for Victims campaign in memory of their daughter, Violet Grace, that was killed at 4 years old by a drug dealer going at 80 miles per hour in a 30 mile per hour zone. A drug dealer that fled the scene and then returned, stepping over her as she lay injured on the pavement to get to their drugs. Are we seriously going to tell people like them that their perpetrators can get out of prison earlier in future? Because that is what will happen. Every year, on average, 169 offenders are sent to prison for causing death by dangerous driving. 163 of them are given a standard determinant sentence and will get out of jail earlier as a result of this bill. Some of them will only serve a third of their sentences. I have pages and pages of these offences. Sexual grooming. Out of 228 offenders sent to prison every year for sexual grooming, 211 serve standard determinant sentences, and under this bill, 196 will serve only a third of their sentence. Stalking. 475 people are sent to prison every year for stalking, and 458 of them are sent to prison on standard determinant sentences. 427 of them will serve a third of their sentences under this bill. Sexual activity involving a child under 16. 576 offenders are sent to prison for this offence every year. 502 of them will get out of prison earlier because of this bill, and 269 of them will only serve a third of their sentence. Madam Deputy Speaker, this morning the Home Secretary said she was glad that the vile child sex offender, as she described him, Hadush Kabatu, is off our streets. She is right to welcome that. Kabatu was convicted of sexual assault offences against women and girls. What do the former Justice Secretary's measures mean in relation to the now Home Secretary mean in relation to other perpetrators that, as she describes, are vile sex offenders sent to prison for the exact same offences? I can tell the House that two-thirds of the offenders sent to prison for similar sexual assault offences will only have to serve a third of their sentence if this bill goes through, a third. The government wants, on the one hand, to celebrate removing these offenders from the streets at the same time as directly legislating to put them back on them. It's shameful that members opposite, in their majority, voted against our amendment and our clause to remove these early measures in specific terms, and our clause to remove the measures entirely remain before the House, even if we will not get the opportunity to vote on them today. I'd now like to consider our new Clause 19 that seeks to address a clear gap in the law, one that I believe the majority of members on all sides would agree must be closed. Madam Deputy Speaker, at present our sentencing framework requires that a whole life order be imposed on anyone convicted of murdering a police or prison officer while that officer is carrying out their duties. That provision acts as both a deterrent and a guarantee of justice for those who risk their lives in confronting dangerous offenders. Yet a recent court case has created a precedent that that measure will not be applied if the prison or police officer is not actively on duty at the time of their murder. I want to describe to the House the disturbing events surrounding the murder of former prison officer Lenny Scott, who was killed by a violent offender he had once supervised. Mr. Scott was working as a prison officer in HMP Altcourse in Liverpool. In 2020, Elias Morgan offered him a bribe to keep to himself that a phone had been found in his cell. I know the vast majority of prison officers do an excellent job and follow the rules, but the House will be aware of examples where we do see corruption in our prison service. Mr. Scott could have taken that bribe. This is a man that Mr Scott almost certainly knew was capable of violent offences and was involved in organised crime. He could have forgotten his duties and responsibilities, but he did not. He refused the bribe. He was then subjected to death threats by Morgan. It's a matter of public record that Mr Scott's time as a police officer was not unblemished, but when it comes to the question of courage, of sheer guts and bravery, of refusing to be cowed by a violent thug, of refusing to take the easy way out, Mr Scott was an exemplar not just to prison officers, but to all of us. But Morgan made good on his threats, waiting years later until 2024 to murder Mr Scott in cold blood. This was a carefully planned murder. Lancashire police found evidence that the month before, Morgan was scoping out locations linked to Mr Scott. He drove close to Mr Scott's home in Prescott, Merseyside, a gym in the Speak area of Liverpool where he sometimes trained, and a gym on Peel Road, Skelmersdale, where the shooting would later take place. He gunned him down as he was leaving the gym, shooting him 6 times. He didn't stand a chance. In 2013, the then Home Secretary Theresa May, the former Prime Minister and member for Maidenhead, announced that we would change the law so that the murder of a police or prison officer would result in a whole life order. Speaking at the time in relation to police officers, she said, "We ask police officers to keep us safe by confronting and stopping violent criminals for us. We ask them to take risks so that we don't have to. That is why I'm clear that life should mean life for anyone convicted of killing a police officer." And rightly, as prison officers have done the very same thing, the measure included them. But the sentencing of Mr Scott's murder has made it clear that the courts have not, in my view, understood the will of Parliament, because Morgan was not given a whole life order. He was given a life sentence with a minimum tariff. It's true to say that at 45 years his sentence is longer than most, but Morgan was 35 when he was convicted. It is not inconceivable that he will get out one day, and I don't believe Parliament ever intended for criminals like him to ever get out. I have to say I was shocked at this outcome. It had not occurred to me that it would not apply. I was very familiar with the measure in relation to police officers following my own time serving as a volunteer police officer, so my initial reaction was to believe that the measure must not have been applied to prison officers, and I raised that in the House. Because Parliament legislated to say the ultimate sanction of our legal system should be used when police and prison officers are killed for doing their jobs. Lenny Scott was killed for doing his job. The wording of the present measure refers to the murder taking place in the course of their duty. I can't know with certainty what was in the minds of all parliamentarians when passing that legislation. Maybe they had considered scenarios such as the one that Mr Scott suffered and actively chose to exclude them. Even if they did, this side of the House is clear that it shouldn't. Our new clause, Madam Deputy Speaker, would ensure that this loophole is closed once and for all. Where a police or prison officer is murdered, if the motivation for the murder was connected to the police or prison officer's current or former duties, that should result in a whole life order. We can't go back and secure this outcome for Mr Scott and his family, but I've had the pleasure of speaking with Mr Scott's mother. She would very much welcome this change in memory of her son, so that her family know, though nothing can be undone, that something positive can happen for others as a result. She's accepted an invitation to attend Parliament and meet with me, and I'm sure the Minister would welcome the opportunity to meet her as well, and I note he's nodding his head in affirmation. We can ensure in future that criminals know the fullest possible consequences of the law will follow if they murder a police or prison officer simply because they were doing their job. I'd now like to turn to new clause 20, which seeks to establish notification and offender management requirements for those convicted of child cruelty offences. In effect, creating a system similar to the sex offenders register for individuals who have abused and neglected children. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear why this matters. Every one of us in this House knows that behind the legal language of cruelty or abuse, there lies some of the most distressing, life-altering crimes imaginable. Crimes where a child, utterly dependent and vulnerable, gets the worst instead of the best, often from those that are supposed to love and care for them. This measure will not fix everything. Sadly, this is not the world we live in, but there is before us a clear and proven step that we can take toward improving how we protect our children. At present, if you are convicted of a sexual offence against a child, you are rightly placed on the sex offenders register. You're required to keep the police informed of your whereabouts, your identity, and any change to your circumstances, including whether you're living with children. This requirement sits separately from probation requirements, and if you're convicted of an offence to which the requirements apply, and you receive a prison sentence of 30 months or more, the notification requirements are indefinite. This allows the police service, along with other agencies, to better assess and manage risk and ultimately protect children and others from harm. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you're convicted of horrific physical abuse, of neglect, or of causing a child's death through sustained cruelty, there is no equivalent requirement. Once your sentence and probation is over, you can disappear into the community with no requirement to report where you live, no oversight by those who might need to protect other children, and no legal mechanism for ongoing management. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a clear gap in our child protection system. This new Clause 20 would correct that gap. A person convicted of any of the listed child cruelty or violence offences, including causing or allowing the death of a child or vulnerable adult, child cruelty, neglect, infanticides, exposing children whereby life is endangered, and female genital mutilation, would be required to notify the police of their details within 3 days of conviction or release. They would have to confirm where they live, any of the addresses they use, and any names they go by. They would have to keep that information up to date and confirm it annually, just as child sex offenders already do. And importantly, that information could be shared between the police and other agencies that work to safeguard children. This would give local law enforcement the information they need to identify the risk that individuals could pose to the local community and intervene with any precautionary measures early to protect children before harm could come. It offers greater protection to the public by ensuring that those who have committed abuse and cruelty to children are treated in the same manner as those who have committed sexual abuse. Now, I would like to say a few words about the reason why we're considering this measure today. I would like to say a few words about the extraordinary lady, Paula Hudgell. Paula Hudgell's name has been spoken before in this House. Paula is the adoptive mother of 11-year-old Tony Hudgell, who had both legs amputated after abuse by his birth parents. She's previously campaigned successfully for tougher sentences to be available for child abuse offences for which she was awarded an OBE. When Paula adopted Tony, the criminals responsible for what happened to him, his birth parents, were not even going to be prosecuted. Paula told me that if anyone had done that to her birth children, she would have done what they had done to Tony. She would have done everything she could to pursue justice. And that even though he was adopted, Tony was no different, and that's exactly what she did for him. And in the end, they were convicted. The maximum sentence they received appalled Paula, and her first campaign began to change the maximum to a life sentence. But during the course of her campaigning and getting to see the system of parole and what the system can do to monitor people afterwards, Paula got an incredible insight into the flaws and what needed to change. Discussing it with the police officer, Becky Taft, who would also like to pay tribute to a lady that Paula got to know during the course of the prosecution, they both recognised this glaring omission that we're seeking to close today. And so Paula acted. And Paula is continuing to act despite facing enormous challenges in her personal circumstances as she is undergoing treatment for cancer that can no longer be cured. If I can quote Paula now, she says, "I've been battling cancer, but as long as I have fire in my belly, I'll keep fighting to protect children by pushing for this register. That's what keeps me going, knowing that Tony's legacy can help save other young lives." This is an incredible woman that I'm honoured to have gotten to know. And her MP, the member for Maidstone and Marling and Shadow Solicitor General, has done so much to help Paula turn this campaign into words on the page, into legislation we can pass, and she's someone I'm pleased to be able to call a friend. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that this is something that the Justice Secretary is taking a direct interest in, and I want to sincerely thank him for that. I know this is something that I'm sure the Minister will also want to closely consider. I do want to ensure the strength of feeling on these benches and other benches is understood by the voting lobbies tonight, and it may be this evening the government's not ready to support this measure right away, and Labour MPs may feel that's reasonable at this stage, but I would welcome a commitment from the dispatch box to enable me to come to the conclusion that we can agree to work cross-party under the place to get this done. Madam Deputy Speaker, I look forward to the rest of the debate and considering amendments being put forward by other members, and I hope I have been able to explain clearly our measures related to prison and police officer whole life orders and the child cruelty register. But for whatever else this bill achieves, for whatever else we might reasonably disagree on, at the heart of this bill is the biggest step backwards in securing justice for the victims of serious crime in a generation. If it passes unamended, it would represent a betrayal of victims. I don't believe members opposite want that. It is not too late. The Lords, I am confident, will not let this bill pass unamended. And at some point, Labour MPs will again be able to decide, they will be able to say to the Prime Minister and his plan, no. MPs always have choices. This government spends £1 trillion a year on various services. Whatever positive and honourable intentions members opposite have in relation to victims and securing justice for them, whatever positive measures they bring forward will be disastrously undone if members opposite don't work together to make clear they will not support measures that let thousands of serious, violent and sexual offenders out of prison earlier.
Lindsay Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will speak to my amendment, New Clause 36, which seeks to implement a key recommendation of David Gauke's independent sentencing review on which the measures in this bill are based. New Clause 36 proposes that release at 1/3 of the sentence should be conditional on positive actions and purposeful activity, such as attending education classes, engaging in voluntary work and participating in drug rehabilitation. The amendment seeks to address the prison capacity crisis by embedding an emphasis on rehabilitation into the earned progression model from its very first stage. Incentivising purposeful activity will do two things. Firstly, it will actively reward better behaviour within the prison, leading to fewer incidences of additional adjudication days added.
On that point, would my honourable friend give way?
Yes.
Thank her for giving way. Would she agree with me that offering clear incentives for earned release is a key way of offering certain offenders clear chances to change and thereby reducing the risk of reoffending and enhancing public protection?
Thank you for the intervention. I would absolutely agree with that, and as the honourable member will have seen as part of the Justice Select Committee alongside me, there is clear evidence to back that up. Madam Deputy Speaker, secondly, by starting the process of rehabilitation through positive requirements earlier, it will reduce reoffending rates on release, thereby cutting crime and consequently easing pressure on prisoner capacity in the longer term. On the first point, the Justice Select Committee inquiries have found worryingly high rates of drug and alcohol abuse, self-harm and violence against inmates and staff. Evidence submitted by Collective Voice shows that prisoners are more likely to develop substance misuse issues while in custody if they lack meaningful activity. The Prisoners' Education Trust describe how participating in education has rehabilitative benefits and helps people in prison occupy their time positively and learn new skills. His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons found that the prisons which were able to best tackle substance abuse combined clear boundaries, high expectations and, importantly, meaningful incentives. Prisons like HMP Oakwood and HMP Rye Hill, which offer rich, purposeful activity, see significantly lower rates of drug use and better behaviour. By incentivising engagement in well-resourced, purposeful activity, New Clause 36 would reduce the likelihood of prisoners turning to substances or violence. In turn, fewer prisoners would incur additional days on their sentence, which would ease overcrowding and the strain on prison staff. I will give way.
Ms. Griff, she's making an excellent speech, and as she said, the Chief Inspector of Prisons has found that rehabilitation is not working in prisons. And this bill gives the opportunity for a sea change in the way that works, as well as preventing reoffending when people leave prison. And as you'll know, as a member of the Select Committee, we're producing a major report on rehabilitation soon. And it's essential that purposeful activity becomes the norm in prisons and not the exception.
Yeah. I thank the Chair of the Justice Select Committee, whose opinion I greatly trust and rely upon. And indeed, it is absolutely essential that rehabilitative work in prisons is available to all, as I'll go on to talk about in a little bit more detail. On my second point, Madam Deputy Speaker, structured rehabilitation during custody prepares individuals for life after release. As the earned progression model currently stands, the emphasis on rehabilitation begins largely during the intensive supervision stage, and whilst I absolutely welcome the focus and measures in this bill to tackle the root causes of crime, we shouldn't wait until release from custody to begin that important work. Too often, upon release, individuals return to the same environments, the same pressures and the same risks that contributed to their offending in the first place. So why wait then when we can intervene at the point when they are most reachable? Madam Deputy Speaker, we quite literally have a captive audience. And if people leave custody having already engaged in structured rehabilitation, they're more likely to respond positively to supervision and less likely to reoffend. That in turn reduces pressure on the probation service, which is also already under immense strain. To summarise, the model proposed by New Clause 36 is fair and proportionate actively rewarding good behaviour while existing provisions in the bill punish bad behaviour. Those who engage constructively while in custody through an earned progression scheme may be released as early as a third. Those who break the rules will serve more days. But meanwhile, those who neither engage positively nor breach rules will see no change in their release date. This ensures that rehabilitation, positive behaviour, purposeful activity and steps towards reintegration are actively incentivised and baked into the earned progression model from the very start. Having said this, I do understand that there are practicalities which have to be considered in implementing this positive requirement scheme if it is to be successful. Years of neglect by the previous government have left our prison system overstretched and under-resourced. On the 4th of February, the Justice Committee heard evidence from Clinks, Prison Reform Trust, Women in Prison and Narco. And we were told during that session that only around 50% of prisoners are engaged in education or work, which is often part-time, not rehabilitative, and that's due to staffing shortages, overcrowding and limited resources and facilities. In essence, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've inherited prisons that can't offer the programmes people need, and access to purposeful activity is highly inconsistent. So I recognise the immense scale of the challenge in getting the prison system to a place where the provisions that I'm proposing in this new clause can be implemented fairly effectively and with the necessary resources across the country. Therefore, while I don't expect the government will accept my amendment today, I strongly urge the Minister to commit to incorporating positive requirements to purposeful activity in the earned progression model as soon as conditions allow. And this incremental approach is in line with the position that David Gauke himself outlined in the review. He said, this review holds the view that as prison capacity eases and fuller regimes become possible, compliance requirements for earned release should become more demanding. Madam Deputy Speaker, only by doing this will we truly future-proof our prisons, help people turn their back on crime and ensure that, unlike the last government, we always ensure that we have places in our prisons for the most dangerous offenders. Thank you.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jess Brown-Fuller. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the House has heard repeatedly in recent weeks, our justice system is crumbling under the strain in our courts, prisons and probation services, bulging at the seams, stretched to the limit and ultimately failing all who come into contact with it. Our justice system is not adequately punishing criminals, not rehabilitating them and not protecting victims and survivors, and confidence has been slowly eroded and undermined. So this has to end. The sentencing bill provided ample opportunity to address these issues, with scope to consider how we tackle the looming projection of a prison population of over 100,000 in just 3 years' time. I am disappointed that such a large bill that's making fundamental changes to sentencing wasn't given the line-by-line scrutiny that a bill committee affords it, rather than a committee of the whole House. We as a party are supportive of many of the steps that are taken in the bill. And in the spirit of working collaboratively on a crisis that affects us all, we have tabled a number of amendments that seek to improve and strengthen the bill. For example, we welcome the government's new Clause 3, which would give courts the power to order offenders to make monthly payments from their income. And we have tabled new Clause 3 to ask the government to assess whether income reduction orders could be used to fund victim support. On the topic of financial penalties, new Clause 33 would create a power for a sentencing court to require an offender to make periodic payments or other contributions towards the maintenance and welfare of their dependents, ensuring that their responsibility to provide support is not automatically void during a custodial sentence. Creating a presumption of a suspended sentence for terms of under 12 months is something that the Liberal Democrats have long campaigned for. It's a necessary step to reduce prison overcrowding, but it also plays a vital role in reducing reoffending, with rehabilitation offered in the community. 62% of those serving custodial sentences of less than 12 months go on to reoffend, but only 24% reoffend if they are given a suspended sentence or a community order. We don't need to see offenders sent to prison to become better criminals. We need to support them to become better citizens. Creating a rehabilitative system will, in the long term, reduce costs, protect victims, and ease pressure on our public services. The work of our justice system should be centred on this goal for the good of all. To that end, new Clause 12 would allow and facilitate prisoners held on remand to access rehabilitative programmes, education, therapy, and other support before their sentencing hearing. As of June this year, 20% of the prison population is on remand and is yet to have their sentence heard. With court backlogs at an all-time high, we have offenders arriving at their sentencing hearing, receiving their sentence, and then heading straight home because of the length of time they've served on remand. Remand prisons are often overcrowded and typically suffer from understaffing and inadequate facilities. They should be offered the same level of support as sentenced prisoners if we are to reduce the levels of reoffending. We are, of course, supportive of the identifier introduced as part of the bill following the work of my friend, the member for Eastbourne, in collaboration with the government. And I commend my honourable friend's hard work and determination to make tangible changes for those who have experienced domestic abuse, providing greater confidence that their abusers will be suitably dealt with in the system. And I do thank the government for their constructive engagement on this issue with my honourable friend. However, our campaign does not end there, as shown in new Clause 8, which would ensure that domestic abuse is treated as an aggravated offence, which would reflect the severity and long-term impact of such crimes on victims. Whilst new Clause 9 would ask the government to carry out an assessment of the potential benefits of creating mandatory rehabilitative programmes to tackle violence against women and girls for individuals sentenced to offences such as assault, battery and actual bodily harm where the victim was a female. We have also tabled a number of amendments relating to the probation service, because none of this means anything if probation is not properly resourced. And I know that the government will refer to the £700 million in additional funding, but this is not yet being felt on the front line of probation, where the situation remains as described by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Probation earlier this year, where the probation service has too few staff with too little experience and training managing too many cases. Without maximum caseloads, we open ourselves up to a higher risk of human error and also a more cautious approach to recalling, because staff simply do not have the capacity to manage people in the community effectively. Probation officers believe fundamentally in rehabilitation and in supporting offenders to reintegrate into society, but I must raise some serious concerns that I have around the removal of the existing short-term recalls and standard recalls in favour of a 56-day blanket recall for all offenders, except those identified through a MAPA, through a multi-agency public protection arrangement. Under the current guidance, somebody who might be engaging with, for example, mental health services in the community, but not attending their probation appointment, so therefore are being non-compliant of their agreement, would currently be recalled for 28 days under a fixed-term recall. That means, for example, if they're in temporary accommodation, which we know a lot of these people coming out of prison are, the likelihood is that the accommodation will still be there when they've served their fixed term, and they can re-engage with the programmes in the community that they were already on. But under the new arrangements, in the same circumstances, somebody recalled for 56 days would be coming out and in effect starting again, having lost their accommodation arrangements, lost their place on a community programme that they're engaging with, as these places are typically only held for up to 4 weeks. The likelihood of them then going on to reoffend when they are seeing a cycle will increase, and we will see the same people being called back for recalls. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you could have a serious offender breaching their licence by intimidating, harassing or stalking their victim, and instead of receiving a standard recall which would last until the end of their sentence, they would only be returned to serve just 56 days. Those that are classified under probation as medium risk offenders, which is the majority of offences when we talk about violence against women and girls, it's the majority of domestic abuse perpetrators and stalkers, they would not come under the exclusions that the government has proposed in it coming under MAPA 2 and 3. On Monday, in this chamber, we spoke at length and had consensus across the House that we needed to do more to support victims, and the measure in this bill directly contradicts that desire. It's a serious omission which we are extremely concerned will lead to the release of dangerous criminals onto our streets that will go on to continue to reoffend. New Clause 31 will therefore ensure that offenders who have committed serious, certain offences will not be eligible for automatic release following a fixed-term recall. And I would implore the Minister to please go away and look at the proposal that I have tabled as an amendment to this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill provided a great chance to address some key issues in our justice system, and it showed signs of life, taking an innovative approach to some of the issues, but ultimately it did lack the vision and expectedly it lacked the funding. But I do thank members for their engagement and discussion around the bill, and I encourage them to support New Clause 12 later on.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to support this vital sentencing bill, which represents a significant step towards protecting victims and delivering justice. And today I'd like to draw attention to New Clause 831 and Amendment 1. The party opposite claimed to be the champions of law and order, yet their record was of lawless disorder. After 14 years in power, they increased sentencing lengths without planning the prison places to uphold them, delivering just a few hundred spaces, while violence, drugs and chaos spiralled across our prison estates. They left our justice system on the brink, forced into the early release of more than 10,000 offenders in secret, shattering public confidence. This government is taking a different path. We are delivering the largest prison expansion since Victorian times, with 2,500 new places already open and on track for 14,000 by 2031. And we will ensure we never again run out of prison capacity. But we must also make prisons work. This means punishment that cuts through crime and through earned release, tougher community sentences, incentive supervision and proper rehabilitation that turns offenders away from crime for good. Madam Deputy Speaker, central to making sentencing work is protecting victims, not just at the point of conviction, but every day thereafter. And I want to thank the Honourable Member from Chichester for highlighting the important issue of domestic abuse in New Clause 8 and New Clause 31. The bill introduces a powerful new mechanism under Chapter 6, finding of domestic abuse, ensuring that there is once the court is satisfied an offence involves domestic abuse, it must declare this in an open court, permanently recognising the heightened harm to victims. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, activates stronger protections, including potential electronic tagging and exclusion zones, ensuring offenders can be tracked in real time and kept away from victims' homes and workplaces. The Loose Women Facing It Together campaign has powerfully shown the real human impact of domestic abuse and the urgent need for continuous protection. The measures in this bill meet that need, ensuring abusers cannot return to intimidating or control, and that victims are safeguarded with the full force of the law behind them. These landmark reforms will end the crisis we inherited and restore faith in a justice system that protects the public and puts our victims first. Madam Deputy Speaker, since my election I've been campaigning tirelessly on the issue of tool theft, a crime that devastates the livelihoods of tradespeople across our country, and for whom there are too many to list in this House here today, but I expect we all know someone who has been a victim of this crime. Construction workers face the highest suicide rates of any profession, 4 times higher than any other occupation. In December 24, I laid a 10-minute rule bill before this House, calling for tool theft to be recognised as a significant additional harm to victims and for courts to consider the total financial loss to victims. This would mean not just considering the value of the tools themselves, but the repair, the loss of work and the rippling effect on businesses and families. Having closely worked with Ministers of Justice over the past year, I'm pleased to see the sentencing bill recognising the additional protections needed for victims and the sector that the sector has been calling for. This bill, with its provisions, requires courts to consider the full impact of theft on victims, its new restriction zones that can ban prolific thieves from construction sites and tool retailers, and its tougher community sentences, delivering transformation protection for tradespeople. And Madam Deputy Speaker, while the Government is not supporting Amendment 1 put by the Honourable Member from West Dorset, I'd like to thank him for enabling this discussion into the wider impact of crime. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to note that this sentencing bill does require courts to consider the full impact of crime, including psychological harm. It recognises what victims of tool theft and indeed all crimes have been telling us all along. Harm does not stop when the tools are stolen or the crime is committed. The psychological harm of losing livelihoods, the anxiety about future thefts, the mental health impact, being unable to work, are real harms that must consider when sentencing offenders, and this bill delivers on that. Madam Deputy Speaker, these reforms will protect the public with tougher sentencing and tighter monitoring, cut crime by stopping reoffending before it happens, support victims by recognising harm and preventing future abuse, and build a safer society with less crimes and ultimately, Madam Deputy Speaker, fewer victims.
Helen Grant. Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish to speak to new clause 20 regarding the introduction of a child cruelty register. Tony and Paula Hudgell are my constituents, and I've had the honour of getting to know both of them, especially Paula, Tony's adoptive mum, extremely well. As an MP, one of the special aspects of the job that we do is getting to meet incredible people, doing incredible things, often behind the scenes of the public gaze. But in a decade and a half as a member, and I'm showing my age now, I have personally never come across such a courageous, driven, united mother and son team. And that's what they are. They're a team, especially given Tony's young age of 11. And this amendment to introduce a child cruelty register, outlined so eloquently and passionately by my honourable friend, the Shadow Minister, who is also a great champion of victims, underlines what our job is really about. And that is changing and improving the lives of our constituents for the better, keeping them safe and protecting the most vulnerable. When Tony was just a little baby, 41 days old, his birth parents, Jodie Simpson and Anthony Smith, abused him so badly that he had to have both of his legs amputated. Tony will have to live with the consequences of these injuries for the rest of his life. Smith and Simpson were sentenced to 10 years imprisonment by a judge in Maidstone Crown Court. It was a maximum that that judge could give at the time. They served 8 years and have now been released quite recently. They will be managed and monitored by police and probation for the remaining 2 years of their sentences. But after that, there's nothing. Zero. No management, no monitoring, no reporting requirements if they change their name, start a new family, move county, have more children, and their case details will be archived, thus leaving a terrible and dangerous gap in our child protection system. I was a legal aid family lawyer for over 20 years prior to becoming a member of Parliament, and I specialised in child abuse and domestic violence work. And most days of the week, I would attend various county courts around the south-east of the country, obtaining non-molestation injunctions and occupation orders for mainly women and children. Some perpetrators also went to prison following criminal proceedings. But upon release, far too many would go straight back round to their former homes and abuse their families all over again. It was like a vicious circle. And the point I want to make here is that prison can, of course, be a good rehabilitation. But tragically, many upon leaving prison remain a risk. And as parliamentarians, we must do all that we can when we have the chance to manage and eradicate that risk. The Child Cruelty Register would require people convicted of certain child cruelty offences to provide personal details and information to the police. The information would be kept on record, and this would allow the police and probation to continue to manage and monitor those who remain a risk after the completion of their sentence. Experience has shown me, and it really has, that people who commit serious crimes often move around They move counties. They deliberately avoid detection by not registering with health services, social services, and other agencies. And the notification requirement in the amendment would serve as a good single identifier. It would help to stop some families slipping through the net. In other respects, the register would operate in a very similar manner to the sex offenders register. I would like to end my contribution today with a message from Paula. She said this: no child should ever endure what Tony went through. The suffering he experienced as a baby changed all of our lives forever. For the past 7 years, I have fought tirelessly for a child cruelty register, and this is because I believe those who commit such a horrific crimes against children should never be allowed to simply disappear from the system once their sentence ends. The register would mean proper monitoring, accountability and protection, not just for Tony, but for every child in our country. This is heartbreaking that right now known abusers can change their names, move to new areas, form new relationships, have more children without any requirement to tell the authorities. This is a loophole that puts all of our children at risk. As Paula's MP, I repeat again that as parliamentarians, we have a duty to do all that we can when we have the chance to, as we do today with this bill, as we do today, to eradicate that terrible, terrible risk.
Sarah Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to speak in support of new clause 36, which would provide requirements for offenders to comply with an earned progression scheme before being subject to release, which I think is a really important opportunity to enhance the ambitions of the government laid out in this bill. Because in my constituency of Hyndburn, shoplifting, antisocial behaviour, car break-ins continue to plague Accrington Town Centre and my constituents. Often increases in levels of the town centre crime and break-ins are caused by offenders released early who have failed to receive the rehabilitation they require. Often with drug or alcohol addictions, they're back on the streets trying to feed those addictions, stuck in a cycle of lose, lose, lose for my residents, for the police and for the taxpayer. So while absolutely we must be tough on crime, we must also tackle the root causes of crime and ensure the system delivers for victims and stops the revolving door in our prisons, which serves none of us. There are a number of areas that I think the reforms on community order, on the requirements around community orders will lead to less crime and safer streets for my constituents. It will provide a more tailored, effective approach to punishment and rehabilitation, because under this new bill, courts will have expanded tools to tailor community and suspended sentence orders so that they better fit the individual offender, the offence and the risk posed. The bill adds new community requirements to the list of options attached to a community or suspended sentence order, such as prohibitions on driving, attending pubs, bars and clubs or public events and being restricted to geographic zones. This enhanced flexibility means that sentences in the community can be made more meaningful, more effective, not just a series of generic tasks, but specifically calibrated to the offender's behaviour, the harm caused and the need to protect the public and victims. It ensures that community-based sentences are not perceived as light or ineffective, but can carry real conditions and consequences. It also strengthens the public protection and victim confidence, because one of the key aims of these reforms is to bolster protection for victims and communities. By allowing these restriction zones, bans on alcohol premises or public events and driving prohibitions, the bill enables courts to impose orders that explicitly guard against certain behaviours or contexts associated with risk. And these measures serve to reassure the victims, showing that offenders remain under meaningful restriction and that community sentences can carry real weight and oversight, not just a passive watch and wait. In turn, this helps maintain public confidence in our justice system and supports the principle that those who offend face real consequences. Furthermore, it supports rehabilitation while reducing unnecessary use of custody, which must be retained for those most violent and serious offences. The bill complements the broader move to ensure that custody is used appropriately, not as a default for lower-level offenders, but reserved for cases which is necessary for public protection. By strengthening community orders and equipping the courts with more tailored requirements, the bill supports the case that many offenders can be managed in the community with conditions that deter, restrict and rehabilitate. And the evidence has shown us for far too long that it is these changes that tackle the ongoing problems that the courts and the prisons are currently facing, as well as the ongoing issues with that low-level but incredibly damaging crime that's happening time and time again in our communities. So these approaches help reduce prison overcrowding, better align the resources that we have and focus custodial capacity on those who most require it. At the same time, the reforms encourage compliance. For instance, the bill introduces a community sentence progression scheme under which offenders who fully comply with their requirements and complete their sentence may have their community order terminated early. There are practical benefits for communities, offenders and the probation service. For communities, community orders become more visible and meaningful. The added conditions reflect the reality that punishment and supervision in the community should not equate simply to lesser than custody, but to different. For offenders, the structured environment of a community sentence with the tailored requirements offers the possibility of real change, supervision, conditional freedom, accountability, rather than automatic imprisonment, which can increase harm and reoffending. And for the probation service, the bill's provisions also include strengthened investment in community supervision, better tools for monitoring and enforcement, and clearer mechanisms for rewarding compliance. In conclusion, the sentencing bill represents a significant advancement in our justice framework, offering modernised, flexible and robust community sentencing options that strengthen public protection, shore up victim confidence, support rehabilitation and make more effective and efficient use of our resources. The new community orders requirements and community requirements are central to this. By giving courts more precise, meaningful powers, they ensure that justice is done in the community as well as through custody. And I'm confident they'll make a real difference to my constituents in Hyndburn who are, rightfully frustrated that they see the same people causing the same problems and no real solutions to the crimes that they are committing. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sir John Hayes.
I'm extremely grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we return to the consideration of this dreadful bill, we debate amendments and new clauses designed to mitigate its worst effects, in particular new clause 43, new clause 21, new clause 18, 19 and 20, which I have signed, and new clause 1.
Will my right honourable friend on new clause 1 briefly give way?
Well, it's early in my speech, but such is my regard for honourable friend, I will.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. As a former sentencing minister, I can see no logical reason why the government would oppose new clause 1 in the name of my fellow Leicestershire MP, the member for Mid Leicestershire, which simply asks for an assessment, for that recommendations to be made and them to be reported back to this House. May I ask my right honourable friend, as himself a very senior former minister, indeed a very senior Home Office minister, can he see any reason why the government couldn't simply do the right thing and accept new clause 1?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's far too flattering remarks about my own experience in government. I agree with him that this is precisely the kind of new clause that could be accepted by government. He would have known in government, as I did, that no act is the bill that it began as. Bills metamorphosise during their consideration, and wise governments listen to arguments that are made during scrutiny, either on the floor of the House or in committee. And the best ministers allow the bill that they introduced to change over time. That's the purpose of Parliament, and my honourable friend has done a service to
this House in bringing this new clause and therefore allowing the Minister to improve the bill in the way that my honourable friend suggests. Now, as we've debated this bill over time, a distinct difference has emerged, a difference between practicalities and principle. And the question remains, is this a bill built on expediency, a necessary response to the unbearable tension between prison supply and the demand for prison places? Or is it a bill born of a distaste for incarceration as a means of delivering justice? The first is inexcusable, the second is indefensible, but neither is inexorable. In practice, as the Honourable Lady said, by the way, if remand were treated in a different way, and that essentially is about more court sittings, more court time, the faster access to justice, then fewer prisoners would be kept on remand, because if we don't believe that, we'd have to assume that every person brought to trial would be found guilty or imprisoned. That certainly can't be true. If we dealt with the huge number of foreign national offenders more swiftly, I know the government's making those attempts, but not enough, any more than the previous government, even more than the previous government did, any more than the previous government did, then we would alter the demand for places. For too much of the debate focuses on the supply of prison places and not the demand-side drivers that absorb places that could be eased. Now, we talked last time about my ideas for supply-side change, and I won't repeat myself, for, Madam Deputy Speaker, you wouldn't allow me to do so in relation to the amendments before us today. But the Minister needs to think more laterally, more creatively. I imagine he's a bright man, or brightish at least, and if he does so, he could look at those demand-side drivers and deal with the practicalities. As for principles, it's time to end the liberal orthodoxy which has perpetuated the pervasive myth, the nonsense, the crime is an illness to be treated, and not a destructive, deviant decision which warrants punishment. You know, I heard a lot when we debated this last time, and I've no doubt it underpins much of the resistance to the amendments today, that everyone deserves a second chance. And as I listened to my honourable friend's powerful case a few moments ago, I asked myself this question: can anyone in this place with a heart believe those who terrorise and torture children persistently, who maim and murder innocent babes, sometimes their own, deserves a second chance? Can anyone with a heart really believe that those who killed two people dedicated to the service of others, Joe Cox and David Amos, members of this House, deserve a second chance? Or those who, that awful, self-deluded Islamist fanatic who plotted and planned and executed little girls at a pop concert, do they deserve a second chance? The second chance they deserve is when they stand before their Maker. That's the only second chance they deserve, and beg for forgiveness. For us to forgive such extreme acts is to play God. Forgiveness at that level, to that degree, is beyond anyone in this chamber, beyond any human being. So that's what I think about second chances. And every time we make that case, we displace the proper attention we should give to victims, as several of these amendments, particularly those in the name of my honourable friend, attempt to do. He has been a champion of victims, as I've said before, and I'm afraid to say again, and he deserves great credit for being so. So we must again, in advancing the amendments before us today, make a principled case for just deserts. Just deserts essentially means that people get what they deserve. Those who choose, by any means, including violence and deception and the hurt they do to others, to get what they want, deserve to be punished. It is so true so obvious, so intuitively right that that's the case, that of course it's what the overwhelming majority of decent, law-abiding people feel. It's what our constituents expect us to recognise and act upon. And those who suffer from the fear and reality of crime are frustrated, to say the least, that the old order, the liberal orthodoxy, which has dominated public discourse for too long, doesn't recognise that plain fact. So I think it was Chesterton who said that tolerance is the value of a man without convictions, and we hear a lot about tolerance, but we have far too little about convictions. That old order is out of tune with popular sentiment, and it's out of time, and yet the Sentencing Council perpetuate those prejudices, which is why it must go. It represents that old bankrupt order. I mean, a new order, I happily agree.
Does the honourable member realise that, right honourable member, apologies, right honourable member realise that the Sentencing Council doesn't just pluck out of the air the sentence recommendations. They consult widely with a wide variety of organisations and the public and people working within the criminal justice system before they come to their conclusions in relation to the sentence that they propose is the right sentence for those offences. So the recognition should be there for the work that they do on that, I would submit.
But I simply say to the Honourable Lady that when we delegate that kind of authority to those that are unelected and unaccountable, we're no longer doing our job. And the prevailing view for a long time, this, by the way, is not entirely the fault of the party opposite. I think this is a problem with the whole political class, is we've created every kind of body imaginable in every kind of aspect of government to do things that should be done by this House and by ministers of the Crown. And the Sentencing Council is just another of those kinds of bodies. Who knows who's on the Sentencing Council? Certainly most of the Honourable Lady or my constituents wouldn't have a clue. And they certainly wouldn't know how to influence them in any way. And of course it's working people that are most disadvantaged by that. Not the privileged few who occupy the kind of social circles that no doubt the Sentencing Council occupy too. But the people in the hard-working, patriotic, law-abiding majority in my constituents and hers are frustrated by a criminal justice system that persistently excuses the worst kind of crimes rather than punishing them as they deserve to be. So there is a new future emerging as we build in the post-liberal age a new order. And that order will be inspired by time-honoured truths. It will be rooted in the will of the people, and it will be powered by a ceaseless determination to recapture our country for our people. Burke said, bad law is the worst kind of tyranny. Tyranny of the cruelty of crime, the tyranny of disorder will haunt places and people across our country as the vile and vicious are let loose. So I urge this House to accept the variety of amendments that I've mentioned and the many others on the order paper that attempt to rescue the bill from that horror.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak to the amendments that I have laid. And I'm delighted to be able to have another attempt at trying to stop this government from doing something that defies justice as well as common sense and will make our streets less safe. As I said in the committee stage of this bill, my amendments would mean that some serious offenders would not be given the get-out-of-jail-free card being proposed by this government. Now, since the committee stage of this bill, we've had the ludicrous situation involving Hadush Kabata, who was released from prison after being jailed for sex offences. Quite rightly, there was a public outcry and widespread condemnation from politicians. The massive irony of all of this, though, is that if this bill had already have been passed, he would have qualified for the presumption of a suspended prison sentence and would not have been in prison in the first place. My amendments 15, 16I, 24, 25I would mean that foreign offenders and sex offenders would not be included in the presumption in favour of a suspended sentence when an immediate prison sentence had been deemed to be the right outcome by the courts. These amendments would mean that someone like Kabato would still be sent to prison in future. I hope those on the other side listening of the House now agree with these amendments, especially when the Health Secretary has said this man was behind bars because of serious sex offences. So the idea that he's loose on the streets is incredibly serious. Perhaps the Health Secretary will now back my amendment, and perhaps the Health Secretary will have a word with the Justice Secretary, who will also back my amendment. Regarding the Kabato debacle, people have been blaming the incompetence of the prison staff in releasing him. And yet, if the government does not accept these amendments, then we will not need to be concerned about the incompetence or otherwise of our prison service, because these offenders won't even be going to prison at all. What we will, however, be sure of is of the incompetence of this government allowing these sentences changes to happen and not to be sending offenders like Kabato to prison. Even the Secretary of State for Justice himself apparently said, let's be clear, Kabato committed a nasty sexual assault involving a young child and a woman, and for these reasons this is of course very serious. He also said on Monday in this House, Mr. Kabato's victims are rightly outraged about what has happened. I am livid on their behalf and on behalf of the public, and that Mr. Kabato is back where he belongs, behind bars. If it is so serious, and he really means that Kabato belongs behind bars, why, on his watch, will this bill ensure that the next Kabato will not be behind bars and won't be sent to prison in the first place? These are serious questions that need answering, and it is not too late for the government to stop this dangerous aspects of this bill and prove to everyone outside this chamber that they're not hypocrites by accepting my amendments. And while they're at it, they need to seriously reconsider accepting my amendments 20 and 29, which would stop those committing knife crimes from being eligible for suspended sentences. When it comes to proposing a non-prison sentence for carrying a knife on our streets and even allowing it to apply to those committing these offences more than once, the government should hang its head in shame. I'm sure many members in this House will know of cases where someone has been injured or killed by a knife. Everyone who votes for this bill without amendment is going to be voting to let someone carrying a knife, threaten with a knife, and even repeatedly so, avoid prison today. When this inevitably leads to, I will indeed give way.
For giving way, and while I don't doubt for a second her impassioned belief in the need to keep dangerous offenders off our streets, would she agree with me that it was actually the Conservative government that cut funding to our prisons, a 24% real terms cut from 2010 to 2015, resulting in 30% cuts in staffing? And this does have clearly an impact on the ability of any government to send individuals to prison, and that was something that happened under the last government.
If I could just remind the member of those dates and what had happened, the government had collapsed the economy at that time. The coalition had been brought into power to absolutely get the books back on track. And unfortunately, as always happens after a Labour government, spending then does have to be cut because they've no doubt bankrupted the country. But from there, when there was more money in the bank, we do need to invest more. That is why the last Conservative government put £4 billion into building more prisons. 3 are now completed, and there is a further 3 left to be completed. So do members really want it on their conscience that they are now changing the laws for people with knives, threatening with lives? I think not. And Labour has always talked tough about this matter, but now in a position to do something about it, fail. And words like those of the Honourable Member for Putney, under a Labour government there will be tough consequences for carrying a knife. A Labour government will end the empty words and apology letters for knife possession and will guarantee sanctions and serious interventions for young people who carry knives. Those were the words of the Labour Party. But sadly, Labour won't. Time and time again, Labour is proving to be a party of empty words and broken promises, and this will be yet another one. And there will be plenty of people ready and willing to remind them in the future of this, especially an outraged public. Yeah. And there will be no words of comfort for the family of a needless victim of this type of crime. Another thing members should think twice about is the fact that those who assault emergency workers will also be included in this prison avoidance bill. I know many Labour MPs who very much supported the introduction of the offence of assaulting an emergency worker with its increased sentence for those convicted. And yet, all of this will have been for nothing if this bill gets passed in its current form, because people assaulting emergency workers with sentences of 12 months or less will be very likely to avoid prison altogether. So having worked hard at the time to increase the sentence to 12 months in prison for assaulting emergency workers, they will now effectively be agreeing to 0 months in prison in many cases. The Honourable Member for Rhondda and Ogmore, who introduced the Assaults on Emergency Workers Offences Act 2018, did so, in his words, to ensure those assaulting emergency workers felt the full force of the law. The Right Honourable Member for Lewisham West and East Dulwich said that she was supporting it. The legislation was long overdue. The trade unions supported it. The GMB national officer said at the time, it's welcome to see arrests taking place, but we also need to see an increase in prosecution and tougher sentences handed down for these unacceptable assaults. My amendments 17 and 26 would exclude this offence from the bill and show support for those who risk their lives to keep us all safe. What a kick in the teeth it will be for emergency workers to know that this government does not have their backs at all. Yeah. It seems it would rather be on the side of many of those who assault our emergency workers or who keep them from being sent to prison, as they should be, sent to prison for doing that sort of thing. These amendments would also exclude assaults on those generally providing a public service. My amendments 16 and 25 also provide a number of exemptions to the presumption of a suspended prison sentence based on the history of offending of the criminal in question. For example, where someone has committed a particular serious offence that would be covered by the unduly lenient sentence scheme, or one that required a mandatory minimum sentence. The unduly lenient sentence scheme covers sexual offences, stalking, putting someone in fear of violence, serious harm or distress, controlling or coercive behaviour in an intimate or family relationship, and inflicting grievous bodily harm or unlawful wounding, among other offences. The amendments would also prevent someone who is due to be sentenced for 3 or more offences at the same time being covered too. In addition, and crucially, these amendments would ensure that those who have been released early from prison and are out on licence would not be eligible for this presumption in favour of the suspended prison sentence for offending again when they should really be locked up. Getting one get-out-of-jail-free card due to early release is bad enough, but getting a second one would be an absolute scandal. And yet, this is precisely what is being proposed in this bill. My amendments 18, 19, 21, 22, 27, 28, 30 and 31 would remove the suspended sentence presumption for those guilty of firearms offences, burglary, terrorist-related offences and those who fail to surrender to custody. I cannot believe it has been necessary to have to even be putting these amendments down. Surely it makes sense that those people would be going to prison. But it seems, with this government, I'm having to lay those amendments to this abomination of a bill that is before the House today. As the bill stands, the presumption of a suspended prison sentence will apply to those where the starting point for their sentence was 18 months. Sentences of this length are not given lightly. You have to be doing something pretty serious for this to be the starting point. However, by pleading guilty and getting a third off, the offender may have to be kept out of prison as they then would be at the 12-month sentence point and be covered by this bill. Amendments 32 and 36 would mean that this would not be the case, as the sentence would have to be one of 12 months or less before the credit for a guilty plea was taken into account. Amendments 35 and 39 would mean that anyone avoiding prison, thanks to this bill, should have the maximum length of a suspended sentence given to them. In other words, the sentence would hang over them for as long as possible, a longer time as possible. Amendments 14 and 23 would also ensure that those given the suspended sentence are electronically tagged throughout, in the hope that this reduce them to be reoffending or make it much easier to catch them if they do commit further offences when again they should already have been in prison. The bill currently says that if the court is of the opinion that making the order would put a particular individual at significant risk of physical or psychological harm, then the presumption in favour of a suspended sentence would not apply. My amendments 33 and 37 would take this a stage further to include the public. Why not any individual as opposed to a particular individual? Amendments 34 and 38 would also take out the word significant, so that any risk would be covered. If the court believed that there is a risk to an identifiable person or identifiable member of the public, then they should be also protected them by ensuring that the person causing the potential risk to them is locked up. This does not seem like rocket science to me, and it would be completely wrong to do anything other than protect these people from all kinds of unnecessary risk. New Clause 43 would mean that the bill would cease to have effect 2 years after its introduction. If anyone is seriously supporting this bill today on the basis that it is a necessary measure to alleviate prison overcrowding, then they should be happy to agree to this, seeing as we are hearing how many prison places the government are going to provide, and we do know that there is another 3 prisons coming on board with about 4,500 prison places. More importantly, though, we do not need a crystal ball to realise that this bill is going to cause untold damage to the country. Offenders will be laughing all the way to their next crime, and there will sadly be countless needless victims of crime. The public may not yet be fully aware of what is coming their way, but in 2 years they will have seen some of the consequences of this bill, and many will want it to be urgently reversed. This amendment will make that happen. When describing the botched release of Hadesh Kabata early this week, the Secretary of State for Justice said, "Any release in error is one too many." Well, I say to him, any get-out-of-jail card under this bill is one too many, and this will certainly have been no error. It will have been, by those on the opposite benches, by those in government, very deliberate. My amendments would restrict some of the, or try and restrict some of the damage that will otherwise be caused as a result of this bill. It is absolutely clear that this government is proposing to let a whole load of serious criminals avoid prison and run amok in our communities. And I, as I'm sure any right-minded person here today voting wholeheartedly would agree, and they will be opposing this bill and agreeing to my amendments.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I'd like to welcome the Minister and my former committee colleague to his place. I'd urge all members of this House to support the excellent amendments that have been tabled in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Chichester, particularly new clause 11, which is very logical, very common sense, the suspension of driving licence during bail for driving-related offences. And I also echo her praise of our honourable friend for Eastbourne for his excellent, passionate and successful campaign which the government have adopted on tagging domestic abuse crimes. But I do join her as well in urging the government to go further than that and support our new clause 8, which would make those crimes aggravated crimes. I'd like to turn now to my amendment, new clause 35, which has been tabled on behalf of the Sultan family from my North Cornwall constituency. It's already received support from across this House. Their campaign, known as Ryan's Law, was launched a few years ago by Helen and Mark Sultan, after their son Ryan was tragically hit and killed by a car, leaving the village carnival in St Teth. The driver did not stop to check on Ryan, he didn't attempt to administer first aid, and he didn't phone the police or the emergency services. Instead, Ryan, a father of one, was left in the road to die. The driver drove into work the next day as if nothing had happened. And what punishment, Madam Deputy Speaker, was the offender given for this fatal hit and run? Well, he avoided prison entirely and was handed just a 4-month suspended sentence by the Magistrates' Court. Madam Deputy Speaker, the family themselves of course acknowledge that accidents happen, but to leave a young man dying in the road and not give it a second thought as the driver sped off, too cowardly to do the right thing, and then not spend a single day in prison for his crimes. I can't imagine the unbearable pain that the family must feel. In response to this enormous injustice, they launched their Ryan's Law campaign, and with it a petition that received overwhelming national support, reaching 167,000 signatures. Because countless other families, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been affected by too many similar cases right across our country. I would happily give way.
Thank you. And I'd just like to bring attention to 2 cases in my constituency, one of which I've spoken about before in this place, where a lady called Lorraine lost her life indeed, and it was somebody who was driving, possibly looking at their mobile phone. Again, that person did not go to prison, but it's absolutely tragic. The All Clause has to, the Honourable Gentleman's Clause, has to set out those things which to most of us would seem absolutely natural. You shouldn't have to be told to stop, to report, to phone the police, to do all of these things. I just wonder if the Honourable Gentleman agrees with me. I think it's necessary to bring his clause forward, but it's a terrible shame that we live in a world where people don't think that's the right way to behave.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I completely agree with her. It's a horrible indictment on our society and our country that we have to bring a clause like this forward. But sadly, as is the case in so many cases, hundreds if not thousands of cases, as the one that she rightly points out, it is unfortunately necessary. Mark and Helen Sultan and their daughter Leanne have campaigned tirelessly for years on this issue, and the family have set up Risehaven, a safe, dedicated space where grieving families of hit-and-run victims can escape to Cornwall, to take a moment to breathe, process and recover from their heartbreaking traumas. Madam Deputy Speaker, my amendment, new clause 35, would introduce 3 new aggravating factors into this bill that would mean offenders like the man who hit and killed Ryan Sultan would have 1, failure to stop, 2, failure to administer first aid, and 3, failure to alert emergency services upon the hit and run. Added as aggravating factors specifically when it comes to sentencing those guilty of causing death or serious injury by dangerous driving. I'd also like to support new clause 21, which was tabled by the Honourable Member for Huntington, where death by dangerous driving should of course result in a lifetime driving ban. And as my honourable friend said earlier, it just seems common sense. I urge colleagues from across this House to support my amendment. This isn't just for Ryan and his family. This amendment is for the hundreds of hit-and-run victims across this country. I urge ministers to hear me and those thousands of loved ones who are left to suffer such injustice. Please right this gross wrong, and if the government won't accept this amendment tonight, then I sincerely hope they'll now give it serious consideration. Thank you.
Steve Barclay.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise because I think this bill illustrates a wider theme that we see across a number of the debates that the House has, and that is the gap between the government's words and how they vote. And indeed, it is illustrated in a number of the new clauses that colleagues on these benches have spoken to already in the debate. And in particular, I start with new clause 14, moved by my honourable friend, the member for Mid-Leicestershire, which highlights inconsistency within the Labour manifesto that sets out a commitment to give 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds the right to vote, but then says even if they commit an offence so serious that it warrants a custodial sentence of 4 or more years, they are too young to be named. And I asked the House of Commons Library just to clarify, because a custodial sentence of 4.5 years, 4 years or more, is not given out lightly by the courts, and particularly not to those of those age. And they said these are offences, serious sexual offences, murder, armed robbery. We see the tweets from members of Parliament when a boy or girl is stabbed to death. But the benches opposite are not willing to vote to name those who commit those offences. And I think it is wrong to deny victims the transparency when such serious offences have taken place. But it is bizarre to do so when then saying those people are old enough to vote at that age. Nor is that inconsistency, Madam Deputy Speaker, limited to that clause. So let me take a second example, which is new clause 18, moved by my right honourable friend, the member for Bexhill and Battle. Because many people now look at the Labour manifesto and say, well, what it said on energy bills isn't what they have done. What it said on council tax isn't what they've done. What they said to farmers is certainly not what they have done. And with the budget very nearby, I think we'll very shortly see on tax what they said is not what they're about to do. And yet the front page of that Labour manifesto had a single word on it, which was change. I don't think most voters realise what they meant was change from the manifesto itself, as opposed to change in terms of policy, and indeed change for the worst. But it's bizarre, isn't it, that, again, when serious offences take place, quite often the judiciary are the ones that get the blame. And it's very easy for people to look at the sentences from the judiciary, and perhaps it's an unfashionable view. I actually think we have a very high-quality judiciary in this country. And often people are quick to leap to criticise the judiciary and say that it is their fault that the sentencing is wrong. And indeed there are cases, and not least my right honourable friend, the Shadow Justice Secretary, has highlighted some of the concerning conflicts of some within the judiciary. But I think far more common is the issue that they are operating within the tramlines imposed by sentencing guidelines. And indeed I remember a constituency case where someone killed through dangerous driving highlighted the fact that whilst this House had increased the sentencing posture that should be imposed, the sentencing guidelines set so many obstacles to actually getting that maximum sentence that in practice hardly anyone ever reached the tariff that the House in its debate had intended. So it is right that key decisions on issues of public policy should not be outsourced to quangos, where, as my neighbour, my right honourable friend, the member for South Holland and the Deeping highlighted, the public have no idea often who it is that is making the decisions. And I come back to the manifesto. The manifesto promised change, but actually when it comes to the sentencing guidelines, it will be the same people applying the same approach and anything but change. So if the manifesto is to deliver change, then it is right that democratic oversight is imposed and that this House and ministers take more responsibility. Of course I can.
Hear, hear.
Does the member agree with me that I don't think anywhere in the Labour manifesto did it say it was going to cut prison time for serious sexual and violent offenders?
Indeed, and this is why I say I think the new clauses in this debate highlight a wider principle, which is driving much of the public frustration with the democratic process. This sense of people voting and then seeing decisions that they don't feel were on the ballot paper. And again, I think my right honourable friend, the member of South Holland and Deeping is right. This isn't just an issue with this government. The government of which I was a member was guilty of this. Too many decisions were outsourced to quangos. And I think there are lessons to be learnt from that, and today's debate highlights that, I think, very well. Madam Deputy, let me turn to two other new clauses, not least because these are two new clauses on which the House will divide this evening. And that is, firstly, new clause 19 that applies to something that, again, I think unites the House, the horror at the murder of a police officer or a prison officer. And this is particularly pertinent to myself because I have the privilege of representing a constituency with a maximum security prison, Whitemoor Prison, where the safety of prison officers in particular is pertinent. But of course it also applies because all of us benefit from the safeguarding provided by, in my case, Cambridgeshire Police and the police more widely. And I just question for ministers what message it is sending to not just police officers and prison officers, but particularly to the families of police officers and prison officers, if they tonight decide to vote against new clause 19. Because it's not enough just to tweet after events how sorry they are. They have an opportunity tonight to vote, to do something. And we will see in the division lobbies, indeed, how they do vote. And Madam Deputy, let me close with new clause 20, because I don't think I alone in the House was deeply moved by remarks of my right honourable friend, the member for Maidstone and Malling. And I think one of the things that is most effective is members across the House, regardless of which party they are in, speak from their own deep professional expertise about issues that I think transcend party politics. Hear, hear. And I think anyone hearing the case of Tony could not feel the revulsion, the horror, the shame of that offence in terms of what had been committed, and indeed the passion in which my right honourable friend spoke to highlight that. And when someone with professional expertise highlights a case like that, that transcends, I think, party politics, I just say, as a former minister, that has sat where the minister now sits, that I hope he just reflects on the case put forward in terms of new clause 20. Because I don't believe any members across the House want to see loopholes exploited, to see people move around the country to evade accountability and the ability to track any future offences. And I think when someone speaks with that sort of professional expertise, I think I just emphasise to the Minister that it is important with colleagues that they take on board the very practical concerns, because I think that is a concern shared across the House. It is a defective element within this bill. Members have an opportunity tonight to address it. The expectation is there will be a vote on new clause 20. Again, it is not the words, it is how people vote that will determine their response, and I hope members across the House will respond to new clause 20. Bear in mind the case of Tony that was highlighted to the House and do the right thing. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Speaker, I speak today to new clause 42 in my name. This new clause would require the Secretary of State to undertake an assessment of the potential merits of removing the cap on sit-in days in the Crown Court and then lay that report before Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to bring this issue to the House. Our criminal courts are crippled under the weight of their caseloads. A system once respected for its fairness and efficiency is now struggling to deliver timely justice. One major cause is the limit imposed on the number of sit-in days available to judges. In effect, we are deliberately rationing justice. Successive governments have chosen to restrict Crown Court sit-in days. The previous Conservative administration cut them drastically up to 2020 and then reintroduced a cap in 2021. The current Labour government, disappointingly, has continued that practice, fixing the number of sit-in days for 24 to 25 at 108,500. That figure, announced only in December, was thousands below what the courts had planned for and nearly 5,000 short of the 113,000 days His Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service advised were needed to meet basic operational capacity. But even 113,000 sit-in days would not open every courtroom. As Sir Brian Levison's review made clear, we would need at least 130,000 to bring all courtrooms fully into use. Anything less is a conscious choice to leave some courtrooms dark, some judges idle, and thousands of victims waiting. And meanwhile, the backlog grows. The Crown Court caseload has reached historic highs, with more than 73,000 outstanding cases, and it is only growing. In the first quarter of 2025, 2,000 more cases were received than disposed of. 1 in 4 open cases has been waiting over a year, and in some instances, trials are not being listed until 2029. When I visited my own local Kingston Crown Court, I saw their impact firsthand. They're one of many across the London region, which suffers as the region sees its backlog increase by 25%. Staff spoke of the frustration of empty courtrooms, rooms that could be hearing trials but are instead shuttered by bureaucracy. For my constituents in East and Walton, that means longer waits for justice, for victims of assault, of burglary, of sexual violence, who are left to relive their trauma every time their trial is postponed. Witnesses lose faith, memories fade, and confidence in justice evaporates. Caps on Crown Court sit-in days are not a matter of efficiency, they are a false economy. We are paying for court buildings, for security, for staff, for judges, yet we prevent them from working to full capacity. And the consequences are severe. Victims and witnesses are waiting months, even years for closure. Defendants on bail remain in limbo, their futures in the balance. Some guilty defendants plead not guilty in the hope that delay will work in their favour. In the process, public faith in the criminal justice system and politics deteriorates. Justice delayed is justice denied. Each time a case is adjourned or pushed back, a victim's faith in the justice dies a little more. Communities lose confidence that the system will protect them, and that loss of trust is corrosive. It undermines everything, from police cooperation to jury participation. It is deeply disappointing that the government has not brought a money motion to this bill, meaning Parliament cannot directly remove the cap today. But new clause 42 offers a constructive step forward. It would require the government to confront the evidence and to assess transparently and publicly whether this cap serves justice or undermines it. Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot continue to ignore a crisis that every practitioner, every victim and every judge can see unfolding before their eyes. Removing the cap would not solve every problem in our courts, but it would allow them to function at their full capacity. It would mean fewer empty rooms, more trials heard, and faster justice for those who need it most. New Clause 42 is a vital amendment that shines a light on the cost of cap injustice, and that begins the work of restoring confidence in our criminal courts. Justice delayed is justice denied, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is time we stopped denying justice to the people we serve. Thank you.
Jim Alistair.
Madam Deputy Speaker, much of this bill does not apply to my constituents, because in the main, this bill does not apply to Northern Ireland. But there is a key component of this bill which is supposed to apply to Northern Ireland, because the extent clause says that Part 4 applies. Of course, that is that part that deals with the very important issue of the deporting of foreign criminals. But my question to this House tonight is, will it in fact apply to Northern Ireland? Yes, this is said to be the sovereign parliament of the United Kingdom. Therefore, it is said that when this parliament decides something, that is it decided. When it applies a law to citizens in the United Kingdom, that is the end of the story. But sadly, I know, and this House needs to know, and needs to act upon it, not once, not twice, but 3 times. This House has passed bills which it said applied to the whole United Kingdom, and not once, not twice, but 3 times. The courts in this land overruled and disapplied parts of those bills to my constituents and to my part of the United Kingdom. Those were the Rwanda Bill, the Illegal Migration Bill of 2023, and the soon-to-be defunct Legacy Bill. Now, how could that be? That this sovereign parliament decides we are legislating on issues affecting constituents across this United Kingdom. We are passing laws which we say applies to them all, but which it turns out does not. Well, the answer, sadly, is Article 2 of the Windsor Framework. Because Article 2 of the Windsor Framework purports to trump this sovereign parliament. It says in respect of Northern Ireland that where there are EU laws not made by this House, laws made by a foreign jurisdiction, laws we don't make, laws we can't change, but if there are foreign EU laws which bestow on citizens or those in Northern Ireland rights which are different from the rest of the United Kingdom, then those rights will trump this sovereign parliament. That is a frightening reality, which this House, of course, has been running away from ever since it agreed to the withdrawal agreement and the protocol now called the Windsor Framework. And it comprises a fundamental assault upon not just the sovereignty of this House, but the legitimate expectations of my constituents that they will be subject to the equal citizenship that is supposed to come from being a part of this United Kingdom. And what Article 2.1 of the Windsor Framework says is that protections which are enshrined in the provisions of union law, that's EU union law, which are listed in Annex 1, which are a lot of provisions about rights, and of course on top of that we have the fact, the appalling prospect, that never mind rights, in 300 areas of law this Parliament cannot legislate for Northern Ireland because a foreign Parliament that we don't elect will legislate for Northern Ireland on many matters touching upon goods and our trade and all other sorts of matters. But when it comes to rights, they are ensconced through Article 2 of the Protocol rights which can trump the will of this House. Article 4 of the withdrawal agreement says that people can rely directly on its provisions where they meet conditions for direct effect on an EU law concept. And that, of course, is delivered by Section 7A of the European Union Withdrawal Act of 2018, which gives direct effect automatically as part of UK domestic law and says that other UK legislation must be read and applied subject to these EU provisions. And that is what has happened, and that is how the three acts I've referred to have been overruled in respect of people in Northern Ireland in the parts where they offended EU rights and legislation. Our own Supreme Court has said this: the answer to any conflict between the protocol and any other enactment, whenever passed or made, is that those other enactments are to be read and have effect subject to the rights and obligations which are to be recognised and available in domestic law by virtue of Section 7A2. In other words, if EU law says something different than our national law, then EU law applies. And it was in the Dillon case that the Court of Appeal decreed that they would disapply parts of the Northern Ireland Troubles and Legacy Act because it offended rights supposedly given to victims by EU law. Now, of course, the Dillon judgment is before the Supreme Court presently, or relevant parts of it, which will shed some light as to how far the Court of Appeal is correct about the wide application of Article 2 of the Protocol, and we await that judgment with interest. But when it came to the Illegal Migration Act of 2023, it was disapplied because it diminished asylum rights as protected by EU law. And the Dillon case makes it very clear that it's the same logic, that which is applied by Article 2 can trump this House. Now, how does that apply to the deportation of foreign criminals? Well, already, if that foreign criminal is an EU national, if they are an EU national, they already have the protection of the EU Citizens' Rights Directive, which gives them enhanced protection against deportation. So there may be two categories. There may in the Northern Ireland courts be foreign criminals who are convicted who are EU citizens. If they are, it seems to be on doubt that they will have the added protection of the Citizens' Rights Directive of the EU. But if they're not, if they're from somewhere else and they're a foreign criminal, they are also likely to have enhanced protections which you wouldn't have in Great Britain if you were a foreign criminal convicted, because of the importation of the reliance upon the European Charter of Fundamental Freedoms. The European Charter of Fundamental Freedoms is there to assist, according to our courts, the interpretation of the European Convention on Human Rights. And in Article 19 of the European Charter for Human Rights, it affords particular protections against deportation. It says each deportation must be specifically examined. You cannot have a provision for collective deportation. And of course, the thrust of Part 4 is to create a scenario where if you are a foreign criminal convicted in our courts, then the presumption is towards deportation. And so it should be. So it does seem to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we are again entering into territory where a very laudable, a very necessary, a very proper provision of this House that foreign criminals should be deported from wherever they are convicted in this United Kingdom, it does seem to me that we're entering into territory where, though that is apparently the will of this House, it's a will which will be thwarted by our subjugation in Northern Ireland to the outrage of overriding EU law and provisions. That's why in the second reading of this bill, I asked the Minister about this issue. I didn't get an answer. So I'm asking the question again, because the explanatory document for this bill is totally silent on the impact of Article 2 of the Windsor Framework on its provisions. So I'm asking again for an answer. Is there a risk? Is it in fact the expectation that the provisions in respect of deportation of foreign criminals will not be able to apply in Northern Ireland? Is that conceded? Is that the expectation? Or is there an answer as to why that won't be the situation? Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, wouldn't it be outrageous if a foreign criminal in one part of this United Kingdom faces deportation as the will of this House, but if he happens to be convicted for the same offence in my part of the United Kingdom, he is cocooned from deportation? Wouldn't that be an outrage to the sovereignty of this House? Wouldn't it also create a magnet for foreign criminals to ensure if they're going to indulge themselves in crime, the best place to do it would be the place from which you cannot be deported? So it is a serious issue for me, serious issue for my constituents, but a serious constitutional issue that this House has yet to face up to. It doesn't just affect Article 2 of the Windsor Framework, it affects the very fact that there are 300 areas of law shaping much of our economy in Northern Ireland, certainly controlling our trade laws, which are beyond the reach of the sovereignty of this House and lie in the whim and the wish of a foreign parliament. That should offend each one of us as members of this House, and it should so offend us that we determined to do something about righting that wrong.
Minister Jake Richards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank all honourable members who have contributed to this debate. This is a landmark piece of legislation which gives us the chance to put an end to the prison capacity crisis and build a better justice system. Let me be clear at the outset of this debate, this government believes prison can work. That's why we're undertaking the largest prison building programme since the Victorian era. Many offenders must be sent there, some for a very long time, some for the rest of their lives. This government has already opened 2,500 places since we came to office. We have a commitment to build 14,000 further places. And despite what has been said by the opposition, by the end of this Parliament, under a Labour government, there will be more criminals in our prisons than ever before. But we cannot only build our way out of this crisis. We must reform sentencing to ensure our criminal justice system is sustainable. The changes in this bill will ensure we never face a situation the Conservatives left behind, the very real prospect that the most serious offenders would not face prison at all. Madam Deputy Speaker, in a competitive field, the state the last government left our prisons was perhaps the most appalling aspect of the Tory legacy. It was so appalling that when the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Richmond, became aware of the scale of the crisis, he gave up and called an election. It was the last shameful act of a vandalising, incompetent government. This bill represents the work of a government pulling up its sleeves and getting on with the job, however difficult that may be. Of course I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I really welcome this sentencing bill because I think what my constituents want is not only criminals being punished for their crime, but the prevention of future crime. It shouldn't just be about that punishment, which is very rightly owed to a lot of people, but about making sure our communities are safe in the future. So I was wondering, could the Minister lay out how the intensive supervision courts that are in this bill will help to do that?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. This bill doesn't just stabilise the prison system, but it also goes further and tackles reoffending. She mentioned the intensive supervision courts, but also the reforms we're going to be taking to short-term sentences, which will cut reoffending. And we know it will cut reoffending from evidence that the last Conservative government commissioned. It was why the exact provision on short-term sentencing, which they're all howling with outrage at now, was in legislation that the last government put forward. Completely hypocritical, and my honourable friend is completely right. So this bill represents a government that steps up to the challenge rather than putting their head in the sand. I want to turn to some of the amendments and the specifics of the debate we've heard today, and I want to start with New Clause 20, which is put down in the name of the honourable member for Bexhill and Battle, but I want to begin by paying tribute to the honourable member for Maidstone and Malling, who has put her name to this amendment, and who I've had the pleasure of speaking with on numerous occasions this week in the build-up to the debate. She spoke incredibly powerfully about her own experience in the family courts, and I share that experience, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before coming to this place, I was a barrister who spent a lot of time on legal aid cases representing local authorities, family members, or indeed guardians, in exactly the types of cases that the honourable member raises, and I share her concerns. And I want to pay tribute to her constituent, Paula Hudgell, who has been campaigning for a child abuse register with such eloquence and passion for some time. Her work, her life, her dedication to Tony and others deserves enormous gratitude from across the House, and on the government's behalf I say thank you for all she and her family have done and continue to do. And I welcome the constructive comments from the Shadow Minister on this particular amendment and issue, and I can be very clear that Paula has identified a problem in the system and we are determined to fix it, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will give way, yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and can I welcome his comments on towards Amendment 20 on a possible child protection register. My constituents, Gemma Chappell and Rachel Walls, have been campaigning for stronger child protection measures after their great-niece Maya was murdered by her mother's abusive partner. Does the Minister agree with me that measures such as a child protection register and Mayor's law can only help to protect our children and all children like Mayor and Tony and others? And what steps will he be taking to follow up?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and the answer is yes. The problem that has been identified is a problem in the system, and we are determined to fix it. It simply cannot be right that some horrific child abusers are able to have access to children, live with children, work with children at the end of their sentence without any system of monitoring or notification upon the end of their sentence. The government cannot support the amendment today because work needs to be done to understand the demand different options would place upon different public services. It would be wrong to legislate now without a fuller or even basic understanding of whether we have the capacity to deliver a register as is proposed safely. There are numerous options before us, and it is right that any new system is tailored in terms of who holds that information and the duties placed upon them to ensure the particular risk is adequately and proportionately managed. Yes.
The position he seems to have articulated is literally bizarre. He is saying he fully agrees with the problem and the remedy set out by my right honourable friend. They've had 14 years in opposition, they've had over a year in government. They have brought the bill at this time, and then he's saying, notwithstanding the fact we've brought this bill after over a year in office and agreeing with the problem and agreeing with the diagnosis, he's still going to vote tonight and ask his backbenchers to vote tonight against fixing the issue.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we have identified a problem, but it would be wholly irresponsible to legislate when we have not had the opportunity to ensure that public services complete the task. That would be irresponsible. And the honourable member criticises us for not taking action now. What about the last 14 years on this issue? What about the recommendations of the independent review into sexual abuse, which reported in 2022, November 2022, and the last government did absolutely nothing on those recommendations, Madam Deputy Speaker? Yes.
I hear what he has to say. I hear what the Minister has to say. Will he bring forward a government amendment to introduce a child cruelty register when the bill moves to the House of Lords?
Great point. Good point.
We'll be speaking with Home Office colleagues and others to look at the possibility of doing that, absolutely. And she has my word, as her constituent, who is no doubt watching this debate carefully, that I will be working at speed on this. But what I do not want to do is make promises that the government cannot keep. And so it's absolutely vital that we do the work. We understand the burden this will place on the services that will need to take this work to make sure this is done. But I want to be clear This is a problem. We accept it's a problem and we're going to take action to solve it. I will continue to have conversations with the Honourable Member for Maidstone and Malling as part of that process, and I welcome the offer of cross-party talks as well. And I'm speaking with colleagues from the Department of Education and the Home Office, and of course I'd be eager, if appropriate and possible, to speak with Paula herself to ensure we get this right. But as I said in answering the intervention, we want to do that quickly. I've also asked officials in my department to look at what can be done within the criminal justice system itself, which is within the Ministry of Justice, to track child abuse offenders and offences involving child cruelty. I thank again the Honourable Member for her work on this and look forward to working together with her and other Honourable Members who've shown an interest in this issue to achieve an important change in safeguarding, which is absolutely necessary. I want to turn now to New Clause 12, tabled by the Liberal Democrat spokesperson. This amendment seeks to allow prisoners held on remand to access rehabilitative programmes, education, therapy and other support before the start of their sentence. It is important to note, as we had a brief discussion outside the Chamber about this, that remand prisoners can already access these programmes where prisons run them. We accept as a government that there is a lack of these provisions within our prisons. That's something that we absolutely have to improve and work upon. But of course, we must remember that remand prisoners have not been convicted of an offence and they can't be required to undertake any of these services. But it's an issue that I'm very much aware of. I'll continue to have the conversation with her and other colleagues about that over the coming weeks and months as we look to improve those services within prisons. Of course.
Can I congratulate the Minister on his bill, which can undo the damage done to the prison system over the past 14 years of neglect and mismanagement. But while he's in listening mode, as he clearly is, it is capable of improvement. I tabled a number of amendments designed to improve the bill at committee stage last week. I'll write to him to remind him what those are. But will he look at those proposals? Were they made in good faith to see whether changes can be made in the other place?
I welcome, as always, the contributions of the Chair of the Select Committee. I'm very aware of the array of amendments that we discussed before committee stage last week. Within the last 7 days, I haven't yet returned to them, but we no doubt will in the coming weeks as this bill progresses. I briefly want to touch upon the issue of probation, a number of amendments that have been put down by the Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington and spoken of by other Honourable Members as well. The government accepts that this sentencing bill places an extra responsibility on the probation service. That's why we're investing £750 million into probation, a 45% increase, the biggest upgrade in investment in probation for a generation. It's why we're investing £8 million to improve technology so that probation officers can undertake probation work rather than be stifled with the burden of paperwork. It's why we recruited 1,000 probation officers in our first year, 1,300 this year. But there is undoubtedly more work to be done, and we will be undertaking that work in the coming weeks and months. On the issue of work, this government has been very clear that work must be at the heart of our prisons to ensure that offenders can be rehabilitated, and as and when they leave prison, they are able to enter society with the prospects of employment. Clearly, some of the details as to how that work provision is provided and the role of the private sector have to be worked out and have to be worked out carefully. I'm very happy to meet with the Justice Trade Union Group to discuss that, but I will never apologise for ensuring that there is work provision in our prisons, because it's absolutely vital. On this side of the House, we are the party of work. We believe in the inherent value of work, and work in our prisons plays a vital role in rehabilitation. So, yes, of course.
I'm really grateful for my honourable friend's responses on work in prison, which I completely agree make a huge difference to the opportunities that prisoners have to be able to stop their reoffending behaviour. And when 80% of offending is reoffending, costing over £18 billion a year, it is quite clear that we need to enable people to turn their lives around. Would my honourable friend agree that our communities will be safer when we're able to actually tackle reoffending rates?
Absolutely. I agree with my right honourable friend, and she's raised this important issue in an adjournment debate very recently. We are taking steps to provide further provision of work within our prisons, working with the private sector and the third sector and others, but there's more to do, and we certainly accept that. Briefly, on New Clause 24 and the final speech from the honourable member, simply put, he asked me a direct question. We don't agree. We do not think that this amendment is necessary. The government's view is very clear on the legal analysis of the proposed change that deportation of foreign national offenders would not be prohibited by the provisions within the Windsor framework. If the Honourable Member disagrees with that analysis, I'm very happy to meet with him to discuss that and look into it, because he's absolutely right that it would be wrong in the scenario that he painted towards the end of his speech if different parts of the country had different provisions in regard to the deportation of foreign national offenders. So I want to give him that reassurance at the dispatch box. Yes, of course.
Will the Minister give us an assurance that if it turns out to be that there is a distinction and that foreign nationals cannot be deported from Northern Ireland because of Article 2 of the framework, that he will undertake to legislatively override that so that we do have equality right across the United Kingdom?
Madam Deputy Speaker, if there is a problem, we don't accept there is. If there is a problem, then we'll look to fix it, because it's not right. The scenario he painted, which we don't accept will happen as a result of this legislation, is not right. I want to turn now to the issue of short sentences and amendments 15 and 39, several amendments put down by the Honourable Member for Tatton. These are a series of amendments that aim to widen the scope of the exemption or to eat away at the 12-month definition of short sentences. This is the wrong direction, and I want to set out why. Firstly, we need to clear up some myths shared by the opposition on this issue. Either they are being willfully ignorant or simply do not understand the legislation before us. We are not abolishing short sentences, as the Shadow Justice Secretary wrongly stated in the House on Monday this week. He was briefly a corporate solicitor, and I hope he would know better to actually read the legislation before commenting on it. Judges will always have discretion to send offenders to prison, and short sentences have an important function, especially in certain domestic abuse and violence against women and girls cases. This legislation makes it clear that the presumption does not apply where the offender poses a significant risk of physical and psychological harm to a particular individual, where they breach a court order, or in exceptional circumstances. At committee, the government went further. We strengthened this provision to ensure that breaches of all civil court orders, such as the DVPO, the Domestic Violence Protection Order, was covered. More broadly, yes, of course.
Domestic abuse remains the deepest scar on our society, and it's an issue that demands our collective action to eradicate. Can the Minister please outline the measures in this bill that will help tackle this invidious form of violence and enable improved support for victims during the process?
Again, I thank the Honourable Member for intervention. The most important part of this bill in that regard is the domestic abuse identifier, which has actually been worked on a cross-party basis with outside organisations campaigning for it, which is a really innovative and important step to ensure that these cases, which are broad brush, different offences, but they can all be covered by this one term, can now be tracked through the criminal justice system and out for safeguarding agencies to ensure that women are kept safe from their abusers. Yes, of course.
I note the interest of the member opposite in domestic abuse and other offences. Will the Minister just confirm to his colleague that the vast majority of offenders convicted of offences related to domestic abuse will get out of prison much, much earlier as a result of this bill?
Yes. Well, again, as he knows, for each offence, the judge will have full discretion as to their sentence. And secondly, when I speak to victims of domestic abuse, and I've worked with victims, I represented victims of domestic abuse in courts, the things that they fear the most is when the prison system was at the verge of collapse to the point where some of the most serious offenders would never have faced prison at all. Madam Deputy Chair, more broadly, I'm just going to finish this point and then I'll give way, because I'm dealing with the Honourable Member's amendments. More broadly, we know that suspended sentences and community sentences can be more effective at reducing reoffending. The level of reoffending for those who serve short sentences is staggeringly high. As I've said already, it is research that was commissioned by the last Conservative government which shows that short sentences lead to more reoffending, meaning tens of thousands of more criminal offences being committed each year. This is research the Shadow Justice team continue to cite. So when they vote to drop this provision from the legislation that the last Conservative government put forward, they are voting for more crimes blighting our communities. And the opposition know this is common sense because, as I've said before, they proposed this. This measure was a Conservative proposal towards the end of the last Parliament, and now they're opposing it for opposition's sake. Madam Deputy Speaker, this provision on short-term sentences will begin to break the cycle of reoffending that does such damage to communities across the country, and we reject the amendments by the Honourable Member from Tatton.
Thank you, Minister, for allowing me to speak now. All sides of the House were concerned about attacks on emergency workers. Offenders sentenced to 12 months or less now getting suspended sentences. Can the Minister state on the record that won't be the case? They will still be going to prison, something that all sides of the House want, to protect emergency workers, or are you going to let them down?
The judge, on any given case, where there's been an awful offence such as that, will have the power under this legislation to send that person to prison. And that's absolutely right, and that hasn't changed at all. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to new clause 19, and first of all, I have huge sympathy with this amendment. The Shadow Justice spokesperson, I think, gave me the opportunity to meet Lenny Scott's mother, and I would absolutely take him up on that and be very happy to do so and look forward to it. As he knows, there is a review on homicide law being undertaken by the Law Commission. It would be wrong to preempt that. I'm sympathetic to the motivation behind this amendment, but it would be wrong to preempt that review. As he noted in his remarks, this awful offender, was convicted of life imprisonment with a minimum term of 45 years. But I understand the mischief that he's trying to tackle with this amendment. We'll await the review on homicide laws from the Law Commission. Yes, I'll give way.
The Minister is perfectly capable of legislating on this particular measure and letting the homicide work carry on. When he says it's wrong, it's not wrong. It's just a choice that he's choosing to make, and it's the wrong choice.
Exactly.
As I say, I'm not going to be preempting the Law Commission's review on homicide, but I'm sympathetic to the measures. I look forward to meeting this victim's family and will be taking steps in due progress. I want now to turn to the earned progression model and new clause 36, now withdrawn by my honourable friend for Amber Valley and spoken about with such passion by my honourable friend, the member for Hyndburn. I met with my honourable friend for Amber Valley and understand the motivation behind this amendment. There is appetite within government to go further to offer positive functionality to the earned progression model, but primary legislation is probably not the appropriate mechanism for delivering a stronger system for incentivising rehabilitation in prisons. I want to briefly explain the current framework as set out in legislation. Bad behaviour, for example, acts of violence or possession of a mobile phone, can mean more time in custody. We are making this tougher. To ensure there is more bite and discipline within our prisons, we're doubling the maximum punishment from 42 days to 84 days per incident by secondary legislation. There will be no automatic release for badly behaved offenders. But I accept myself and Lord Timpson and the other place will be looking at the current incentives policy framework to see how we can further incentivise engagement with self-improvement services, whether in work or education. We expect prisoners to work in prison, and where they have educational needs to engage in classes to support reading, literacy, maths and vocational skills. That is why we are building partnerships with employers and looking to increase the amount of time prisoners work in industry to increase employment skills. As I said to the honourable member in our meeting, I look forward to working with her and others to look at how we can expand and improve this framework to ensure the earned progression model is as effective as possible. Yes.
Does he accept that he's legislating to let these people out automatically and then just expecting Labour members on a promise that later on at some point he might introduce some legislation for some of them, a small proportion of them, to not get out? He's legislating to let them out automatically. Whatever he says at the dispatch box, that's the consequence of his legislation.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm getting increasingly confused by some of these interventions. As I set out before, the government is setting out very clear measures by which we're going to improve discipline in our prisons. That's part of the progression model, which is learnt from the Texas model, where they've seen crime reduced by 33%. They've closed 16 prisons at the same time. I think we should learn from good examples abroad. The other party have no idea what their position is anymore. I want to turn to new clause 14, brought by the honourable member for Mid Leicestershire. The most serious offences are already dealt with in the Crown Court, even involving those offenders aged under 18, and it is at the discretion of the judge as to whether their identity is reported upon. There is a clear balancing act, but it's always in the consideration of the judge between the principles of open justice and also the welfare of the child. It's right that that discretion remains with the judges. I would also just gently say to the honourable member that the scope of this sentencing bill was the adult estate. There is work to be done in the youth justice system. We will be taking steps in due course to look at this. This may be something we can come back to as part of that provision, but this focus much more on the adult estate. And that is also a point in regards to new clause 1, again brought by the honourable member for Mid Leicestershire. I want to go into some detail on this because it is important, and it's an important issue that he raises. With regard to parenting orders, it is right that those responsible for a child's care will be involved in their rehabilitation where possible. To that end, courts have the power to issue a parenting order where a child has been convicted of an offence. Parenting orders require the parent or guardian to comply for up to 12 months with certain requirements. Non-compliance can lead to breach proceedings in court. While parenting orders can be a good option for some children, youth offending teams that I've spoken to often decides it is more effective to engage and build relationships with parents wherever possible on a voluntary basis without resorting to a parenting order. Many parents will engage readily and take part in specific parenting support activities as well as programmes. And on financial orders, children are naturally limited in their access to the funds necessary to meet the conditions of a financial order. To that end, where the child is under 16, any financial order must be met by the parent or guardian. For children aged 16 or 17, the fine may be imposed on either the parent or child themselves. Whether they are used in a particular case is best determined by the court with access to professional advice from the YOT or youth offending team. It is right that the court, which has access to information on the individual circumstances of a child, retains that discretion to determine whether such interventions are well placed to support their rehabilitation. I can undertake to the House today that I will be looking at this as part of our continued review of the youth justice system. We do not think that it needs primary legislation for a dedicated assessment, which is vague in the form of his amendments, and therefore we urge the House to reject this amendment too. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the issue of driving. There's an array of amendments before the House which relate to driving offences, and an understandable sense from the House about the need to go further and strengthen or tighten our use of driving bans for criminal offences. These amendments have been put down by the Honourable Member for Huntingdon and the Liberal Democrats spokesperson, but I also want to pay tribute to the work of the Honourable Member for West Bromwich, amongst others, as well as the Honourable Member for North Cornwall, who's raised this issue in the House. It should be noted that this legislation offers new provisions to order a driving ban for offenders who receive a suspended or community sentence, even if their offence did not relate to driving. But I have been persuaded, in the course of the debates in this House, and in my relatively short period in this role, of the need to look again at driving bans and do so properly and rigorously. I've organised a meeting with my colleague in the Department for Transport to discuss this issue and to ensure the points and individual cases raised during this debate and the debate last week are considered in the government's road safety strategy that is being developed. It is right that proper and further analysis is undertaken as to the current situation and how we can encourage greater use of driving bans. I promise that I will ensure this House is updated as to the development of that work, and I have reached out to road safety charities to ensure they are consulted and kept informed too. It is right that we investigate this issue carefully, and it is also important to say that the courts already have the discretion to implement these driving bans in precisely the way various amendments seek for them to do so. I want to turn now to new clause 31. These are exclusions from recall measures which have been spoken to by the Liberal Democrat spokesperson. There are a number of offences listed within this amendment that are already excluded from the fixed-term recall provisions. Many others are able to receive sentences which would be beyond the scope of the fixed-term recall provisions. But we understand the concerns raised by the Honourable Member. There is a balance to be struck between recognising the risks posed and ensuring there is a sustainable system. Before any recalled offender is released, the Probation Service will undertake a thorough review of release plans and licence conditions, ensuring needs and risk are managed with a focus on mitigating risks against known victims. This will take account of any patterns of behaviour. Recall remains an important public protection tool where risk escalates. There are still challenges looking at the 56 days and the provision of education for those that are returned on recall. We've had discussions outside of the chamber and will continue to do so. It's an issue that I'm aware of, Lord Timpson's aware of, and we'll be making progress on that issue in due course. Very briefly, new clause 22 brought forward by the Honourable Member for Esher and Walton. This relates to the awful Crown Court delays that we experience in this country. Again, another element of the rotten legacy that we received by the Conservative Party. Brian Leveson has reported on this, and Minister Sackman will be bringing forward the government's response to that in due course. It's an urgent issue, and all of these issues, prison capacity, justice, rehabilitation, reoffending, can only be solved if we have a functioning court system. And so that twin approach, sorting out our prisons, stabilising our prisons, reforming sentencing, and also dealing with the Crown Court backlog will be at the heart of this government's approach throughout this Parliament. I'll give way to my friend.
Way. Just one small omission there. Could the Minister confirm that this government are looking at legal aid provision in this country as well? Because it's come up from several members here today. Will that be addressed by the government?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, legal aid is obviously absolutely vital. Right to legal aid is important. The government understand that right. We'll continue to look at it. There are financial constraints that we're all aware of, but legal aid is very important. We've made certain commitments in regards to employment tribunals, and we'll be continuing to look at that over the coming months. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll turn now to Amendment 7, which would remove Clause 20 regarding the changes made to the release of certain offenders. Let us start with the most basic promise of our justice system. Where offenders are caught and they pose a risk to the public, we will ensure there is a capacity in our prisons for them to serve a custodial sentence. It sounds straightforward, a fundamental tenet of the social contract, but that is what was damaged and broken by the last Tory government. In July last year, our prisons were essentially full. The government, disgracefully, could not fulfil that most basic promise to the British people. And the party opposite should be ashamed of themselves for the lawless disorder they cause. The changes in this bill are necessary to stabilise our prison system. There is no alternative. We have heard from the opposition is carping from the sidelines, wholly unserious proposals. Reform UK say we should build paperweight temporary prisons, porter cabins, holding hardened criminals in our backyards. No thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me be clear, this would place the public at serious risk of harm. You cannot simply rustle up a secure setting to incarcerate dangerous offenders. This government is building more prison places than we have seen for over 100 years. Following the changes in this bill, there will still be more criminals in prison than ever before, 2,000 more by 2029 than there are now. On the other hand, Reform have no serious plans to keep our community safe. And the Tory position, if possible, is even more absurd, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Justice Minister last week began to apologise for the legacy they left behind in our prisons. He said that if he had been Prime Minister or Chancellor, then it would not have happened. We had 5 Tory Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors in 14 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm simply not sure that giving another one a go would have made the difference. And the Shadow Justice Secretary says, deport more foreign offenders, that will solve it all. Completely unserious. Under this government, deportation of foreign national offenders is up by 14%. We have accelerated decision-making on deportations, which can now happen at 30% of the sentence served, something that the Tories never did. And because of this legislation, we will be able to go even further to deport a foreign offender immediately upon sentencing. Practical measures from a Labour government clearing up the Tory mess. I'll give way.
Thank you for giving way. My father is a retired senior prison officer, and I know firsthand the devastation 14 years of the Tories has wrought on our prison system. Does he agree with me that it's incumbent on us as a government to fix the mess that they have left and to fix the system urgently in terms of reforms?
Well, my honourable friend, first of all, I thank the service of my honourable friend's father, because prison officers across the country do a brilliant job, an important job, and she's absolutely right. I've sat through hours of this debate over the last few weeks, and it's been an important debate, but the crowing from the party opposite is galling, considering the legacy that they have left behind. Madam Deputy Speaker, when this Labour government came to government in the summer of last year, we faced a crisis. The Tories had left our prison system on the brink of collapse. Lawless chaos was on the verge of breaking out, and we took action. Plans to build 14,000 prison places, the biggest prison building programme since the Victorian era. 2,500 places in our first year compared to just 500 places in 14 years of Conservative government. I will give way.
Does the Minister recognise that in the written response he gave to me that every single one of those 2,405 prison places was authorised by the previous Conservative government, and that the 14,000 prison places that you plan to buy won't get delivered because the firm that's due to build them has gone into administration?
Deputy Speaker, the honourable member always makes this point, and he thinks it's a very good point. It's absolutely shambles that towards the end of 14 years of Conservative government, they suddenly realised they hadn't done anything to our prisons, started taking action, and we've actually delivered those places, 2,500 in 1 year, compared to just 500 in 14 years. It's shocking. It's not a good point. He shouldn't keep raising it. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the government began an independent sentencing route led by a former Conservative Justice Secretary to ensure our system was sustainable. This bill is that vital step to ensure that we can keep that most basic promise to the British people. We will ensure there is capacity in our prisons to keep law and order on the streets. We will ensure our justice system clamps down on reoffending and delivers punishment that works. We will ensure that never again we will face chaos of Tory misrule, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Division, clear the lobby.
Division.
On the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Jerome Mayhew, Nick Timothy. Tellers for the noes, Stephen Morgan, Taiwo Watami.